Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. What's up? How's it going? Here we go, right back at it again. Like we never left, cause you never did. No, we never did. We haven't left one time. No. What is up, fam? First things first, we're gonna try not to die of loneliness.
Entries to animal horror reviews. It's a video journal recorded by the last man on Earth, a nameless subject documenting his struggle for survival and sanity amidst brutal silence. Whatever the mysterious force wrecked humanity from our cities did so months ago. In these tapes, the other nesters we've seen have been...
I mean, we will die of loneliness, just not right away. Yeah, we'll try. Honestly, I do not know what I am going to paint, what I'm going to do today. I'm just going to grab a miniature, look at it, and see what I feel like doing. So, let's grab. I did a bit of a wash yesterday. I don't know, I feel like it wasn't enough. I'm not getting enough effect from it. Hello, Sonny boy. Bye, Sonny boy. How's it going? Say hi. Let's say hi. Yo, Sonny boy, what is up? Thanks for checking out the stream. Much love. Yo, Sonny, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. That's awesome. How you doing, mate? I'm trying to decide what I'm gonna do, and I think I already decided. I think we definitely need to go to the lead belcher. We gotta hit it with the lead belcher. She's gotta be. Yeah, not bad. Much better now that you're hanging out. Good to see you in the chat. It's very appreciated. Yeah, had some Warhammer gameplay today. Went out play with the club. Had tons of fun. Was super awesome. So yeah, very stoked to get my my painting on. Add some more details on here. Make this thing really pop out. So I'm gonna start my process here of how I do my paints. I'm gonna put it here in the corner so you can see. So the favorite way that I like to do is I grab the paint. Of course, they have to be very well agitated. This one already actually has some water on it, which is important because it helps if you add some on the pot. Oh, thanks so much for the likes, man. Appreciate it. So if you add some water already to the pots, it's actually much easier to shake them up and get a good mix in, because they always tend to like pool in the bottom. It helps it not dry as much. So I found that I get the best results by adding some water on the pots. So you really need to shake it all up. This is a lead belcher, so this is basically going to be detailing in weapons, certain pieces of the armor, certain pieces like chains, the housings on the jets. So basically a lot of the things that wouldn't be armor, that would be metal, but that wouldn't be armor. That's where we want to apply the lead belcher to show the metal. So on the weapon as well, all this area, a gun, barrels, chargers, like the clips, so bullet, reserves, stuff like that. So this is how I do it. So I use one of these plastic toothpicks. Oh, thanks, appreciate it. Glad you like it. So I grab one of these like plastic toothpicks. What I do is I grab a certain amount of paint so I can control precisely. Pretty much gonna be, each one of these is like a drop plus a bit that stays on the tool itself. So this allows me to control exactly how much paint I got on here. So I place it on there. Then comes, so you can put the paint away. Not gonna need the paint for now anymore. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab my clean water. So this water already has a few drops of washing liquid. So for 500 milliliters of water, so for half a liter of water, you really only want one or two if they're small drops. If it's like a big drop, just one drop, one big drop or two small drops of washing liquid. Like any washing liquid is fine. So do a bit of testing. So that's why I'm mixing this water. This water is actually not distilled water, but this is water from my dehumidifier. That it's just a tiny detail, but it can help having if you have too many. No worries. Have a good one. Thanks so much for dropping by. Hope to see you next time. Come hang out. So if you have like
amidst the oppressive fall.
purified water, distilled water, if you want to use that, that's fine.
All the roses
Yeah, thanks, brother. Appreciate it. That's very kind.
used by someone else.
Much love.
Could the redhead
Much love. Thanks for the likes.
That other girl
You really made my day, honestly.
enjoying stolen, saturated splendor.
So yes, this is the humidifier water, which kind of refines it a little bit, remove some impurities, some because a lot of stuff like minerals and stuff are not absorbed by the mechanism, so it only really literally just pulls almost pure water, not pure water, but close enough. So just remove some minerals, the thing. So what I like to do is I'm gonna add a small amount of this water here. That's obviously a lot, but that's fine. That's perfectly fine, because I'm gonna choose a brush right now. So I'm gonna be using this very thin. So this is a 00. Let me see, just so I get it 100% correct. This is a 0 brush. This is a 0 brush. This is the smallest brush. These miniatures are really small. You want to have a 0 brush. I'm gonna put this one back. So the next tool you actually need is something really cool that actually comes with the brushes. And people maybe sometimes throw it away and I use it, but I have a use for this. This is a tiny tube that protects the brushes. You put it like on the tip of the brushes to protect them when you're kind of storing them. What I use it for is to count drops. I dip it in the water, I cover it on this side, and that picks up a drop of water. Now I can like shake it and it goes in. This allows you to control perfectly how much water you have, and once you touch the surface, boom, it drops because of the water tension. You touch the surface, but you don't touch the paint like I did. I already messed up, because that's gonna suck a bit up the paint. Just touch a bit of where there's no paint, it will immediately drop. You can touch the side, whatever. Oh, see, I'm getting paint on it already, but that's fine. That's part of the process. Always have something close to you to clean your hands. I have this tissue right here, which is important to get your hands always perfectly clear. Always check your hands. Always check if you're not damaging your miniatures, you're not painting all over your miniatures where you don't want to paint them. So always check, always have a tissue, things like that. I'm actually going to use this tissue as well to clean the tube, make sure I don't have any paint on it. So okay, so I got that paint down there. You can actually blow on it and try to get all the water out, but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna put this tube here to the side for now, and now it's time to mix. As you can see, we're gonna have a lot of paint on our tool. You can, in fact, you can in fact like pull it off the side. It's gonna be more watery than you think. This is another reason why you put a bit of water on the pot.
The bloody girl shuts the curtains
So you're trying to push the water down there, the paint
redhead alike who vanished.
into the water.
Taken from her, the bloody girl summons the strength. The brave
Trying to use our tool. I have a little pencil holder here.
He opens the door wide and steps outside. There's no time to consider the pale man lurking in the mist. Only he never shows himself.
And this is actually gonna take a little bit to mix properly.
The fog is far too dense.
You'll want to make sure it's perfectly 100%, 200, 500% mixed. We're gonna need this later. And those you can always clean, scrape off, use again. You don't have to throw these away unless like you end up toothpicking. So here I'm gonna touch just the tip of the brush, and I'm gonna grab some paint, and I'm gonna test it on one of the big surfaces, like these big surfaces. I mean, that's I almost was forgetting my handle, which is also always very important to have. This gives you a stability. So I'm gonna just see how the paint is actually reacting. Slowly grab a little bit, see how it's doing. Not bad, it's a little wet. It will be a little wet at first, but it will start to dry. You will find that it will start to dry, and you can drain off a lot of the water from it. So as you can see, this is way too wet. I'm gonna need to add some more paint. So we do it again. We're gonna go to our tool. We're gonna grab it from top here. Get a few, kind of a lot of drops on there. Because you can feel with how much you used, you can feel how much you need. So now we're gonna mix it up, scrape it from the side, try to pull it all in, mix, mix, mix.
Detached from the forest, from your home, from life. As your feet leave the ground, a question arises. Did the roses hold power over the fog and its pale man, or did they hold power over the girl? As strange as this video is, I think it's actually easier to understand than most of Product's work. This video is an allegory for drug addiction. The bloody girl represents someone who is overwhelmed by the demands of ordinary life. She's defeated by two truths. First, that waking up and living each day is a grueling battle. Second, that the spoils of victory are so unexpectedly mundane. Going to work, navigating social struggles, and tending to an ever-weakening body. And for what? The right to wake up and fight the same battles tomorrow? Sometimes the juice just ain't worth the squeeze. But what if that juice tasted just a little sweeter? For the bloody girl, that's exactly what the roses did. They gave the world more color, made life more worth living. That's why many turn to substance abuse in our world. It's easier to consume some chemical that gives otherwise unattainable levels of artificial ecstasy than to spend years
Gonna go clean my hands.
a better life for yourself. Even if you put in the effort, Wholesome endeavors can't match the rush of hacking your brain's pleasure centers. That's why drugs even devastate those whose lives meet every earthly desire. The problem is that you can only hack your brain so much before it starts to hack you, before it decides that it likes what you've given it and that it wants more. When returns diminish, many find themselves at the whims of the drug. It's no longer a tool to help face the fog. It's a broken elevator whose highest reach is a few floors beneath ground level. You keep taking it, not to feel high, but just to feel human. The roses, specifically, represent heroin, evidenced in part by the ending overdose scene, where we can see a rose suspiciously placed on the bloody girl's arm where a needle would be. This is further evidenced by the pale man when he appears and disappears, and the particular way that he attacks the bloody girl. I believe the pale man represents the girl's withdrawals, emerging only when the girl fails to find a fix. The pale man appears in one of the earliest shots of the film, when the mist is barely beginning to settle into the valley. He waits in the shadows, watching without attacking, almost as if he isn't entirely real, but he hasn't always been that way. Even then, the girl's face was scratched and bloody. He'd already been attacked by the fated man of the fog at least once. However, we've seen that he only attacks when the fog hangs heavy in the air. So long as the girl keeps huffing her horticulture, he can't get to her. Then, at the end of the film, when the pale man has snuck into the bloody girl's room, she dispels him and the fog together by breathing as deeply of the rose's aroma as she can. The pale man is an extension of the fog, because while even before the roses, life might have been occasionally gray, ordinary life was never so violent. The roses unlock something new in the color of life, but also in the dullness of death. They push the highs higher and the lows lower. While I believe the pale man is symbolic, his attacks are very real and very painful. However, he can't attack with his own hands. He instead turns the bloody girl's hands upon herself. One of the most common symptoms of heroin use and heroin withdrawal is itching, intense and irresistible. Some say it's a sensation like bugs crawling through their skin. And hey, if that's not a feeling that'll make you claw your own face off, I don't know what is. Many scratch themselves to the point of self-mutilation, and I think that's exactly what we see in the bloody girl. Although we see the pale man clawing at her face, it's her own hands undertaking the grisly work. The final piece of the puzzle is the redhead, the girl who tends the garden, picking the flowers and offering them to the bloody girl, but never using them herself. I believe that this girl represents a dealer, someone who gets others hooked, but who never dips their own hand into the supply. While she's far less outwardly monstrous than the pale man, she's the true evil behind this story. The kindness she demonstrates at the climax of the film, offering the final rose to the bloody girl, is only false mercy. She hands over the rose, presenting death and utter destruction as the only true path to a happy life. It's a devastatingly real cruelty to communicate through such an unreal video, but then that's kind of the standard for this channel. This video, so far as I can tell, ties into the greater body of product's work less than the other films we'll be examining today. However, as we go into the next videos, you'll continue to see this same theme play out. The same truth product has shown us over and over again. The darkest horror hides in the heart of humanity. Giving my turtle a haircut opens with everyone's favorite child with an intact cranium, Celestis, emits an infinite white void. In some ways, this void reminds me of the dreamscape for grandma. There's no grass, but it's got that same spacey dream look. Celestis, the void is only populated with a bunch of chairs, a school bus, and the wretched board. What a classic wretched girl thing to say. Once Celestis finishes shilling for the channel, she introduces us to her pet turtle, what little guy is. After a couple of So, yeah, Celestis just cuts Ron's head off with a pair of scissors, then emotes on him. It's very hereditary, the scissors part, not the dancing part. Was that supposed to be the haircut? I think you may have taken a bit too much off the top, Celestis. We cut to Celestis with Ron riding the school bus, and apparently now they're haircuts. Also, Ron isn't dead. The severed head's still sitting there, making noises in response to Celestis. It's also that's right. Paul is here too, but he's different. When we saw him in Backwater Cell, there was a normal kid who's just kind of going through it. Here, he's like, yeah. Celestis tells Ron not to worry about Paul. He just wants to go home to restrict the airflow of the man. Paul says he's scared to get his hair cut. Celestis tells him that he doesn't deserve any ashy emu, which might be a sort of food considering the captain said snacks instead. Then she tells him to sit like a grown-up since they're almost at the haircut place. Finally, she gives him a warning about a certain creepy man who might have to be away. Is Bellboy getting a haircut? He has less hair than the turtle. What's there to cut? And they arrive. Celestis and Bellboy emerge into an expansive field later on. This field is a lot closer to the dream statements of grandma furniture I would have seen. Instead, there's just this weird mannequin lady. As it turns out, this is the barber that Celestis came to see. He also really reminds me of the pale woman from Backwater Cell. Off to the side, Bald Boy notices a shirtless green man dancing beside a rundown van. Quickly, Celestis says not to approach the man, telling Bald Boy that this stranger is actually the creepy man boy she warned him about, before directing him to take a seat on the mattress in front of the pale woman. Then, she asks him a question. Bellboy finally gets his haircut. What makes this fever dream so strange is that it's over 3 years old, making it the oldest public video on Robert's channel. You guys, the video works characters and plot lines that continue to develop even in the most recent uploads, particularly Backwater Cell, considering both episodes feature the same protagonist and the same story. Celestis' speech at the end of the video suggests that giving my turtle a haircut is all about the inevitability of aging and death. At the beginning of the video, she looks so tired, and she's been avoided for a long time. Bellboy, however, seems almost like he's completely new to the experience. He relies on Celestis for guidance, heeding her warnings to avoid creeping android and taking cover from her words. Takes a seat to get butchered. that Celestis knows so much more than Baldwin. Generally, this video confounds me. Like, it's so strange that Celestis breaks the fourth wall and mentions product at the beginning. That literally never happens again on the channel from during an interview, which I don't consider canon. That also has no idea what Ron is supposed to represent or why there's a tangled mass of half-dressed people filming Celestis. First of all, however, I'm confused by the similarities between this video and Backwards. Both videos feature the same protagonists and have very similar endings, but Baldwin dies the same way in Giving My Turtle a Haircut and in Backwards. So, which death is canon? With any other series, we might assume the older episode was no longer canon, but with Product, there's good reason to believe the incongruity is intentional. Product's channel features several members-only videos. Belladonna, The Accident, The Night Shift, Grandma's Head, and Stretching. The earliest of these, Belladonna, introduces Celestis for the very first time. However, when Product's vision for Celestis diverged from the character's original appearance, her debut was delisted to avoid confusion. If Giving My Turtle a Haircut caused similar problems, it wouldn't be public either. As confusing as it may be, both of these deaths are equally canon. Now, I don't mean that Baldwin somehow died and came back to life. Okay, well, I sort of do, but look, it's hard to explain right now. But I'll be able to share more once we finish the final episode of the series. For now, I'll just say this. I believe we do see Baldwin's death, but not in Backwater for Sale or Giving My Turtle a Haircut. Instead, we're showing Baldwin's death in a completely different video, one where you absolutely wouldn't expect to find it. Creepy Man Boy is full of overt callback from other films, with the titular character coming straight from the last fever dream. It's also got the most Easter eggs of just about any video we've looked at so far, and I'll try to point out as many of them as possible. The video opens in the void once again with Celestis introducing us to Creepy Man Boy. She says that, unbelievably, he's never had a date before. Creepy Man Boy is weird, even among the bizarre cast of Product's fever dreams. As you can see, Creepy Man Boy has got legit. We got layers, we got shorts, and we got the bunny slippers icon. Celestis' goal in this video is to help CMB put himself out there by setting him up on a dating site. This particular site, Hollow Hearts, promises to help users find someone to fade away with. Bit of an odd promise to make, but okay. Let's see how Creepy Man Boy is related. First up, they need a picture, which brings us to our first hidden message. The jumbled words, Purple Father, are written around the lens of the camera, a reference to Product's latest film, Father. You'll keep seeing references to Father throughout this video, and I think there's a reason why the film is foreshadowed so much in this video specifically, but I'll come back to that in a moment. As Celestis fills in his profile, we learn that Creepy Man Boy is actually this weirdo's name, and that he doesn't even seem to know how old he is. Oh, and he's also homeless. For another moment here, we see the back of the computer, and there's a message that says, Renzo, Fiella, Henry. The first two are anagrams of Mother and Alice, and I think the last is supposed to be Pet Rat, an anagram for Father. Celestis tells him that he needs to find a house really soon, but that sets Creepy Man Boy off in a major way. Celestis tries to get back to the task, but her nose starts to bleed, and her word starts to glitch out. Creepy Man Boy begs, becomes pissed, filming him from a distance. A woman underclothed with a box over her head, with a visible outside the frame. You can see that there's a cigarette resting on the computer, and on screen are the words, "Get me out of this house." A wide smile splits CMB's face as he stares at the box-headed woman. But, to me, he also seems intensely uncomfortable. Celestis grabs his attention and warns him. When he glances back at the camera, the woman, the cigarette, and the text are gone. Seems like the dating site needs more info on Creepy Man Boy. First question. Wow, you're buckling in for 8 hours of history facts and stories? Well, by the end of it, you should be one smart fella. Alright, have fun. Evil Human Experiments. Part 4. This was the Willowbrook State School for Children with Intellectual Disabilities in Staten Island, New York, and it was home to one of the worst cases of human experimentation ever conducted on American soil. Originally constructed in 1942 as a United States Army hospital, the facility was quickly converted to a state-sponsored mental institution in 1947 after the World War sequel rolled its credits. But as you can imagine, anything state-sponsored usually turns to shit over time. Well, over the following decades, they went to shit. Originally designed to house 4,000 students, the school was bursting at the seams as it struggled to contain over 6,000. Poor funding and understaffing led to abhorrent living conditions for the children and young adults who called the facility home. Although the school advertised proper care and treatment for its students, the reality was far different from this facade they tried to sell. Reporters who visited the school wrote of the horrors within the walls, documenting the absolute filth and neglect that these children were experiencing. Children pointlessly wandered or sat isolated throughout the day, some children locked in rooms for hours on end, and some savagely beaten by their supposed caretakers. No treatments were being administered, no attention given, no attempts at any education whatsoever. This isn't to say that the entire staff was cruel. Some of the nurses did try their best to care for patients using what little resources they had, but like I said, the entire school was critically understaffed, with some single caregivers given responsibility for over 100 children each. There's no feasible way to provide an adequate level of care when you're spread so thin. Any staff who spoke out about this were either silenced or fired. New York state representatives couldn't give a flying flip about the living conditions of those that they deemed parasites on society. It's a waste of money, it's a waste of labor. Now, on top of all of this, the horrendous living conditions of filth and neglect made way for a worse threat: disease. By 1958, nearly 90% of the children at Willowbrook were infected with hepatitis, with most new arrivals contracting it within days. In order to address this, they called in an expert. Dr. Saul Krugman. Hello. He was the leading physician in the study of hepatitis at the time, so understandably, he was the right man for the job. You see, hepatitis had been wreaking havoc across known human history, dating all the way back to the time of the ancient Greeks. The big bearded daddy of medicine himself, Hippocrates, documented outbreak symptoms of fever, liver damage, and yellowing skin. Same symptoms as hepatitis. With the virus having a recent outbreak on American troops during World War II, Krugman wanted to release humanity from its grasp by any means necessary. And to do that, he needed data. To get that, he needed subjects, the children. Well, they wouldn't be able to consent to such experiments now, would they? The harsh truth is that most of these kids had limited mental function as it was, but there was a little thing called the Declaration of Helsinki that would prove useful. In case you're unaware, after the Nuremberg medical trials where Nazi doctors and nurses were tried for their war crimes, a medical code was developed, the Nuremberg Code. Established in 1947, the code brought forth a set of 10 ethical principles for human experimentation. As we know, human experimentation is a medical necessity. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But there are more ethical approaches that we can take to be respectful of those whom are being experimented on. Things like voluntary informed consent, or the subject's right to withdraw from experimentation if they feel that they are in danger. But just to be clear, the code was not legally binding. It was just a strong set of guidelines. In 1964, the Declaration of Helsinki was prepared. Built from the Nuremberg Code, but with a little bit more detail and some slight changes. For Krugman's case, these are the most important. Informed consent could now be granted by legal guardians should the subject be incapable of providing consent themselves. Also, medical providers were given the responsibility to stop experimentation if, in their judgments, the experiments were causing harm. So, how did that last pill make you feel? Pretty good. Symptoms have dissolved. Good. This revised set of codes put Krugman at an advantage, and he was about to activate his trap. He now had a slew of potential test subjects at his disposal, just needed their guardian's consent. Krugman then drafted carefully worded letters explaining the research, recruiting parents to send their intellectually disabled children to Willowbrook. Parents were promised that if they gave consent, their children would be given priority to be admitted to newer and cleaner research wards and given experimental vaccines to possibly become immune to hepatitis. They were basically told, hey look, your kid's gonna get hepatitis anyway. Might as well let us test this experimental medicine. Sure, Willowbrook did have a terrible reputation as a care facility, but it was still a care facility and remained the only option for some families. Within a few weeks, Krugman had 700 children volunteered by their desperate parents. Parents who just wanted to give their children a chance at care that they couldn't provide themselves. Upon admittance into the school, experiments were conducted in two different phases. One for studies, and the other for treatment studies. The immunity group was injected with antibodies and closely monitored to gauge their efficacy. Children simply carried on their day-to-day existence to see if they would still contract the virus. The other group were the unlucky ones. While still given the antibodies, they were deliberately infected with hepatitis. This was either done with direct injection or the drink, a mixture of chocolate milk and infected fecal matter from sick children. Yeah, they really did that. Through experimentation, Krugman learned the amount of the milk needed to cause infection and how long it would take for them to start showing symptoms. Children who managed to recover from the virus were then later reinfected to test for any developed immunities. Krugman looked on as these children suffered, their skin and eyes turning yellow, and then vomiting and refusing to eat. Despite the suffering, Krugman's research was successful. Not only did the experiment drastically speed up the eventual production of a suitable hepatitis vaccine, but helped identify both hepatitis A and B as separate variants. But of course, this didn't stop the criticism. The medical community was completely appalled by Krugman's actions. Although he provided the world with an exceptional discovery of medical progress, he did so while harming his fellow humans, which goes against the medical code of ethics. Paul Offit, a director of the Vaccine Education Center at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, stated that he didn't believe anyone is, quote, ever justified to inoculate a child with an infectious virus that might kill them. Furthermore, famed vaccinologist Maurice Hillman stated that Krugman's research was, quote, the most unethical medical experiment ever performed on children in the United States. It wasn't until 1972 when Geraldo Rivera, a local investigative reporter, snuck into the Willowbrook school. Inside, he documented the atrociously inhumane living conditions and broadcast them to the world. It was only then did anyone learn the true horrors within the walls. Sure, there were reports in the past, but seeing was believing. Public outcry surrounding unethical experiments like the ones at Willowbrook, as well as the Tuskegee syphilis study, prompted government officials to act. And by 1974, the National Research Act was put into law, requiring any federally funded research involving human subjects to be reviewed and approved by a designated review board. Despite various attempts to refurbish the school, conditions at Willowbrook never improved, leading to its eventual closure in 1987. Krugman, although facing initial backlash for his research, was later praised for his breakthroughs. His past sins were swept under the rug as he became the president of the American Pediatric Society in 1972. He died peacefully several years later in 1995 at the age of 84. Canadians are usually seen in a pretty great light, their morality as high as their house prices. But not everything in their history is all sunshine and syrup. Back in 1942, while the world was going to war over in Europe, Canada had itself quite a domestic display of detrimental dread that would cause suffering for over a decade. The Canadian government was making a push to set nutritional standards across the board for all Canadians, setting a baseline for a healthy and nutritious diet so that little lads and ladies could grow up to be formidable fellas and fellettes. It was around this time that breakthroughs in vitamin and mineral isolation were being made, allowing individual supplements to come to market. So, what's this one called? Oh, that's vitamin A. Huh, vitamin A. Neat. Research surrounding the daily recommended intake amounts of such supplements was critical to give proper recommendations for general public consumption. Not only that, but researchers were curious that these supplements could provide additional health benefits outside of just maintaining normal bodily function. In order to test the true advantages of these nutrients, they needed a night and day comparison, both strong and healthy subjects and malnourished ones. Very malnourished ones. Enter Canadian nutritionist and biochemist Lionel Pett. He heard whispers of severe malnutrition amongst various indigenous populations in the Great White North, particularly in the northern region of the province of Manitoba. He brought along a couple buddies. He had Dr. Percy Moore, a medical superintendent in the Department of Indigenous Affairs, as well as famed nutritionist and pediatrician Dr. Frederick Tisdall. Together, the three men set out to investigate the claims. What they found was nothing short of tragic. To say that these people were starving would be an understatement. The level of malnutrition was crippling. Elders were completely bedridden, children had their growth drastically stunted, and even the able-bodied adults were barely able to function. This led the indigenous population to experience dramatically disproportionate death rates, nearly 52 times the rate of tuberculosis deaths, 8 times the national rate of infant mortality, and 5 times the overall death rate. And that wasn't all. Hunger in these state-sponsored boarding schools for the indigenous children was a constant plague. Thanks to intentional underfunding from the Canadian federal government, these schools were incapable of providing decent food for students. Some schools were noted having no refrigeration or appliances, no basic sanitation, or even trained kitchen staff. School children had no choice but to consume food that was practically inedible. Soggy scraps of bread and old water, rancid bits of meat, and rotting vegetables were the norm. Children were estimated to only be consuming around 1,200 calories a day if they were lucky. That's well below even the bare minimum recommended caloric intake of 1,400 calories a day. Approximately 28% of the girls and 70% of the boys were reported as underweight for their age. But instead of bringing these issues, the obvious food of school with malnutrition to light, Pett, Moore, and Tisdall saw these withering children and thought, great, there's our test subjects. And so they got to work. Their goals? Study the negative effects of malnutrition itself and if they can be positively offset by nutrient-fortified foods. Together, the 3 men gathered data points using over 1,000 Indigenous children from several boarding schools across Canada. Blood samples, physical exams, and aptitude tests all used to establish a baseline across 2 years. 2 grueling years of known malnutrition for the sake of data collection. Imagine doctors coming to your school, seeing you skin and bones, your proud teeth glistening in the incandescent light, and telling you that they're going to help. But in 2 years. Insane. In 1948, Moore and Tisdall began their experimental design. Until Tisdall bit the dust a year later in 1949. He was 55. At the Port Alberni Residential School, students were noticed to have an abnormal riboflavin deficiency as a result of lack of dairy and vegetables. Riboflavin, also known as vitamin B2, helps the body convert food into energy. So the kids were given triple the amount of dairy milk allowance. That's it, just more milk. The Shubenacadie School, crazy name as it is, showed lower measures of ascorbic acid or vitamin C in its respective blood sampling. Vitamin C is pretty important for your immune system. Helps prevent you from getting all the icky sickies. Half of these students received vitamin C tablets, the other, placebos. Children at the blood school were pretty low in vitamin B1. Also known as thiamine, vitamin B1 plays a vital role in cellular growth and development. They were given a tasty vitamin B fortified flour. Eat up. Similar to Port Alberni, St. Mary's children also lacked riboflavin, but instead of milk, these kiddos were given a fortified flour containing bone meal, which wasn't even legal for sale under Canadian law. Finally, the very unfortunate students at St. Paul de Métis were left with no changes whatsoever. They were the control group. Poor guys. Despite the knowledge of the severe lack of quality of nutrition at each and every one of these schools, no additional interventions outside of these supplements were ever made. In fact, many of the staff were actually instructed to withhold any access to dental hygiene for the students, lest it skew their data. None of these children were ever informed that they were being treated as glorified lab rats, nor had any parents ever been told about these experiments. It was all a secret. These experiments lasted for 5 years. 5 years of continued and deliberate malnutrition of children. To no surprise, many died. Even before the experiments, death was prevalent in these schools. Yet, the studies continued, finally concluding in 1953. The results? No breakthroughs, no discoveries, nothing medically valuable that wasn't already known to the healthcare community. Ultimately, the results were inconclusive at best. The suffering was pointless and fruitless. Ashamed of his worthless work, Dr. Percy Moore kept the studies hidden. It wasn't until 2013 when historian Dr. Ian Mosby uncovered the studies and made them public to the world. 60 years after the experiments had ended. Because the research remained hidden for the rest of their lives, both Dr. Pett and Dr. Moore continued to have successful careers, remaining prominent Canadian healthcare figures. Moore died in 1987 from Alzheimer's at the age of 88, and Pett died in 2003 at the age of 93. Probably because he was old. Harsh criticism came after their work was revealed, sure, but too little, too late. Even in the shadow of a devastating disaster, no one's safe from unethical medical curiosity. On the night of December 3rd, 1984, the city of Bhopal in the Indian state of Madhya Pradesh was in for a rude awakening. A silent death cloud crept across the city, with families abruptly torn from their sleep, aggressively coughing, their eyes inexplicably stinging, and their lungs desperate for fresh air. Within hours, residents fled from their homes to seek refuge, but thousands lay dead in the streets and in their homes. The Bhopal disaster is considered to be one of, if not the worst industrial accidents in the history of mankind. An accidental release of gaseous methyl isocyanates, a poisonous tearing agent compound, caused the death of nearly 20,000 impoverished Indian civilians, with nearly 2,000 of them being immediate and 8,000 in the following days. This disaster was the result of neglect and underfunding from the Union Carbide Corporation. Various budget cuts at the plant had caused huge gaps in safety and maintenance of chemical production equipment within the facility. Nearly 45 tons of poisonous gas was accidentally released across the city, killing livestock as well as entire families. It's estimated that as many as 500,000 people were directly affected by this disaster. The area surrounding the plant still remains contaminated to this day, even after some half-assed cleaning efforts. Residents living in the area have reported severe health issues years after the incident, many of which being crippling birth defects of those born in the wake of the disaster. As a bit of a band-aid, Union Carbide, the American corporation that owned the plant, paid a modern-day equivalent of $1 billion in compensation in 1989. The Indian government used some of these funds to open the Bhopal Memorial Hospital and Research Center in the late 90s. A hospital which, while open to any needy patient, also provided free medical treatment to any survivors, which at this point, nearly 2 decades later, were in the hundreds. But these survivors would soon be subjected to a new wave of suffering. A caveat made with the construction of the new hospital was that the victims would be studied to determine a long-term effect.
Oh my god, what the fuck is with this today?
Research was being conducted. Between the years of 2004 and 2008, the hospital was supposed to run several clinical trials funded by various big-name pharmaceutical companies, including Pfizer, GlaxoSmithKline, and Bristol Myers Squibb. Remember, it wasn't just a hospital, it was also a medical research center. It's right there in the name. The participants? 279 hand-picked patients, 215 of which were victims of the Bhopal gas leak with severe chronic conditions. But why pick them? Well, it's been suggested that since these victims were being treated on the government's dime, they were a bit more disposable. These clinical trials focused on testing various drugs and therapies for any adverse effects in humans. These included gastrosurgery, cardiology, psychiatry, and anesthesiology. Participants, if you could really call them that, were given no informed consent on the matter. One survivor who endured the trials was quoted saying, "They didn't tell me anything about the medicine. When they used to give me the medicine bottle, they used to make me sign a form which I had no clue about." In 2011, investigative journalists discovered and compiled the abhorrent trials in a comprehensive report which you can read in my description below if you're interested. Pfizer focused on antibiotic trials which caused terrible adverse effects. GSK sponsored illegal cardiology trials in collaboration with French pharmaceutical company Sanofi Aventis. Of the 57 patients in their trials, 5 died. There's evidence to support that at least 10 patients died as a result of these various trials. The companies responsible were found to have been in violation of many of the Nuremberg and Declaration of Helsinki principles. For example, any trial-related deaths must be thoroughly investigated and publicly reported in a timely manner. Some of these deaths weren't reported until months or even years later. Now, there was an ethics committee for the trials, which are supposed to be a third-party, non-biased group responsible for overseeing the ethics of the experiment. But get this, 13 of the 19 committee members were doctors performing the trials. Even the freaking ethics committee was unethical. Despite becoming aware of these very obvious and just completely abysmal red flags, the Drug Controller General of India simply sent a warning note to the hospital, which was basically just a big cut it out with dirt. In 2013, outspoken activists and court petitions demanded compensation for the victims of the trials, but of course, none were ever distributed. Gotta love corruption. Sit down, strap in, buckle up, clench your cheeks, and put any food down for this one. This is Dr. Leo Stanley, a real sick-son bitch. Born in 1886 to a house of learned doctors, Leo grew up to continue his father's legacy. So in 1913, fresh out of school, gripping his medical degree in his sweaty palm and with little to no surgical experience, Leo became the chief surgeon of the San Quentin prison in, you guessed it, San Quentin, California, the state's oldest prison. Leo's first impressions left much to be desired. The prison was cramped and run down, with little to no air circulation, no natural lights, and the worst offender of all, according to Leo at least, was the lack of racial segregation. In response, he commissioned a new building, one with fresh air, warm light, and people separated by the color of their skin. Although in a position of responsibility as a healer, Stanley made it very clear that he was the one in charge, leveraging medical attention against bad behavior. Accounts from inmates attest to Leo's apathetic approach to their medical needs. Dwight Myers, who had a reputation as more of a rowdy rascal, had suffered a crushed hand while operating a piece of machinery. Myers was rushed to the medical wing and begged Dr. Stanley for help. Oh, fuck! Doctor, we need to get him to surgery. Hell no. Slam him on the table right there, get the bone clipper, and get to work. And thus, Dwight was minus one hand and plus one infection. Without anesthesia, by the way. Convicted criminal and ironic name hacker Steve Krim was also known for causing a ruckus on more than one occasion, having been sentenced to solitary confinement multiple times. On one such an occasion, he complained of an agonizing pain in his groin or ball region. Stanley, who didn't give a fickle flying fuck, refused to see Krim. After 3 months of solitary confinement, Krim suffered a brutal ball blast. His scrotum had ruptured. He was sent off to the hospital wing only to be met with indifference from the good doctor. Well, it's too late to treat it now. What are you, nuts? Oh wait, you ain't. Get out of here. Sickened. Complaints of abuse and neglect were prevalent across Stanley's career, but what did he care? He was a medical professional and they were no good scumbag criminals. Well, actually, he did care to some degree. He wanted to figure out what made criminals criminals. You see, Stanley was a proud eugenicist. He was extremely vocal in his beliefs that criminals and other lowly humans should not be allowed to reproduce lest they slap out more human filth like themselves. In fact, during his tenure at San Quentin between 1913 and 1951, Dr. Stanley is known to have performed nearly 1,000 sterilizations, both voluntary and involuntary. He felt verily justified in his actions since he believed he prevented the birth of several would-be criminals. The sterilization was just a band-aid. Dr. Stanley wanted to find the source of the problem. While other researchers at the time subscribed to the Lagrangian theory that pointed to physical characteristics of the result of criminal behavior, Dr. Leo Stanley proposed another theory, that criminality lies within. Quite literally, Stanley sought to prove that some internal parts of the human body were to blame, that they could be studied to find a commonality across known criminals and differentiate those features from productive members of society. To test this theory, he focused on various endocrine glands found within the body. If you're unaware, an endocrine gland is an organ that excretes different hormones in response to your body's needs. These hormones regulate bodily functions like growth, metabolism, and your mood. Your kidneys, your pancreas, your ovaries, your balls, they're all endocrine glands. He began poking, prodding, and even full-on removing glands from prisoners. Did they consent to the surgery? Maybe. Stanley had claimed multiple times the willingness of his prisoners to be put under the knife. But it was later revealed that most of these prisoners had suicidal and homicidal tendencies, so believe what you will. Stanley noted how one troublesome prisoner, who, upon the removal of the majority of his thyroid, experienced a night-and-day personality switch from disorderly degenerate to a calm and collected compatriot, following rules and routines, and having his aggressions completely vanish. Stanley drew inspiration from the studies of Charles Brown-Séquard, the manic Mauritian physiologist who injected himself and others with a concoction of blood and animal testicles as a means of rejuvenation and reversing the aging process. You know, from my immortality video, that guy. Despite that research being widely discredited as a bunch of fucking poppycock, Dr. Stanley decided to give it a chance. He conducted multiple experiments involving the removal of testicles of freshly executed prisoners and slapped them bad boys with the sacks of senile old men with the hope of making them less old and certainly less senile. Surprisingly, it worked. Kind of. While it was reported that older men were soon seen bouncing around with the strength and stamina of their younger peers, it was short-lived. Now, his reports also went into copious detail about how long-term flaccid fellows were suddenly pitching tents all over the place and all the implications surrounding that, but, yeah, I'm skipping that part. You see, your balls are the main factory of testosterone, a manly hormone. Grows your muscles, your bones, your hair, and makes you want to ram your rod into anything you find remotely attractive. But the supposed benefits of the tender testicle transfer faded very quickly. But that did not stop the experimentation. Over the course of several years, Stanley continued his ball swapping surgeries, theorizing that if he discovered the proper procedure, he could bring vitality and sanity back to aging men. Stanley thought that this breakthrough would put him on the forefront of modern medicine, that he could single-handedly rid the world of crime. By 1940, Stanley had performed over 10,000 nut jobs, some of which were donations made from animals. Goats, rams, boars, and deer junk were just slammed in men's sacks. Some of these prisoners even received a mixture of mashed up man parts which were injected into their bellies. It wasn't until 1941 that the prison found some solace. Stanley shipped himself off with the U.S. Navy to serve in World War II as a lieutenant commander. After the war, Stanley returned to San Quentin with extreme disappointment. In his absence, the California Department of Corrections instead opted for clinical psychology to address underlying issues of criminality. Turns out, if you just ask someone why they are the way they are, sometimes that gets the job done. Who would have guessed? With the continued advance of both medical ethics and the study of endocrinology, fellow doctors started calling Stanley out on his bullshit, disregarding his work as utter insanity. Completely demoralized, Dr. Leo Stanley retired from the San Quentin prison in 1951. He opened up a quiet private practice for some years, but then died in 1976 at the age of 90. The brutal ballbuster had no kids. Stupid deadly trends in history. So social trends are a thing. Whether it's collecting the latest useless collectible or partaking in the how many dehydrated baby carrots can you shove into your butthole challenge, there's no avenue that humanity won't venture in order to fulfill our lives with something to ooh and ah at. And it's been that way since the dawn of man. Take, for instance, flagpole sitting. It's exactly as boring as it sounds, but for the dopamine-deprived people of yore, this was the bee's knees. The practice of posteriors perpetually planted on pillars and poles was prevalent as far back as the 5th century. Back then, a bunch of Christian dudes called stylites would make it their mission to live atop tall pillars, with the term stylite deriving from the Greek stylos, quite literally meaning pillar or column. Now, this wasn't for social entertainment, but rather for the salvation of their soul. Perhaps history's most well-known stylite was Simeon the Stylite. He believed that by living all uncomfy and uncozy atop his tall little pillar palace in Syria, with minimal sustenance and constant exposure to the elements, he would essentially cast away his mortal self. All that remains would be his immortal soul, ready for a first-class ticket to the heavens beyond. Because I guess God loves watching his creations mercilessly punish themselves for good boy points. According to some historical sources, Simeon remained perched on his pillar for as long as 42 years until his death. Real commitment to the bed. Fast forward tens of billions of seconds into the future, and the practice of pole sitting made a comeback in the 1920s and 30s in the United States. Only this time, it was to draw a crowd. Like any trend, it all began with one person. This person, semi-professional stuntman Alvin Kelly. Reportedly the result of a friendly dare, Kelly's first publicized climb was in 1924, where he sat for several hours outside a department store in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Excuse me, what's with that guy out there? Oh, license slide, don't forget to buy it. He's not. Welcome to the store, enjoy yourself. Hey, come on, get down from there. I'm not gonna ask again. What? Kelly's successful marketing campaign actually bloomed into a career. He would use his questionable talent to promote things like movie premieres or sporting events, but eventually became the main spectacle himself, touring 28 cities across the country where people actually bought tickets to watch dudes sit atop a pole for hours on end. Do a flip. His personal best was a cheek-numbing 49 days in Atlantic City, New Jersey. All of this fame and attention paved the way for others to take up the trend, from amateur backyard enthusiasts like Little Lenny here to full-time professional pole sitters like your mom. But of course, nothing lasts forever. The fad began dying out, but cigarette people started to die off thanks to that Great Big Depression that happened in the 1930s. It's hard to laugh at someone struggling and starving on a pole 200 feet in the air when you're struggling and starving at ground level. By its very nature, the stunt of pole sitting was extremely dangerous. You had to balance yourself properly through sleep deprivation, harsh weather, and a lack of nutrition. One slip or overcorrection was enough to convert all of your potential energy into kinetic energy as you gave onlookers a direct demonstration of gravitational acceleration. Well, there it goes. There was at least one verifiable death directly related to the act. Granted, this was decades later in the 1970s. The unlucky fellow who took the fall was 72-year-old professional polar Richard Blandy. Dear old Dick spent a record-breaking 125 days atop the pole in Stockholm, Sweden just 9 years prior, surviving mostly on whiskey and 3 packs of cigarettes a day, or as I like to call it, the stepdad special. Then things hit a wall for Richard, or in this case, the ground. In 1974, while finishing up a 4-day promotional sitting at Dixie Square Mall in Harvey, Illinois, a trailer accidentally reversed into his tower, causing it to collapse and Richard to plummet to his death. Remember, the higher the heights you reach, the longer the fall from its own. Despite the fancy-sounding name, you're probably familiar with this one. Venetian ceruse was a specific type of cosmetic concoction used throughout the 16th century in Europe. The main purpose of this product was to lighten the complexion of many a fine fella or fellette. It also served to cover up blemishes and give a refined, flawless look. Since most of my guys are drawn as white as a cheese and mayonnaise sandwich, we need to travel back in time. Believe it or not, the desire to appear pale as paste actually stretches as far back as 2000 BC with the ancient Egyptians. Well, the rich ones anyway. You see, getting all tanned and toned under the hot sun all day was a sign that you were a filthy, hard-working poor. Not wanting to look like they partook in any labor, Egyptian nobles slapped lead-based powder all over their faces to get that DoorDash enthusiast look. You know, the look of royalty. The desire for a paler complexion traveled across the Mediterranean into ancient Greek territory where, again, upper-class folks took it upon themselves to whiten their skin and cover up any skin imperfections. The trend continued on to influence ancient Rome and even ancient China, all of which stuck to the lead-based recipe. Jump into the futuristic years of the 16th century, the beauty standard still remained, and that's about the time that Venetian ceruse entered the fray. Perhaps one of the most notable historical figures that dabbled in the dust was Queen Elizabeth I of England. The exact cause of her death is debated, but historians speculate her kicking of the royal bucket to have been a severe blood infection brought on by a heavy use of her lead-based Venetian ceruse makeup. She not only used the powder to minimize any melanistic manifestation, but to cover up severe scarring from her smallpox. It also was just the fashion at the time. If you take a look at a lot of Renaissance paintings from the era, you're going to see a lot of disturbingly white faces. It was the epitome of beauty. I mean, nowadays some people upset that they're looking like dumbass balloon animals, so it's not all that outlandish. The most well-documented death directly from Venetian ceruse use was debatably beautiful babe Countess Maria Coventry. Her heavy use of the stuff caused her own skin to crack and peel, forming painful open sores that she just covered up with no makeup. She bit the dust in 1760 at the age of just 27. So what exactly was it made of and why was it so toxic? Well, first of all, it's lead. That's not good for you, especially not being plastered onto your skin for hours or days on end. The lead isn't even white, I hear you scream into your screen. The white lead is. This is white lead. See how white it is? Pretty freaking white. This is hydrocericite, a lead salt compound also called lead carbonate hydroxide. Naturally occurring, usually found alongside the pure lead deposits, so some Venetian fellows in Venice decided to mine the stuff, mash it up, and mix it with water and vinegar to create a paste. It was found to have incredible drying properties, so it was actually first used in the 16th century as a medical product, being applied to icky, sticky, oozing open sores and wounds to suck up the juices. But then I guess someone got a little experimental and realized it could be a great cosmetic as well. The problem, though, with long-term lead exposure is that it sort of leaches through the skin and into your blood, causing lead poisoning, and any condition with the word poisoning in it naturally doesn't have pretty side effects. According to the World Health Organization, severe lead poisoning can cause a wide variety of symptoms. None of them pleasant. You have your basic nausea and vomiting, sure, but you also have crippling headaches, memory loss, the big sad, and even high blood pressure in the short term. As for the long term, we're talking reproductive issues and even permanent brain and nervous system.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? How's it going? Captain Size matters. Does it? Does it though? Oh, let me just ban this clown. Boom, gone. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. How you doing, brother? Hell yeah. I'm just painting some lead belcher detailing here, like these gun barrels, for example.
Dance marathons were all the rage back in the 1920s in the United
You know,
States.
gotta paint all these pieces of metal that are not armor, pretty much, which are not a lot, if we're honest.
But in true American fashion, the British were about to be one-upped. Alma Cummings, a New York dance instructor who became fascinated with the idea of testing human limits while revolutionizing human expression, set a blistering 27-hour dance record just 12 days after the Brits tried to be good at something. And look at that, she put holes in her soles, for God's sake. Something was happening within the United States in the 1920s. If you recall, the flagpole sitting craze was also hitting its stride at this point in time. Americans became obsessed with record-breaking feats of human physical endurance. So publicity stunts became the norm as normal humans tried pulling off superhuman endeavors. I'm gonna lift this car. So after Alma busted her move, the idea of endurance dancing began to take off. Within the next few weeks, her record had been broken 9 times across the country, so everyone was getting into the swing of things. It became a public spectacle, with promoters hosting dance marathons as a form of entertainment. Pay a 25-cent fee, and you could just watch people shimmy to the break of dawn. Several dawns, actually. You see, it didn't take long for the craze to drop a ranked note. Competitive dancing marathons saw couples boogieing for days on end to get a chance at solid cash prizes. Those prizes became even more valuable once the world entered the Great Depression in the 1930s. In a collapsed economy, these marathons were seen not only as a form of entertainment for the destitute masses, but a means of survival. That's because participants were properly fed and sheltered in exchange for their performance, all while still having that chance at a grand prize. These prizes could range from a couple hundred to a couple $1,000s. Now, considering that the median income in the 1930s was roughly $1,000 a year, this was a big deal. So dancing devolved from entertainment to desperation. Competitors were allowed only short breaks in between numbers to catch their breaths, but they were still required to move and groove in some form, be it a tap of the foot or a nod of the head. Couples that stayed still for too long were actually prodded with sticks or splashed with water to get them back on their feet again, lest they be disqualified and thrown to the streets. The most famous dance champions of the age were handsome stud muffin Callum de Villiers and beautiful babe Vonnie Kuczynski. So take a guess. How long do you think that their record-breaking dance lasted for? Time's up. The answer was a heel-evaporating 157 consecutive days. Over 5 months of throwing down on the dance floor. Their prize? $1,000. Almost $25,000 in today's money. To no surprise, these endurance events were not without consequence. Like I said, people fully exhausted themselves to the point of collapse. Staying in the contest meant that you had food, water, and shelter for as long as you kept shaking that thing. Unfortunately, this resulted in a few reported deaths across the nation, one of the first being 27-year-old Homer Morehouse. No, not this guy. Come on, you want to see an actual picture of a dude who danced himself to death? You sickened me. Just an amateur dancer, Homer had reportedly been throwing it back for 87 hours straight, suffering from malnutrition and extreme sleep deprivation. He stumbled to a chair to take a break and fell over dead. News of these deaths caused immediate nationwide banning of dance marathons when they realized that, albeit voluntary human torture, isn't all that humane. But when promoters were raking in tens of thousands of dollars per event, stacks of cold hard cash outweighed the stacks of cold hard bodies. Hold on to your piggies, because this one's gonna cause some toes to curl. As a warning, there will be some gross feet pics somewhere in the section. Now, if you'll forgive my attempt at Chinese pronunciation, we'll get right into it. The practice of foot binding, or Chansu, dates all the way back to the Imperial China days, with scholars failing to fully agree on any one origin story. Some claim the practice to have existed in the 6th century, but most point towards the 10th century under the Tang Dynasty. It is believed that a concubine of unsurpassed beauty was the first to bind her feet.
What's up, Captain?
Lumpy Duckling Emperor Li Yu
Thanks
commanded the aforementioned
for the
concubine Yang Yang, who wrapped her feet in
whatever, I
silk
guess.
to resemble the crescent moon. She then performed a fancy dance
Thanks
atop
for the
a
message.
golden statue. The emperor stood in awe at the grace and elegance of the woman's dance, so naturally other women of status wanted to imitate it. Women would force their feet into unnatural positions with the goal of creating what were later referred to as lotus feet. You know, like the flower, small, delicate, and beautiful. The teeny tiny tootsies were reportedly highly desirable, as Chinese men thought that this shit was undeniably sexy. Now, some historians believe that the real reason was a bit more selfish. See, this is what a real lotus foot looks like underneath the shoe. Scrumptious, right? Now, imagine trying to walk around on those things all day. The reality of it was that walking on permanently disfigured feet meant excruciating pain. This resulted in women walking very daintily and slow, if at all. It has been suggested that the act of binding, while convincing women that it was to attract suitable partners, was actually a form of control, with men limiting the mobility of their wives. This would, in a sense, bind them to their homes just as their feet were bound to their shoes. This forced these women into sedentary, boring lives with nothing more to do than menial labor such as weaving and tapestry to help with the household income. Alright, but just how crunched in were them things, you may be asking yourself? And the answer is pretty friggin' crunched. Ideally, the foot was to be no longer than 4 inches or 10 centimeters in length. Ironically, the whole process was no small feat. Over the course of several months or even years, the toes would be repeatedly broken and tightly tucked under the sole, with the entire foot folded downward to achieve the desired effect. Unfortunately, it's a sad reality that innumerable Chinese women faced across the centuries. Well, no, actually, it wasn't just grown women, but young girls too. I'm talking as young as just 4 or 5 years old. Gotta fold and mold them feet while they're still growing. You ever go on the Living with the Land ride at Disney's Epcot and see the neat Mickey-shaped pumpkin growing? It's the same principle, but with human feet. The binding of youthful feet was not only practical from a physical standpoint, but a disciplinary one as well. It trained young girls to realize that life is pain, as well as the importance of abiding by societal rules, customs. This practice persisted from the 10th century all the way up to the 19th century. By then, it's estimated that nearly half of all Chinese women had their feet bound to some degree. If it wasn't obvious, all that cracking and crunching of the feet didn't exactly come with health benefits. The forced deformation commonly resulted in ulcerations, nasty sores resulting from the cracking open of skin, which were very difficult to treat properly. These led to deadly bacterial infections and gangrene, sometimes requiring the full amputation of the affected foot. Refuse to cut off one foot, and you could end up 6 underground. Foot binding started to fall out of favor towards the beginning of the 20th century. By this time, mass-produced textiles began taking over, leaving the perpetually working from home women to be out of a job. So they finally put their foot down. After exhaustive women's rights campaigns, the Chinese government took a step in the right direction by formally banning binding in 1949. Now, when you've got something that's beyond repair, do you ever just make the decision to break it a bit more to give it that sense of finality? Maybe just hucking a busted light bulb into a garbage can to hear a satisfying shatter? Might be too garbage can. Well, gosh damn it, they did the same thing to full-size locomotives back in the day. Yep, if you had yourself a free afternoon and some spare change, you could waddle your britches on down to an isolated part of the plains to witness yourself a genuine high-speed train crash. But why? It's because it looked cool. Come on, I know that when you cruise on down the freeway and notice a wreck on the side of the road, you're going to be whipping your big dumb head around to see the extent of the damage. We all do it. That's why we have traffic. But that curiosity and wonder is what drew crowds of tens of thousands of spectators throughout the late 1800s and early 1900s. The premise was simple. Beginning in 1895, railroad organizers figured out a way to profit off of decommissioning their equipment. Train engines deemed obsolete either by being outdated or having otherwise unrepairable mechanical issues were placed on a long stretch of track facing each other. Onboard engineers would then set the locomotives full steam ahead before shit, step on again, allowing them to become a physical demonstration of physics. Spectators happily tossed a few of their hard-earned bucks to witness such a state catastrophe. They were about as excited as a Second Amendment enthusiast experiencing his first home invasion. The problem, though, is that public safety measures at the time weren't much more than just standing back a ways while the trains did their thing. Nowadays, it's common for crowds to gather at scheduled demolition sites to watch tall buildings no longer be tall. But even at a bare minimum, safety nets are placed in front of the crowd to catch any rogue debris. Think about it, even a small stone zooming on through at hundreds of miles an hour can mean instant death. Well, that would have been a welcome consideration in 1896. Just north of Waco, Texas, was the now infamous Crash at Crush, a staged train wreck that was more than what the crowd had bargained for. The planned crash was to occur at the town of Crush. Crash at Crush. Make sense now? The temporary town was built specifically for the event, with an expected crowd of 20,000 Texans. But thanks to effective advertising, 40,000 showed up, eagerly awaiting the sudden sound of a taking train wreck. Now this should have been an omen that things weren't going to go as planned, but double the crowd meant double the doubloons and the pantaloons, so the event stuck to schedule. The two trains were put in place and sent on their way, topping out speeds at 50 miles an hour. The steam engines collided, as expected, but upon impact, the boilers violently exploded. Not as expected. The explosion launched shrapnel in every direction, which naturally included where the crowd was standing. Well, put in my buns and call me a biscuit. I don't think that was supposed to happen. You know what? I think you're right. In addition to dozens of Southern fellas sustaining some bumps and bruises from flying hunks of metal, at least 2 Texans unfortunately yeed their last hop. But surprisingly, the crowd didn't flee. Instead, they ran towards the wreckage to assess the damage and grab themselves a souvenir from the pile of twisted metal. After all, they didn't pay to see a wreck, so they were going to get their money's worth. Despite the widespread report of the tragedy, the public didn't seem to care. In fact, these stunts only got more and more popular. Events kept chugging along well into the 1930s, and the train finally crashed and burned. Horrible medical cures. We're hitting hard and heavy with this one. Back in the day, when you had any sorts of pains or bruises, ouches or oozes, you had the freedom to train off screen to your local drugstore and get yourself a healthy and unrestricted dosage of opium-derived morphine slammed right down your gullet. The obvious problem with having such an addictive substance readily available is people get addicted. Towards the end of the 1800s, nearly 1 in 200 people in the United States were suffering from morphine addiction, many of which were injured veterans of that uncivil civil war that had just ended a few decades prior. The market was in demand for something less addictive while still packing a punch at minimizing pain. That's where a certain German pharmaceutical company came into play. Bayer, or more commonly pronounced Bayer or Bear, decided to take a stab in the lab to produce something fab. Now, to his credit, English chemist Charles Brownlee Alder-Wright did the heavy lifting for this research back in 1874, but Bayer would be the one to bring it across the finish line as a medical product. Using morphine itself, German chemist and Bayer employee Felix Hoffmann worked his chemical magic, acetylating the morphine compound into diacetylmorphine. Remember acetylation. That'll be important in a bit. So what does all of that mumbo-jumbo jargon mean? Well, I'll tell you. If these two acetyl groups right here, they allow for better lipid solubility, meaning that this is able to be absorbed into your bloodstream more quickly than regular morphine, allowing it to take effect that much faster. Early experiments boasted phenomenal results with patients praising its intense effects. Thus, Felix dubbed his creation heroish, German for heroic or strong. But in 1898, Bayer would sell the wonder drug under a slightly different name, heroin. The product was advertised as a safer, non-addictive alternative to morphine, with the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal explicitly stating the sense of danger of acquiring the habit. Well, ain't that just a big, bulging ballsack of irony? I say that because morphine was originally introduced to the consumer market under the same premise. It was to be a safer, non-addictive alternative to opium. But instead of actually being safer alternatives, The subsequent products were just more and more potent forms of the same drug with heavier addictive qualities. Crazy, right? So now on the market, the Big H was sold in many forms: tablets, lozenges, elixirs, and of course, syrups. In addition to general pain relief, the syrup was claimed to be a suitable treatment for tuberculosis and pneumonia, which were very common at the time. It was even touted towards children as an effective cough and cold remedy, giving relief to not only sick kids, but their exhausted parents too. Well, it's not coughing anymore, is it? So for years, Bayer was producing and distributing these products worldwide, creating the next generation of addicts. But what Bayer scientists failed to realize was that the human body was actually breaking down the supposed medicine back into its original form. Remember acetylation? Well, through biological deacetylation, the heroin molecules were just being metabolized back into morphine molecules. So in truth, patients were just getting more powerful, faster acting morphine disguised as medicine. As for the innocent consumers, their quality of life was drastically altered from the supposed cure. While short-term effects seemed promising, mainly that addictive euphoric feeling, the long-term effects were horrifying. Doctors who prescribed stronger versions of the product reported an overwhelming number of requests to up their dosages, a clear-cut sign of tolerance and addiction. Even if the initial affliction had passed, consumers still demanded their doses. Those unable to be prescribed any additional amounts experienced terrible withdrawal symptoms. These included restlessness, bone and muscle pain, insomnia, nausea, and chills. In the extreme cases, heavy use of the stuff often resulted in complete respiratory failure, which of course means full system shutdown. Due to severe backlash, Bayer put a cap on all heroin production in 1913. Coincidentally, right before a little thing called the Harrison Narcotics Act was passed into law the following year. This effectively removed any and all diacetylmorphine-based remedies from the shelves, restricting them to only being available via prescription from a licensed medical doctor. It remained prescribable for a bit, but was ultimately banned in 1924. It took until 1970 to be officially recognized as a Schedule I drug under the Controlled Substances Act, determined to have no acceptable medical use regardless of the initial claims upon release. Mental illness has always been a problem throughout human history, with our knowledge around the subject still evolving to this day. Although research on the topic dates all the way back to ancient times, it wasn't until the mid to late 1800s when things really started to rev up. But like any field of research, the preliminary phase is where all the majority of the errors are made.
Sheesh.
Unfortunately, though, some
Come on, man. What's the
Dr. Manfred Sackler.
what's the big idea?
Was construed as a success, and many inadvertently paid the price for it. Trained as a psychiatrist at the University of Vienna in Austria, the place that isn't Australia, Dr. Sackler skipped across the pond to the US in the late 1920s to tackle the psychological disorder of substance addiction, like morphine addiction. But instead of just prescribing a simple syrup, Dr. Sackler instead used insulin injections. The insulin was used as a metabolic sedative, basically calmed down the achy and shaky addicts, making them super sleepy instead. Much more manageable, but not exactly cured. They'll just get shaky again later. Well, unfortunately, Dr. Sackler must have drunk a tall ice-cold glass of dumb bitch juice one morning because he accidentally pumped too much insulin into a patient, forcing them to go lights out, induced into a hypoglycemic coma. Shoot! Don't go dying on me! He managed to bring the patient back to consciousness through a delicate jab of glucose. But what happened next was actually astonishing. The patient, normally all fidgety and whatnot, showed no visible withdrawal symptoms and even improved mental clarity. It appeared that simply turning the brain off and on again gave the patient a much-needed mental reset. Well, one success means it works, said no good doctor ever. With this supposed breakthrough, Dr. Sackler had written up his discovery and decided to go for gold. Now standardizing the process, he tested his new treatment, dubbed insulin shock therapy, on patients with schizophrenia, a severe mental disorder which, at the time, had no treatments whatsoever. Under insulin shock therapy, patients were put through rigorous coma induction and wake cycles. This occurred 5 to 6 times a week, with each coma lasting about an hour before regaining consciousness. This process lasted for multiple weeks, with patients being subjected to as many as 60 comas over the course of a few months. Some worst cases even lasted more than a year. Patients, when they actually had a light on upstairs, often experienced excessive perspiration, salivation, and agitation, with many also experiencing violent convulsions. Despite these very obvious adverse effects, Dr. Stackle published his findings, claiming that up to 70% of patients had full remission, completely cured of their medical condition. This jump-started the craze for doctors to start jump-starting their schizophrenic patients. But the repetitious hypoglycemic comas did little to benefit the body. Long-term effects from insulin shock therapy included severe memory loss, reduced attention span, and slower brain activity. These people had much more difficulty learning or even thinking. On the extreme end, of course, were the deaths. According to institutional clinical data from across the United States, mortality rates from the treatment reached as high as 5% in some facilities. Sure, that doesn't sound like much on paper, but when thousands and thousands of patients were having their brains forcibly rebooted, the numbers add up. Hundreds of unnecessary deaths thanks to shoddy research. Insulin shock therapy continued to be practiced up until the 1950s, where it eventually fell out of favor once antipsychotic medications entered the market. These medications were cheaper and safer for the patient. By the 1960s, the therapy was completely abandoned. As for Dr. Manfred Sackle, his heart abandoned him in 1957 when he died of heart failure at the age of 57. This delicious-looking rock is called calomel, and it's responsible for thousands and thousands of deaths throughout human history. Although a simple compound, calomel, also known as mercurous chloride, was widely used as a treatment for centuries, with Arabian alchemists first documenting its use back in the medieval time to treat syphilis. But Swiss physician and double chin enthusiast Paracelsus pushed the research further in the 1500s. He noted the compound's astounding ability to rid the human body of black bile. Made you vomit and shit yourself. See, for millennia, the prevailing medical theory was that of the hypocrite for humors. I know I've discussed this before, but as a refresher, the theory suggests that the human body contains four main fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. If you're healthy, it means that all four of these fluids are in equilibrium. But even if one was just slightly off, it could cause you to get sick, so you had to bring things back into balance. You had to let off the blood, cough up the green blob, or learn how to drain your dragon, each a valid method for getting things back in order. Although Paracelsus could see a potential benefit with calomel's purgative properties, he actually advised against it, recommending it only as a last resort. This was because, from what he observed, the risks far outweighed the potential rewards. Even by the 16th century, the problematic nature of mercury as a treatment was already well known. Pure mercury had been used medicinally since the days of old, and the smarter science people had documented its less than desirable effects on the human body. Hair loss, tooth loss, fatigue, dementia, and death were all on the menu from heavy mercury usage, with death most likely being the worst one. But who needs warnings and research when you can make them dollar bills, y'all? Jump forward tens of decades into the 18th and 19th centuries, and American and English physicians were handing out calomel like caramels. Refined calomel is a tasteless, odorless white powder, which makes it a perfect oral medication. It remains marketed as a purgative and a potential cure for diseases or conditions such as syphilis, gout, bronchitis, cholera, constipation, or even ingrown toenails. But wouldn't you know it, calomel as a medical treatment wasn't a nice idea. These violent bodily expulsions allowed patients to suffer severe dehydration. Not only that, but some patients were prescribed bloodletting sessions alongside their mercurial cure. So in an attempt to balance their humors, some patients way overcorrected to the point of dangerously low levels of bodily fluids. This resulted in the little shriveled up raisins to suffer what is called hypovolemic shock, meaning that their bodies couldn't provide enough healthy blood to their organs, leading to rapid heart rate, extreme weakness, and complete organ failure. But for some of the most brilliant medical minds at the time, this simply meant that the treatment was working. Scottish fellow William Cullen, a leading medical authority in the 18th century, saw these symptoms simply as, quote, nervous energy leaving the body, which, according to his logic, would eventually lead to a cure of the underlying disease. Any death that had occurred was not the fault of the calomel, but the disease itself. Regardless of his positive thoughts on the matter, he still cautioned excessive use of calomel and only recommended minimal effective doses. After all, like any substance, it is the dose that makes the poison. Well, one Scottish physician wasn't going to discourage the brave heart of this Scottish physician, Benjamin Rush. Not only a successful and world-renowned physician and philosopher at the time, Betty Rush also signed the American Declaration of Independence, so technically, he's the founding father. But that, of course, doesn't absolve him of his mistakes, and there were many. Take, for instance, the use of calomel to treat yellow fever in the 1790s. He took Cohen's recommendation for minimum doses and painted it with one of his own four humors, cranking everything into maximum overdrive. Benjamin Rush instead overprescribed calomel in, quote, heroic doses, combined with excessive bloodletting to put patients through what he called depletion therapy. Can't have any bad fluids in your body if you have none at all. His treatments, if you can even call them that, are estimated to have resulted in thousands and thousands of unnecessary deaths throughout the 18th century. But aside from egotistical doctors, calomel still remained in the medical spotlight. Luckily, its fate would be sealed in the 20th century, just at a terrible cost. Instead of being prescribed outright on its own, calomel began to be used as an ingredient for several consumer products throughout the 1900s. This included cosmetics and baby products, particularly teething powders for fussy babies growing their first out of childbirth. The teething powder would be applied directly to the little future taxpayers' aching gums to soothe the pain and calm them down. But then mercury did its thing and produced a terrible side effect: acridemia. This is a deadly form of mercury poisoning that causes the skin to turn pink and painfully swell and peel. According to the Western Journal of Medicine, the death toll from calomel-sourced acridemia reached as high as 585 from 1939 up to calomel's formal ban in 1948. Enough to have survived, still suffered lifelong neurological damage as well as devastating developmental deformities. Calomel is still used to this day, but only as a scientific tool in electroanalysis rather than putting Tiny Tim into a tiny tube. God bless us. Ever copy someone else's notes from class only to realize too late that you've made an error and subsequently taught yourself the wrong thing and now you look like a complete and utter dumbass? Well, that's what a bunch of European fellas did in the 12th century. Ancient Greek and Arabic texts pointed to a substance used as an effective cure for many ailments. The Arabic text referred to the substance as mumia. Derived from the Persian word mum, meaning wax, mumia is a naturally occurring black tar that is found around the Dead Sea in the Middle East. Also known as pitch or bitumen, the sable slop was often applied directly to wounds to stop excessive bleeding and promote healing thanks to its natural antiseptic properties. Powdered bitumen could be diluted in wine or vinegar to supposedly cure other conditions such as headaches, fever, or a grumbly gut. That's all well and good, but when 12th century European scholars were translating Arabic texts into Latin, some incorrect pieces of the puzzle were being forced into place. This was the case for the translation of mumia. The way the text described the substance wasn't exactly direct, with some context clues pointing towards embalmed bodies from ancient Egypt. Just as an aside, towards the end of the New Kingdom and into the late period of ancient Egyptian history, embalming of corpses did in fact use pitch in the process. But instead of the pitch, translators instead mistook mumia to be referring to a known black tar-like substance within the corpses and even the embalmed bodies themselves. Fun fact, this is why we call mummies mummies. A simple mistranslation. Well, when translators saw human corpse and curel in the same medical text, that's where things kind of went off the rails. You see, the idea of consuming remains for health benefits was not new. As a matter of fact, medical cannibalism has been around since the days of old, with one example being the ancient Roman practice of consuming gladiator blood with the intention of curing epilepsy. Even Imperial China had Emperor Wuzong of the Tang Dynasty munching down on some human flesh to extend his life. So, even though it sounds kind of ridiculous, it wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. But this era sparked quite the lucrative craze. Once the mistranslation was published, European apothecaries began bombarding Egyptian traders with orders for genuine ancient remains. Thus began the mummy trade of the 12th century. Tombs were exhumed and graves were robbed to dig up cold hard bodies for cold hard cash. But for every market, a sub-market rose. With such high demand and limited mummies to be extracted, fake corpses were being created using the recently deceased, being sold as authentic remains. But we'll circle back on that in a minute. For use as a medicine, the mummies were busted up and broken down, ground into a fine powder. The powder itself could be popped onto your palate to treat anything from internal bleeding to full-blown depression. But if munching on the mummy wasn't your thing, the powder could be snorted into your schnoz. Ironically enough, This was used to treat nosebleeds. Of course, if powder wasn't to play, then it could be incorporated into various ointments and balms. Just slather that shit all over yourself to heal any open wounds. The problem, as you can imagine, was that it did jack shit. French Renaissance surgeon Ambroise Pie found the practice to be barbaric and appalling, noting that the treatment, quote, could do much more harm than help, as it was nothing but, quote, flesh of dead, stinking, cadaverous bodies. Having seen patients ingest the powder firsthand, he directly observed their violent vomiting and immense stomach pains. And it was all true. Medical experts had noticed severe reactions to the powder. Now, circling back to the counterfeit corpses, this only added insult to injury. These corpses were often freshly deceased from disease, embalmed and made up to resemble a real dusty-busty corpse. So instead of snapping into an ancient Egyptian Slim Jim, people might have been lynching on a malarial amalgamation of Monty the Mischievous Moon. Thankfully though, scholars during the Renaissance decided to revisit the original Arabic text and realized the mistranslation, decrying mummy powder as a medicine and putting the final nail in the coffin for the terrible treatment. Oh man, bottoms. Probably the poster child for horrible medical treatments. These were absolutely brutal and will definitely make you squint and peek for a hole or two. Now I hope you didn't blank out too much with this video, because we're going to go back to tackling mental health. And who better to receive the pointy short end of this stick than schizophrenics. Per our insulin shot therapy section, schizophrenia was a huge problem in the early 1900s. Besides Dr. Sackle's super sleepy sit-up setup, nothing was being proposed as a possible treatment. Well, one Portuguese fellow was determined to change all that in 1935. Antonio Egas Moniz, a fancy-sounding name for a freaky-looking dude. Looking like a melted Lego figurine with his snap-on hair and lack of skin pores, Egas Moniz catapulted himself into the forefront of modern psychosurgery. He theorized that mental illness was simply the result of abnormal neural connections in the frontal lobe of the human brain, basically the human equivalent of poor cable management. He developed this theory by researching other works in the field. For example, physiologists John Fulton and Carlisle Jacobson ripped out the frontal lobes of an aggressive chimpanzee, making it much more docile and agreeable, albeit a bit more drooly. Neurologist Richard Brickner noted the complete personality shift of a man whose frontal lobe was surgically removed following the discovery of a tumor. Alongside other evidence, Moniz made his case and was granted permission to test his theory. He took 20 patients with disorders ranging from anxiety, depression, and of course, schizophrenia. Maybe even all three. Because of physical complications, Moniz couldn't actually perform the surgeries himself, so he had neurosurgeon amigo Pedro Lima deal with the matter. Or white matter to be precise. White matter fibers, in case you didn't know, are a critical component of our brains. They're the main avenues for information sharing across the different parts of the brain. Their existence is what allows us to learn, think, express emotion, breathe, and move. So let's just fuck all them things up with a sharp, scrambling needle and blasts of pure alcohol. Let's do the trick. And according to Moniz, it did. Of the first 24 unfortunate souls who went in with the needle, 7 were considered cured, with another 7 classified as improved, and the remaining 6 deemed unaffected. One patient, a 63-year-old woman diagnosed with paranoia, hallucinations, depression, insomnia, and anxiety, had most of her symptoms washed away with a few alcoholic sprays to the brain. For this discovery, Moniz was eventually granted the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1949. But just a couple 100 million inches across the Atlantic were a few American neurologists eager to bring Moniz's technique stateside in 1936. James Watts and Walter Freeman Jr. thought this medical marvel was the coolest thing since sliced bread. While they were successful in recreating the procedure, they opted for optimizing the root, setting records in the 80% category by creating the transorbital lobotomy. Why create a hole in the skull when you get 2 perfectly penetrable eye sockets built right in? Dipping a sharp ice-pick-shaped surgical tool called an orbitoclast in one hand and a fucking hammer in the other, and you can already feel the cringe. The orbitoclast was tapped into place behind the eye socket, breaking through a thin layer of bone and creating a shortcut to the frontal lobe. The sharp tool would then be delicately wiggled from side to side, severing the majority of the frontal lobe connections before being removed. Freeman and Watts' method was cheaper, faster, and, if you believe it, safer for the patient. The initial results were astounding. Patients appeared to have reduced psychotic symptoms, calmer demeanors, and overall diminished suffering. Sounds good. But looking at this with what we know now after decades of medical advancement, this was to be expected. You see, when you destroy many of the avenues for information that regulates mood, emotion, and cognition, you're going to create dull, emotionless, and cognitively void humans. Exactly what happened. Follow-up reports on patients, if they survived the surgery, show that many of them became pathetic, had noticeable reduction in motor skills, lacked any form of creativity, or any sense of personal identity. They weren't people anymore. They were simply existed. Although psychological symptoms have declined, so did their quality of life. But of course, that didn't stop neurosurgeons from jamming and fixing their brains. To them, sedentary potato humans were the better alternative to the majority of mental health patients. Between the late 1930s and some falling out of favor in the 1970s, it's estimated that over 50,000 lobotomies were performed in the United States, with Dr. Freeman personally performing nearly 3,500 with his own bare hands. Although never formally banned, transorbital lobotomies are only performed nowadays for extremely rare cases, so you shouldn't have to worry about your egg getting tapped. Horrifying mythical creatures that you've never heard of. Seldom would you find tales of critters and creatures more terrifying than those from Southeast Asia, places like the Diesel of Nightmare Field. First up is the Pontiac, a malevolent spirit with a bone to pick. Who's going to be yours? 260. Originating from the likes of Malaysian and Indonesian folklore, the Pontiac is said to be the vengeful spirit of a pregnant woman who either died in childbirth or at the hands of her partner. So imagine that you're taking a midnight Malaysian stroll, sloping down a Malaysian meal of Malaysian soup. Through the aroma of boiling broth and steamy veggies, your nose catches the subtle scent of flowers. Your ears, the delicate cry of an infant. It's just then that you spot a figure in the dark, standing beneath a big, beautiful, beautiful banana tree. Gracefully creeping into the moonlight is a young woman, clad in a glowing white dress with silky, long, raven black hair and friggin' sweet smile. Well, that's how they get you. Seduction is the Pontiac's weapon of choice, at least for the initial date. But as long as you're a nice guy, you should have nothing to fear. Another Reddit definition of a nice guy. Eaters, beaters, and legend leaders all face a terrible fate should they cross the path of a Pontiac, so approach at your own risk. If you do find yourself overcome with the imaginary urge to try to pick up a ghostly gal in the middle of the night, you'll notice a few things as you make your move. For one, that delightful floral scent quickly turns to pure putrescence. Her soft, pale hands now don razor-sharp nails, and her delicate face now bears bloodthirsty fangs. You're in for a rough encounter. The Pontiac has a purely physical attack style, so keeping your distance would have been wrong. If you survive the shock of her terrifying appearance, you're gonna wish that you had, as all of your pain receptors will now be the ones screaming. Speaking of which, a Pontiac may choose to let out a deafening wail, capable of rupturing your eardrums. The bleeding ears are the least of your worries, because soon you'll have a bleeding belly. As a symbolic gesture for the child that she was never able to bear, a Pontiac will take her terrifying talons and tear through your trembling tummy, stealing your stomach, looting your liver, and kidnapping your kidney. Why? Because they taste good. But if you don't feel like having your insides being converted to outsides, here's what you can do. First and most obvious, don't approach crying women in the middle of the night. It's a huge red flag. Walk on. Someone else's problem. Second, take a glance down at her piggies. Legends state that Pontiacs have gross feet, so this may be a warning sign to hightail it out of there. Or she might just have gross feet. As a third option, albeit a bit expensive, is that Pontiacs apparently hate the sound of cannon blasts. So if you're facing peril, have her stare down a barrel. Fourth, final, and most effective if you find yourself about to be shredded to bits, is managing to get behind the spooky spirit and jamming an iron nail into the nape of her neck. This is the Pontiac's factor reset spot, rendering her docile, subdued, and apparently according to some strange versions of the legend, she will become, quote-unquote, the perfect wife, at least until the nail is removed. Then she just gets back to her murderous ways. Now we jump ship from Southeast Asia to the forests of West Africa with the Sokoban song. The OG jump scarer, this slippery little devil, hides in the canopies of the forest of Ghana, waiting for its next victim to wander through the woods. The beings are said to be huge, much larger than an average human, with jaws capable of swallowing a head whole in one go. Although oddly proportioned, the Sokoban song is ape-like in appearance with gangly, dangly arms and legs and a slender torso, often depicted with dark or red-colored fur. Using its iron hook feet to grip a grasp on guiding growth, the Sotoban-san lurks in the trees awaiting its prey. Once spotted, the monster will wiggle its fingies in delight with a "don't mind if I do" attitude, like it's about to grab the last hot dog out of the warm Wawa hot dog cabinet. Going in for the kill, the Sotoban-san swings from the tree limbs to snatch and grab any would-be traveler, should they be caught unawares alone in the death night. The monster's monstrous arms envelop you in a deadly death hug, crushing your bones and internals. Luckily, this will most likely send you to the Shadow Realm before it ever gets a chance to feed on your remains. For a cautious individual, the Sotoban-san may attempt to disarm or disorient you with its ability to mimic familiar sounds. The grown-up horse, your life expectancy quickly drops to mere second as the swinging vampire monkey man makes move. But if you don't want to end up a monkey man's meal, there are precautions that you can take. For one, never travel alone in the forest at night. It's kind of the takeaway lesson for this legend. Travel with a companion to avoid an untimely demise and to spark good conversation. And I told the guy, no tomato on the sandwich. And what does he do? He puts actual tomatoes on it. I mean, it's ridiculous. Additionally, protective charms blessed by your local village priest are said to ward off the creatures as they hate the taste of religion. But if these simple solutions just don't seem possible, don't worry. For another solution, it's already in the making, and you can thank chocolate. Now, before you embarrassingly offer a bar to the beast, let me explain. You see, Sotoban-san thrive in the trees, so let's just get rid of the trees. Thanks to excessive cocoa farming, Ghana has lost a majority of its primary forest since the 1950s. Sure, the trees are gone, but so is this fictitious freak. Strap on some earmuffs, because this next creature's a real screecher. Slopped out of southern slaughter folklore is the Drekabak, which translates to the Screamer. This myth takes on many forms across several different variations of its story, but for this video, we will go with its infant form. The Drekabak is said to be the restless spirit of an unbaptized child, desperate for salvation. According to legend, the Drekabak takes the form of a gray, emaciated young child. Little limber limbs accompany its shrill stature, offset only by its monstrously large dome, which definitely devastated a birth canal on entry into this world. They are most prevalent around Christmas time, sure to put a damper on anyone's festivities, but they certainly will not go unnoticed. Problem is, one glance at this little fellow will make you go, ugh. Not a thought exists behind its bulging, glassy black eyes. No thought, but death. If it wasn't obvious by its name, the Drekabak is capable of emitting eardrum-rupturing shrieks, able to bring you to your knees in a single squeal. Yeah, like that. Now, the Drekabak itself is not an immediate threat in terms of it wanting to convert you into a freshman arrow. Instead, it serves as a looming omen. It is said that those who find themselves in its shadow are doomed to die a terrible death in the coming days. Whole villages may suffer cruel fate should they spot one nearby. The legend itself is often used as a deterrent for young children to not wander too far from home, what they call paths with the dominions of demons. Strange howls or yells in the night from local wildlife are often attributed to the Drekabak as a way to prove their existence to traumatized children. I mean, some of us were told that a giant anthropomorphic rabbit breaks into our houses once a year to leave us candy offerings in exchange for good behavior. So, really that far-fetched? Parents do a lot to make sure that their kids behave, don't they? Honestly, I can't wait to tell little Chad one day about how a small fairy will break in through his window to steal his dead teeth in exchange for a few bucks. Well, like most critters, the Drekabak can be defeated. The most obvious method is having the child properly baptized, finally putting its soul to rest. So, just have your friendly neighborhood priest join the party and cast holy on its unholy ass. Well, you know, splash a cup of holy water in its face. Japanese folklore. Definitely a very creative culture for instilling fear into kids and adults alike. After all, we need to balance the ooh anime girls with something a bit more fearsome. The Teki does just that. Born from tragedy, this ghastly ghoul is the result of a young woman or schoolgirl who had fallen or was pushed onto train tracks and failed to get out of the way in time, causing her to become 50% lighter, but 100% angry. I prefer the story of it being a malicious push, as simply just falling onto the train tracks is your own fault. Stay behind the yellow line at all times, people. Being a vengeful spirit or undead, the Teki is a violent little vixen, aiming to hunt down the living who wander around deserted locations or train tracks in the middle of the night. Her existence serves solely as a cautionary tale for kids, discouraging any late-night adventures to such places. The other thing that the parents come up with to protect the children. So instead of it being like, alright, Dad, I'm going to that old abandoned factory with some friends. The hell you are, that place isn't safe. It's more like, alright, Dad, I'm going to that old abandoned factory with some friends. Sure, no problem. Just make sure you don't get murdered by... What? Any encounter with a techie could be your last. While they are just a half-body apparition of a young girl, they're still a force to be reckoned with. You may first become aware of its arrival by the sound of its hands slapping on the cement, which is how it walks, and the origin of its onomatopoeic name. In some tellings of the story, she carries a small scythe as a weapon. Others, she bears great but sharp nails. If approached, she may ask you a simple question. In Japanese, of course. This is a trick question. She ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan. Though, if you see a ghostly gal with her insides spilling out lumbering towards you on her hands, it should be common sense that you'd 180 the hell out of there. But you'd be wrong. Although she is restricted to just arms for movement, she is noted to be incredibly fast, even able to catch up to cars if necessary. Once she gets a hold of you, she will treat you to a similar fate as her own, using her scythe or nails to crack you open like a football Sunday beer can. Now, according to legend, and unfortunately for you, there's no clear way to defeat her, mainly just heeding the tale's warning to avoid deserted areas and train tracks. However, I'm sure a solid 45-yard field goal attempt could get the job done. What's scarier than a skeleton? A giant skull that flies. Originating from the folklore of the Iroquois or Haudenosaunee Native Americans surrounding the Great Sacandaga Lake in upstate New York, this sizable skull monster is the stuff of nightmares. Dubbed the Ganastastonje, this disembodied man-eating head's goal is to consume anything and everything. Men, women, children, entire villages, Rattlesdeck, you name it. These dirigible domes are said to be the cursed souls of ones who have engaged in cannibalism or other various horrific acts within their lifetime. Thus, they are doomed to roam the earth with the curse of insatiable hunger. These heads can take the form of just mere skulls, but some versions of the tale depict them as full-fleshed faces with long flowing hair, either with feathered or bat-like wings. Their description reminds me a lot of those skulls from the Zelda franchise, particularly that one giant fellow in the bottom of the well in Ocarina of Time. But I digress. It is said that even speaking about them attracts them to an area, as they have been known to descend on entire villages who keep their legend alive. Once summoned, these monsters begin wreaking havoc, biting and tearing victims apart, or swallowing them in one gulp, only to have to bite them immediately after, since they have no stomach. Their speed and sheer size makes escape nearly impossible. Even if you're hiding in a house like a little frightened mouse or scared as all hell while hidden in a well, they'll attack your shack for a crack of a tender little snack. In terms of defeating them, you're kind of SOL, as legend states the Ganastastonje is virtually immortal and thus cannot be destroyed, save for one primitive weapon: fire. So get out your lighter and your pocket can of body spray and get to it. Neat. History's most one-sided wars. There's that quote about all being fair in love and war, but I don't think that someone swinging their sword at an Ordnance BL 5-inch howitzer artillery cannon would find it very fair. Well, that's pretty much what happened during the Battle of Omdurman. Now, if you're familiar with African history around the turn of the 20th century, you know that with nothing short of a shit show. European powers were grabbing anything and everything they could get their hands on to see what natural resources could be tapped into. As for the British, one of their more tactical moves was seizing control of the Egyptian territory from the Ottoman Empire in the late 1880s. Why Egypt? Well, because Egypt has the Suez Canal. Basically, it's the quick shortcut connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea, and thus the Indian Ocean. Guess who owned India at the time? Also the British. So instead of slogging the freshly plundered raw materials all the way around the scenic circumference of Africa, merchants could just speedrun that shit through the Suez, potentially saving months of sailing. Now, with the seizure of Egypt came a bit of a bonus. Some territory to the south, known as Sudan, but it came with some baggage of its own. If Egypt were to be the crisp, clean shirt in the deal, Sudan was going to be the pants. And these These pants were about to be shat. So while the British now controlled Sudan on paper, it wasn't really the case in reality. At least not yet. Throwing even more chaos into the mix were the not-so-modest Mahdists, an independent Islamic group that rose up and rebelled against their Ottoman Egyptian oppressors, establishing their own state in the Sudanese territory back when the Ottomans controlled the region just a decade earlier. They didn't give a flying flip that the British were now the technical rulers of the land. Oppressors were oppressors. As a matter of fact, they were feeling a bit big in the britches after just toppling the Ottoman control, so they were eager to start round two. The British, though, initially wanted to abandon Sudan, declaring it too much of a political and financial burden to deal with all the squabbling along. They would instead leave the Mahdists to have their own land and not intervene. However, continued Mahdist aggression led to the death of one Charles Gordon, a renowned British general who was tasked with evacuating civilians from the Sudanese spit-sounding capital city of Khartoum. Mahdist soldiers slaughtered around 10,000 innocent civilians in the wake of Charles' assassination. This single act switched British opinion from indifference to vowing vengeance. Thus, in 1896, the British began the Anglo-Egyptian conquest of Sudan. This will last about 3 years, with British forces steamrolling the Mahdists in virtually every encounter. Well, that's so one-sided, why did it take 3 years? Good question. This was actually by design. You see, the British were slowly advancing into Sudan, building a supply railroad behind them the whole way so as to not have supplies run dry and be caught with their pants down, an issue that had previously plagued the British in the past. The conquest culminated in the Battle of Omdurman on September 2nd, 1898. Oof, just lasting a single day, huh? Talk about foreboding. Yeah, so this battle wasn't so much of a battle as it was a full-blown massacre. Here's where the one-sidedness kicks in. About 26,000 British and Egyptian troops faced off against over 50,000 Sudanese warriors. Seems like a slam dunk for Sudan, but sheer size is no match for optimal equipment. Remember that supply railway I just mentioned? Well, it supplied the British front lines with 17,000 rolling block rifles, 8,000 bolt-action rifles, 44 artillery cannons, and 40 state-of-the-art water-cooled Maxim automatic machine guns. Oh yeah, there was also a handful of naval gunboats ready to tear shit up from the banks of the Nile. The Mahdists, well, you know, they tried. They had several thousand firearms seized from previous battles, as well as a few dozen artillery, but yeah, they were either poorly maintained or those operating them were poorly trained. The unlucky fellas not equipped with firearms instead brandished the old reliable sword and shield, and it went just about as well as you'd think. The Mahdists were completely and utterly destroyed. According to 23-year-old British Lieutenant Winston Churchill, yes, that Winston Churchill, approximately 11,000 Mahdist soldiers lay dead, 16,000 wounded, and over 4,000 captured. The rest either surrendered or just fled. As for the British, less than 50 soldiers were killed in battle, a testament to the sheer imbalance of weapons technology and tactical warfare. After the battle, the Mahdist state was effectively dismantled, cementing British dominance in Sudan. Sometimes wars can be won without inflicting any real damage. This is well versed in the art of intimidation. Even if you're a tiny pushover, you can still get your way if you make yourself seem scary enough. The Kettle War is a prime example of this tactic. At the end of the 80 Years' War back in 1648, the Dutch gained independence from the Spanish. In addition to establishing their own little republic within the Netherlands, the Dutch had full access to a gaping mouth. The mouth of the Scheldt River. This was a critical trade route for many cities just south of the newly formed republic. Cities that were still under smelly Spanish control. So the Dutch took advantage of the situation. Oh yeah, time to close the river. The Dutch cut off all trade access to the Scheldt, completely crippling the economies of the downstream cities. Instead, trade was diverted through the Dutch ports of Amsterdam and Rotterdam, allowing them to flourish into dominant trade hubs. The funny thing though, nothing would be done about it for 136 years. But in the late 1700s, there was a new sheriff in town for the Holy Roman Empire, Joseph II, and he did not like the Dutch doing what they were doing. As a rather ambitious reformer, he was aiming to make his empire the main political and economic power in Europe. But the whole flavor of the Scheldt thing was a big old turd in the punch bowl of his plans, so he needed to act. And act he did. Having just gotten those strumps kicked in by the British during the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War in 1784, Joseph II decided to take advantage of a now weakened Dutch republic. The demand was simple: open up the river or go to war. Now, when your territory is like this and another territory threatening you looks like this, it might be best to just let them have this one. In reality, however, the Holy Roman Empire's army was fairly scattered across the mainland, being particularly small and ill-equipped near the Netherlands, so the immediate threat was minimal at best. As a show of force, though, to keep up the illusion of strength, Joseph sent out a small squadron of 3 naval warships, led by the heavily armed, no-nonsense having flagship Le Louis. The ships were sent to the mouth of the Scheldt to sit there and look intimidating. The Dutch, however, called the Empire out on their bluff. On October 9, 1784, they intercepted the 3 opposing warships with one of their own, the Dolphin, and it was looking to blow some holes into other ships. In an act of intimidation of their own, the Dolphin fired a single warning shot towards Le Louis. Super morning, super night, super game makes me feel right. Oh man, now I'm the warning shot from the Dolphin whizzed through the galley of Le Louis, causing the casualty of a single soup captain. Hilariously, the crew of Le Louis surrendered immediately, chalking up a victory for the Dutch Republic with a single cannon shot. Joseph II, not to be embarrassed, declared full-on war, but no violence ever came of it. Instead, both agreed to negotiate. The result? The Scheldt remained closed, but the Dutch would compensate the Holy Roman Empire a hefty sum for the inconvenience. Around 2 to 10 million Dutch gulden, or roughly $120 to $600 million in today's money. Let's say that compensates for the soup. War and drugs is a pretty solid combination, but when said substances that are used in warfare, it becomes a whole other matter entirely. Let's touch back on the early 1800s. Despite being halfway around the world, the British Empire still commanded trade in the Indian Ocean, even stretching into the Pacific, with one of their main suppliers being Imperial China. The Qing dynasty was doling out all kinds of goods to the Brits, including earthy herbs, soft silks, precious porcelain, and the iconic British life fuel, tea. While this trade was good for the British consumer, the rather one-sided trade imbalance left British merchants a tad miffed. The British Empire was absolutely hemorrhaging silver to pay for all of the goods with no reciprocity. The Chinese simply had little to no interest in British goods like wool or cotton. And that was a problem as British silver reserves were drying up, putting a damper on the liquidity of trade in the region. So, what do you do if there's no demand? You force it. The British began secretly exporting Indian-grown opium into Chinese ports. Smugglers paid for the opium with silver, which then paid for more Chinese goods, completing a more sustainable trade loop. British merchants were happy, Chinese smugglers were happy, the majority of the Chinese population were suffering crippling addiction. You know how it goes. So yeah, it's no surprise that opium demand soon turned exponential. From 1797 to 1833, opium imports soared from 680,000 pounds a year to over 5.1 million pounds a year. I mean, it was a silver gold mine. Even American merchants got in on the action, selling Turkish opium to China. But this started to tip the scales too far in the other direction, now with the Chinese silver reserves reaching unsustainable levels, not to mention the effects on the general population. Before, the average British consumer was just sipping their Chinese tea from gourmet porcelain cups while relaxing in their comfy silk robes. Now, the average Chinese consumer was struggling to detach themselves from a pipe. Although the Chinese emperor had outright banned opium usage, it didn't stop the average fella from getting their fix. Millions upon millions were addicted, leading to a drastic decline in productive laborers, merchants, farmers, and teachers. Well, in 1839, the Chinese emperor put his silky slipper foot down. Severe punishments were put in place for anyone dabbling in deals of opium. All imports of the stuff were seized and destroyed. Famously, the kickstart of the Opium War was the seizure and destruction of over 2.9 million pounds of opium in one go. The British were not pleased with getting shafted out of payment for the product, so they demanded reparations. At a cannon point. Just a year later, in 1840, a British naval fleet positioned itself up on China's eastern coast and began bringing the heat, bullying various islands into submission and to establish a base of operations. Let's take a look at the roster for both sides. The British in this campaign commanded over 19,000 soldiers and 37 ships. Standing in China's corner, though, was an estimated 100,000 mobilized infantry. China had the numbers, but Britain had the technology. China's fortresses demolished. Resistance groups destroyed. Innocent civilian generational homesteads deleted. Campaigning up the Pearl River, the British blasted their way to the Chinese commercial heart of Canton, still hell-bent on getting their compensation. Sir, the British are here. Both parties sat down at a pretty cool-looking table and agreed to peace terms. But the overarching powers in charge, mainly the Qing Emperor and the British Foreign Secretary, refused said terms, prompting the supersaturated British to withdraw from the Pearl and shoot up the Yangtze River to clog any and all economic arteries. This forced China to renegotiate the peace conditions, resulting in the drafting of the Treaty of Nanjing in 1842. As a result, opium usage remained illegal, but new trade ports would be open to British imports, which, hilariously enough, was still embroiled ship tons of opium. The island of Hong Kong was ceded to the British as a colony, and China was forced to pay nearly 26 million silver dollars in reparations to the British. This comes out to roughly $830 million in purchasing power, or roughly $1.3 billion in silver value alone. Now, there was a second opium war a few decades later, but just like a bunch of farmers winning 2 donkey auctions, the Chinese got their asses handed to them a second time. This one's a classic. Now, I briefly ran through this one in my History Facts You Wouldn't Believe Are True video, but let's revisit it with a deeper understanding and some better artwork. The Anglo-Zanzibar War holds the record as the shortest war in known human history, lasting just 38 minutes. I mean, your commute home is probably longer than that. You're listening to D101 The Shit. All the radio stations can suck a dick. The reasoning behind the war was very simple. By the end of the 1800s, Zanzibar was a major trade hub off the eastern coast of Africa. Whoever controlled it had massive influence in the region's exchange of goods, including spices, ivory, and the frequent flavor tips, including all profits that go with it. With European powers scrambling for Africa, Britain needed to cement its ability to control trade, hence the discussion about it taking Egypt in the first chapter. But Zanzibar was also unethically up for grabs. A treaty was signed in 1890, and the nation of Zanzibar, while remaining independent, became a British protectorate, meaning that the British technically held power over Zanzibar, but it could self-govern with guaranteed British protection should things go awry. On August 25, 1896, the British Empire's favorite sultan, along with his esteemed peer, restored a sudden and premature ticket to paradise. Some believe he may or may not have been poisoned, but no proof has ever surfaced to support that claim. What's suspicious, though, is that the sultan's less impressive facial hair-having cousin, Khalid bin Bargash, decided to claim the throne for himself while the previous sultan's body was still warm. Oh, and fun fact, this same guy lost sat on the throne just 3 years prior. Highly suspicious, one might say, fingering their mustache. Unfortunately for Khalid, only a British-approved sultan could sit on the throne. Unfortunately for the British, he didn't give a fuck. In case you didn't know, the name Khalid in Arabic means immortal or everlasting, a name that was about to be put to the test using multiple British gunboats just strapped to the tips with cannons and machine guns. On August 26th, the very next day after the Sultan had just died, Khalid was given an ultimatum: surrender by 9 a.m. the next morning or be converted into a fine red mist. Khalid refused, not believing that the British had the balls to actually do anything about it. As a precaution, he had assembled a small army of his own, including a few outdated cannons and guns, but the comparison of firepower was laughable. Multiple warnings were given to the usurper the next morning, up until an hour before the deadline. However, the warnings fell on deaf ears. The clock struck the hour, 9 a.m. The air was still with a deafening silence so quiet, you could hear a subscribe button click. The order was given. The gunboats unleashed their volleys on the Sultan's palace for 38 minutes. Suffice to say, it was completely destroyed. After the guns fell silent, over 500 men and women, mostly innocent civilians, lay dead. The British suffered only one injury, a simple splinter from flying debris. As for Khalid, he slipped off into hiding but was eventually captured and exiled. That afternoon, the British placed a new acute sultan in place, and within a few weeks, a new palace was built. A happy ending for most. This episode of Chat History is called Emu Wool. Listen, I know the subject has been beaten to death worse than a wife at an alcoholics convention, but outside that, back in 1932, the inverted hellhole that is Australia had one heck of a problem. After the Great War, returning veterans needed something to help them cope with the fact that they just lived through the most traumatic event of their lives, so far. In order to supply such a remedy, the Australian government encouraged returning veterans to settle on remote farmland out west. This relaxing, freeing, open-air experience hypothetically would do the mind and body good for the recovering war heroes. But with a lack of farming experience and putting said low-level farmers in less than ideal agricultural conditions, it became way more of a burden than a life of leisure. Oh yeah, and that Great Depression thing was going on. What, you thought that was just a United States thing? No. It was a worldwide catastrophe. To throw even more salt in the wound, wheat prices were taking a pounding. So not only was it a pain to grow, but yielding any wheat, ironically enough, wasn't netting much bread. But then comes the main story. With environmental, mental, and financial odds stacked against them, the Aussies faced one more foe. The dreaded emu. Bet. Actually, it was more like 20,000 emus. A massive mob of the flightless birds had migrated from more central regions of the outback towards the west in search of cooler temperatures and more fruitful areas for public mastication. Unfortunately for the aspiring farmers, such a source of sustenance was their main cash crop, the wheat. The emus swarmed the farmlands, consuming everything in their wake. So the farmers phoned the government. Oi, government! These right cunts are eating on me crops! The news spread quickly, making it all the way up to the Minister of Defense, who approved a military intervention to deal with the pest problem. The solution? A few lead pills administered through an ergonomic dispenser. And we're gonna shoot them. Deployed onto the field were two Lewis lead machine guns with approximately 10,000 rounds and a military vehicle for mobility. The basic idea was to scare off the flocks and send them back where they came from, or at least somewhere that was farmland. But things, of course, didn't go according to plan. To make up for the fact that they're flightless, emus are extreme sprinters, capable of topping out at around 30 miles an hour. Also keep in mind that emus can stand as tall as 6.5 feet and weigh over 130 pounds. So these feather balls of rage were no pushovers. Right up, let's open her up. The emus were slippery little devils, able to weave in and out of the gunfire pretty effectively. They ran around all over the place, tearing up crops in the process. But the real kick in the dick here is that they refused to relocate away from their newfound food source. After a few weeks, only a few hundred emus were slain, barely a death in the total population. So the government tried again, improving ambush tactics and rallying locals to help out. They were way more successful, bringing the kill count to about 1,000. Still only about 5% of the estimated population. The Australian government threw in the towel, with the public deeming the operation a waste of government resources amidst a global economic crisis. Despite staring down the barrel of a machine gun, the emus were declared the victors, for now. In addition to erecting more effective fencing, the government turned to the everyday citizen for help, providing free or subsidized ammo for some good old-fashioned giant bird hunting. Within just 6 months, over 50,000 bounties had been claimed and paid out. And over the next few decades, this number grew to nearly 300,000. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Meat's back on the menu, boys.
Blackbeard, probably the most notorious pirate in history, surprisingly ranked fourth among the wealthy pirates on this list, so he still made bank. Before the deal, he was known as Edward Teach, a small English chap born around the 1600s. History's forgotten the exact year, so everyone was going. But the thing is, not much was known about Little Eddie before he got his first facial view, so let's fast forward a bit. In the early 1700s, the Caribbean was really going through it as the English, the French, and the Spanish duked it out for territory and short dominance over trade routes in and around the Americas. One side effect of this conflict was the hiring of privately owned ships to attack and capture other ships. It was like a big game of rock, paper, scissors, but it was just guns. These private guns for hire were called privateers and were given written permission from their respective crowns to plunder and pillage any and all enemy ships to their liking. After all was said and done and the three crowns made peace in 1712, these privateers, who were used to being able to just ransack whoever they wanted to for all they were worth, were now out of a job. Well, legally speaking anyway. In fact, most privateers just kept up their shooting shiny ship shenanigans without a shadow of shame. And this is where the golden age of piracy began to peak, and where most of these salty dogs made their fortunes. Eddie Teach was once such a privateer, having served under the English crown during Queen Anne's War in its youth. Around 1716, Eddie Spaghetti took an opportunity to make his fortune, joining a crew under renowned English pirate Benjamin Hornigold. After Teach had seized several small enemy ships and proved his worth, Hornigold was all and Teach was given more command. Eventually, Hornigold was ousted as captain after his refusal to attack fellow English ships that were just brimming and throbbing with gold. He was given a full pardon from the English crown and retired in peace. Teach was elected as the new captain and was thrilled with the new venture, as he could now do things his own way. Almost immediately after his promotion, the crew had captured the ironically named French ship, Le Concorde, meaning harmony in English. Now sure, one can expect a few casualties when a ship is absolutely ringed from both sides with cannon fire, but this was a slave ship, and this is how slave ships were packed. Surrendering immediately, the ship was taken and any surviving slaves were set free on a nearby island, to be recaptured later. The brand spanking new vessel was given a makeover, having 40 cannons slapped right on that thing. The ship was repurposed as Teach's flagship and renamed to the Queen Anne's Revenge. Now an absolute powerhouse, Teach took to the sea to seek his fortune. His most prominent tactic, of course, was intimidation. Not only did he have a brand new ship well equipped to rip any opposing vessel 40 new assholes, but his menacing appearance alone would surely make you pucker your own in fear. As his nickname implies, Blackbeard had a long, jet black beard entwined with various lit fuses. This gave him a terrifying demonic look, which was quickly offset by the smell of burning hair. But if you were sailing your sloop and saw this coming up in your rearview mirror, you just about shit a brick. For a couple of years, Blackbeard terrorized the Carolinas, seizing ships and taking hostages. But across the Atlantic, English King Gentleman Duke George I was kind of getting sick of pirates. He offered free pardons to anyone willing to throw in the smelly towel and a free rope necklace to anyone that didn't. Blackbeard took the offer, but fell right back into piracy when the opportunity presented itself. Immediately. Well, the governor of Virginia took matters into his own hands and assembled a team of pirate hunters to cut down the callous captain. In the wee hours of the morning on November 22nd, 1718, Blackbeard was ambushed by the Royal Navy, and his crew was slaughtered. Blackbeard himself sustained 20 stab wounds and 5 gunshot wounds. Although short-lived, Blackbeard's notorious pirate career amassed a pretty penny. It's estimated that his plundering racked up about $240,000, or about $18.5 million, adjusted for inflation in 2025. In the end, Blackbeard's head was severed and his body disrespectfully dumped in a drink. His melon was mounted as a warning to any and all future pirates, but an invitation to some. Born in the American colony of Massachusetts, Captain John Halsey began his sailing career as a privateer for the English crown in 1704. He started off by preying on French fishing fleets in the North Atlantic, but eventually preferred attacking Spanish ships near the Canary Islands off the coast of West Africa. This didn't last long, as his letter of marque, the English monarchy's permission slip to raid enemy ships, expired the very next year. Unable to legally loot and plunder, Captain Halsey turned to piracy and sailed further east into the Indian Ocean. The goal here was to intercept Mughal Empire treasure ships, but after several months of sailing around with no booty to show for it, crew morale was at an all-time low. This led to the aggregate crew jumping at any opportunity to score some simoleon. One day, a Dutch ship passed by Halsey and his crew, looking very vulnerable. Halsey, unwilling to attack and anger any European powers, shrugged it off and just kept chugging along. This elevated crew status from peeved to pissed, and Halsey was voted out of office. Which some of the pirates did. If they thought the guy in charge just wasn't up to snuff, they could just vote him out democratically. Or mechanically, depending on your vote. Halsey was metaphorically stripped of his captain duties, and the crew took it upon themselves to attack the Dutch ship, expecting it to be some pushover merchant equipped with nothing more than a single-shot pistol and a few why-I-oughtas. Turns out, not so. The Dutch ship, in fact, had several large cannons, and they still left the why-I-oughtas. The Dutch fired a warning shot at the approaching crew, and it was well received. The rogue cannonball managed to slightly injure the guy at the helm and took out a few ornaments at the same time. The crew got the message and did a 540 out of it, immediately reinstating Halsey as captain with a collective "my bad," which it kind of was. On the next trip to shore, Captain Halsey disbanded the crew and formed a new, mutinous one. Still seeking his fortune, John Halsey found himself in the Red Sea in 1707, where he encountered not one, not two, but 5 heavily armed English warships. Also move, Captain. We move forward. Sir, we're heavily outgunned and outmanned. To and think, did I stutter? Good. I said, sword. Halsey and his crew stared down 5 massive warships, each one more English than the last. Seeing such a paltry crew, the English warships, said frigate, inexplicably retreated. In the confusion, Halsey and his crew managed to capture 2 of the 5 warships before the rest completely buggered off. The crew returned to shore in 1708 to celebrate their well-deserved victory, but Halsey would never return to the sea. The 2 warships, along with their cash and cargo and various other small loot from Halsey's pirating career, are valued at around $19.4 million in today's money. It's just too bad that shortly after being in port, all 3 of John Halsey's ships were ripped apart by a hurricane and sank. He lost his fortune, but at least he still had his health. Just kidding. He died of a fever shortly after the storm at the age of 45-ish. Sure, you could face 5 galleons strapped to the keel head on, but God forbid your body temperature goes up a few degrees. Yep, that Captain Morgan. The one responsible for many a college headache and morning walks of shame. But before he got a leg up on the rum business, he was quite the headache to the Spanish in the mid-1600s. Born Henry Morgan around 1635 in Wales, fate would bring this young fella to the Caribbean of all places. It's unknown exactly how he got there. He could have been part of an expedition, served as an apprentice, who knows? All we care about is that in the 1660s, Morgan was now in the Caribbean, setting up his home base in Jamaica, which was recently captured by the English. Around this time, Jamaica was developing into a reputable trading hub, revving up its plantation business and seeing roughly 1,500 privateers spend their spoils in the local economy. Morgan sailed under English privateer Sir Christopher Mings as a captain, and together, the crew ransacked Spanish settlements in cities across the Caribbean and Central America. Jamaica did eventually come under threat of invasion from the Spanish. Their captain Morgan was promoted to the much less marketable Admiral Morgan and was put in command of 12 ships and about 700 men. Through his letters of marque from the English crown, Morgan had permission to attack Spanish and Dutch vessels at sea. The problem, though, is that ships hold significantly less goods for concealing than, say, an entire town. Though he was not legally cleared to do so, Morgan began attacking Spanish strongholds between the years of 1667 and 1671. His exploits netted him millions in Spanish bribes to spare towns and cities. And by the time he attacked Panama City in 1671, Morgan had over 30 ships at his command, and hundreds of crew members, by far the rarest across the Spanish main at this time. And in order to take down this Panama City where the gold coins gleamed and the girls got titties, Morgan sent a well-armed and well-trained party of 300 men, which clashed against roughly 1,600 inexperienced Spanish soldiers. And to say that the Spanish got their shit slapped would be an understatement. The Spanish forces saw between 400 to 500 casualties, with Morgan only losing 15 men. Panama's governor, now cornered, decided that instead of allowing Morgan to take the city, he would instead burn it to the ground. After Morgan claimed his victory, the city erupted in flame as the surviving Spanish troops set fire to the city. The blaze lasted until the next day, where Morgan and his troops burned whatever goods weren't burnt to a complete crisp. They burned the spices. They burned the gold. They burned me. Since what he did was technically illegal, Morgan was arrested but was not charged with any crime, and was instead formally knighted for his undying loyalty to the English crown. He did make his way back to Jamaica and served in a government role with the goal of eradicating piracy from the Caribbean waters, but he eventually fell out of power and fell onto the bottom, becoming a depressed alcoholic. In his final years, Morgan made sizable investments in plantations, owning 3 along with 131 slaves to work with. On August 25, 1688, Henry Morgan died of complications from his heavy drinking at the age of 52. Across his very successful pirating career, Morgan's total captured booty is estimated to be worth around $19.6 million before inflation. Although he died a drunk, his spirit lives on in your local alcohol store as an ironic proof of his spicy exploits. Remember to pour one off for the captain. You're good. John Slinger's story is one of luck rather than tactic. This time, we're going to jump back to the 1520s, right about the time that Hernán Cortés had finished steamrolling the Aztec Empire. With seemingly endless spoils for the Spanish crown, Cortés sent 3 loaded treasure galleons back to Spain, and they almost made it back home. Almost. Enter Jean Fleury, a French privateer on the lookout for any Spanish ships who need a sinking. Stationed in Portugal during the 4 Years' War, which pitted France against the Holy Roman Empire as well as Spain, Jean Fleury was in the perfect position to intercept Spanish and trade resupply ships. In early 1522, the 3 Spanish treasure galleons with gold blowing out their poop decks were spotted on the horizon on the home stretch to Spain. Jean saw these small Spanish fleet and said, "No way, Jose," but in French. Fleury unleashed a flurry of cannons and quickly overtook 2 of the 3 ships before they could reach safer waters. Content with capturing the ships, Jean had no idea what he had stumbled upon. Below deck, the ship's holds were crammed and jammed with mountains of stereotypical pirate treasure, stacks of glistening gold, glittering jewels, exotic animals, and various rarities for the taking. Jean Fleury hit the jackpot, and with the score of a lifetime, he could have retired as a wealthy man. But that's for quitters, and real men know that the grind never stops. With knowledge of Spain's incredibly stacked ships, Fleury set out with his own fleet to try his luck at chasing that hub. He and his crew managed to capture over 30 Spanish ships within the year, but couldn't find a fortune like the one before. The Spanish just about had enough of the Frenchmen and eventually captured, tried, and hanged the great little bastard in 1527. Fleury's amassed wealth was heavily carried by his first score, but nonetheless, his pirating career netted him about $47.1 million. But as Fleury found out, you can't take a wicket. Big Black Bart was one of, if not the most successful pirate during the golden age of piracy in terms of vessels captured. The first detailed records of Black Bart, aka Bartholomew Roberts, dates back to 1719 when he was the second mate on a slave ship off the Gold Coast of West Africa. It was here that the ship was captured by Welsh captain Howell Davis. Roberts and surviving members of the crew were forced to join Davis's ranks. But Davis found some value in Roberts, not only because he was a skilled navigator, but also a fellow Welshman. When you come across someone who speaks your native tongue, you're going to grow it out. Which is what happened. Hello. Davis and Roberts would have long conversations in their funny little language that none of the other sailors could understand. Through these little chit-chats, Davis convinced Roberts that, yo ho ho, pirate's life was for him. Roberts was hesitant at first, but the idea grew on him when he realized that a life of piracy could, at best, lead to riches, and at worst, provide a shortcut, adventurous life. Much better than being a wage slave to the man. Take that, capitalists. Instead, Roberts pulled himself up by his bootstraps and found a way to steal livelihoods away from hard-working folk. But such an inspirational captain, Roberts really looked up to Davis. But then Davis still got shot by the Portuguese. Roberts, recognized as a close companion to the now dead Davis, was elected as the new captain, much to the dismay of the Portuguese, who very quickly learned a demonstrative definition of the word revenge. Roberts, now in command, really fell into the role of a pirate captain. He began capturing ships left and right, and on an expedition to Brazil, encountered a large fleet of 42 Portuguese ships. Roberts was able to locate the richest ship in the fleet by using the simple tactic of asking nicely. And which one has the most gold? Oh, well, it's that one right over yonder. Oh, thanks. Roberts continued his successful spree of ship stealing for the next few years, with his crew growing fiercely loyal. To maintain order and morale, Roberts developed his own pirates code, a set of agreements and laws that would be upheld by every crew member, bringing order to lawless men. Roberts was also one of the early adopters of the infamous Jolly Roger's skull and crossbones black flag. Flying the Jolly Roger was a great way to tell your targets that ship was about to hit the fan should they choose to stay and fight. Most didn't. In fact, in 1720, Roberts and his crew made their way up to Newfoundland, entering a harbor with their black flags whipping in the wind. Any and all surrounding ships' crews abandoned their posts and fled. Roberts took the town, turning through merchant ships and 150 fishing vessels without firing a single shot. Across his entire piratical career, Roberts stormed over 400 ships, making him the most successful pirate of the Golden Age. His plunder is valued in the ballpark of $48.2 million. His career was successful, but all good things must come to an end. On February 10, 1742, a British Royal Navy ship ambushed Roberts and fired a volley of grape shot broadside. Grape shot, if you're unaware, were basically giant grenades, several small iron balls a few inches in diameter, densely packed in a canister designed to take out enemy crewmen. Well, poor old Roberts caught a ball right in the throat as he stood on deck, killing him instantly. He was 39. you can probably tell, active pirate careers were pretty short. Most died right when the getting was good. A simple rogue cannonball, a splinter of wood, or a stray cough could cut down a pirate where he stood. And Captain Thomas, too, was no exception. Beginning his privateering career at the tail end of the 17th century, Tommy, too, was commissioned to ravage a French factory on the coast of West Africa. Sailing across the pond from Bermuda alongside one Captain George Dew, both men had a lot to do. But Mother Nature had other plans. That wasn't us, right? Y'all want to be pirates? Yeah, sure. Yeah. I can hear you. Okay, yeah, okay, yes, alright. I can hear you. I can hear. The two crews set sail for the Red Sea, an area chock full of wealthy ships seeping out of every orifice. Like that one. Tommy's first big score was an Indian sloop headed for the Ottoman Empire. The vessel was captured without much effort, and was certainly one for the books. Hidden in the hold was millions of dollars worth of gold and silver, with millions more worth of spices, ivory, gemstones, spices, silks, and spices. Tommy, too, sailed to a pirate haven on Madagascar to divide the plunder before making his next move. Several months later, two grew a new crew and set sail to wreak havoc once again. It did not end well. While pursuing a 25-ship fleet leaving the Mughal Empire, two engaged one of the lagging ships. Said ship turned about to face its attacker and fired a volley of cannons. One of these cannonballs practically split two in two, disemboweling the captain and killing him instantly at the age of 44. It is estimated that Two's piracy career netted him over $151.9 million in captured goods. There is a lot to say about Sir Francis Drake, but this video is already getting long enough by my standards, so like an enthusiastic Tinder date, I'm going to trim it up for you. Sir Francis Drake was an English explorer and privateer and one heck of a sailor, starting off as a humble seaman and eventually circumcising the globe. No, that's fine. Very early on in his career, Drake grew an incessant hatred and distrust for any and all Spaniards. Now, before you think he's racist, it's because the Spanish wouldn't let him break into the West African slave trade. From then on, Drake vowed to attack any Spanish possessions he came across in the future, which he did. He started making good on this promise in 1572 by attacking Panama, a Spanish transfer site of silver and gold from the Pacific Ocean to the Caribbean Sea. Drake and his men raided the area. Despite getting shot in the leg, Drake made off with literal tons of precious metal, making him and his crew rich and famous practically overnight. It was also at this time that Drake became one of the first Englishmen to lay eyes on the Pacific Ocean, letting out an iconic English roar of excitement. Drake vowed that he would one day sail those waters in the future, which he did. Beginning in November of 1577, Drake was granted a fleet of 6 ships and set sail from Plymouth to... Trying again in December of 1577, Drake was granted a fleet of 6 ships and sailed from Plymouth to circle the globe, eventually landing back home in 1580. Along the way, however, Drake made it his mission to be as disruptive to the Spanish as possible. Just 1 year into the voyage, 6 ships were whittled down to just one, Drake's flagship, the Golden Hind. Making it past the southernmost tip of Chile, Drake began bombarding the western coast of South America, ravaging Spanish towns and seizing Spanish ships, one of which was the Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion, which housed over 29 tons of silver bars, silver coins, gold, and jewels. Drake was so tickled pink by this score that he spared the captured ship's crew, even gifting them small amounts of the treasure as they went on their merry way. Fast forward 2 years and one global circumnavigation later, Drake's back home in England, between Knighton and Storm briefly class. He then did some boring political nonsense before hopping back on the saddle and obliterating the ever-loving knock out of some Spaniards, just like the old days. Speaking of old days, those are the type of days that Drake woke up to in his mid-50s. Still clinging to his youth, the withering and dusty seaman returned to Spanish waters back to where it all started, attacking Panama. Sir Francis Drake died of dysentery in 1596 and was hucked into the ocean in a lead coffin. Across his 33 years of piracy against the Spanish, Drake accumulated upwards of $170.3 million in goods and gold. Last on our list is the one and only Black Sam. No, that's not. Despite being known as the single wealthiest pirate in recorded history, his pirating career lasted little more than a year. Black Sam was a real pirate's pirate and was renowned for his exceptional generosity and mercy as he boarded your boat and stole all your shit. The so-called Prince of Pirates began his career as almost all pirates did, in the Navy. During his teen years, Sam both metaphorically and quite literally got his feet wet in a few naval battles before branching off to a treasure hunting crew. But when searching for sunken gold didn't pan out, Sam chose to do the next best thing: a life of piracy. He managed to join the crew of one Benjamin Hornigold. Remember him? He's the pirate captain that Blackbeard served under in his youth. Well, as a reminder, Hornigold refused to attack English ships, much to the dismay of his treasure-hungry crew. Hornigold and Blackbeard broke away from the majority of the crew to go do their own things, like retire, die, respectively. The remaining crew, however, now turned to Black Sam Bellamy for leadership, and he took the job. About a year later in 1717, while sailing near Cuba, Bellamy and the boys came across the Witty Galley, a state-of-the-art English slave ship practically begging to be captured. Which it was. After giving chase for 3 whole days, Bellamy was finally in range to fire a volley, and after the first shot, the captain of the Witta surrendered. On the ship was a fortune in gold, ivory, and various precious luxuries freshly gathered from the sale of over 300 slaves. The Witta was re-engineered into a flagship, being upgraded with more firepower for intimidation purposes, as Bellamy often captured ships with little destruction. It was also common that he would spare his captives, allowing them to flee on the very ships he captured, minus any goods, of course. Can't make a profit on charity. His kind and reasonable demeanor granted him a very loyal crew, and it seemed like Sam had everything going for him. But fate had another actor. Just 2 months after the score of a lifetime, Bellamy sailed from the Spanish Main to the American Main. At around midnight on April 26, 1717, the Witty Galley was caught in a strong nor'easter storm and was quickly capsized and sank several hundred feet off the coast of Cape Cod. Bellamy and all but 2 of his 146 crewmen went down with the ship. Guys? In 1984, however, 267 years after its demise, the wreck of the Witty Galley was discovered, including Sam's treasure. Several tons of gold, silver, and gems were recovered from the site, as well as some human remains encased in debris. These are suspected to be Bellamy's, though that is yet to be confirmed. Bellamy's exploits earned him a modern-day equivalent of over $177.5 billion. That's about 0.045% of Elon Musk's net worth as of me writing this. Guess Sam should have worked hard. Ridiculous jobs that no longer exist. In this day and age, we really take for granted just how quick and easy it is to be able to communicate. Back in the days of yore, not everyone was rolling around at the speed of sound. It can take several weeks to be able to relay critical information to your buddies, and a lot can change in just a few weeks. Nevertheless, delayed information was better than no information at all, and that's why highly trained long-distance messengers could make or break empires. First used thousands of years ago in ancient times, couriers were the best and fastest form of communication pretty much up until the invention of the telegraph in 1837. Sure, boats and trains made things a tad bit faster, but the principle was pretty much unchanged, physically transporting documents from point A to point B. The earliest and most sophisticated courier system of its time was that of the massive and the Achaemenid Empire, also known as, or at least considered to be, the First Persian Empire. They constructed the Angarium, a series of relay stations littered across the Royal Road, the main vein of the empire. This connected 2 major cities within the empire, Susa and Sardes. Can you deliver this message to Sardes? Yeah, no problem at all. Sardes, the Royal Road stretched across 1,700 miles of the empire's western half, with patrolling guards and security stations at regular intervals, making it heavily secure. Had to be. Messengers traveling down the road were carrying the orders from the Great King himself, so they're pretty important. Anyone severing or intercepting that line of communication could cause devastating effects. Also at regular intervals were checkpoints. These were relay stations that housed freshly charged horses as well as other messengers ready to pass things along down the line. This system of stations dropped delivery time from roughly 90 days on foot to just 7 to 9 days on horseback. But what if you didn't have horses? Well, we'd have to ask the Inca. Jump forward 2,000 years to the 1500s, and not much has changed in the ways of communication. In fact, one could argue that it was way worse. With no horses around, Incan runners instead relied on piggies. Messengers soldiers of the king, called the Chasquis, were slim, fit, and ready to rip, carrying messages across the vast mountainsides of the Inca Empire. Unlike their Persian counterparts, the Inca didn't carry the messages in their pockets, but rather their noggins. And that's because the Inca did not have any formal written language. Wild, right? Instead, apart from some complex numerical systems involving tied knots of string, everything was spoken, so a strong memory was the key to getting the right message across. The Chasquis were tasked with relaying the king's orders to nearby provinces and military commanders. Tell the soldiers that they're doing a solid job and to keep up the great work. Yes, my king. The Inca, though, did rely on relay stations to always have a fresh pair of legs ready to deliver a message. According to Star chroniclers, each station was about a half a league apart, but could be as far as a league and a half. That's over 5 miles, or for your metric miles, over 832,000 centimeters. The stations were more or less weather-resistant small huts with other Chasquis standing about, ready to get moving. Upon arriving, the first messenger would give the oral performance for his buddies, and then repeat the message that he came with. After memorizing the information, the next Chasqui spread it up to 5 miles to the next station. Now keep in mind, this was the Inca Empire. It wasn't easily traversed flat road. It was pretty much uphill both ways, wobbly, cobbly stone roads 10,000 feet above sea level. On par with how our parents walked to and from school every day, so they claim. The king said, Slav is nod, and that Greg's a jerk. That's what I do. It's unfortunate that sometimes things get lost in translation, but remember the first rule of exchanging information. Never shoot the messenger. Leave it to the English to come up with some spooky-dooky hocus-pocus type stuff. If you're extremely poor and a social outcast with no lucrative or meaningful skills whatsoever, then the profession of Sin Eater might have been on the menu for you. Well, historically, the job was performed throughout the early 17th century up until the 19th century, mostly in England, Scotland, and Wales. So just this area. As the Sin Eater, you were always on call for your services, as people have a tendency of kicking the bucket at any given time. So while you sat slapping mud around all day outside your thatched roof cottage, you could receive the news of a local death at the drop of a hat. A relative or a loved one would seek out your services almost immediately after the passing had passed. Once you were summoned, you'd pull up your bridges and tween off screen to convene with the spiritually unclean. Arriving at the door, you politely knock before entering. You waddle inside to your new customer and get to work. So your job as the local Sin Eater was to, as you could probably guess, eat the sins of the deceased, as praying and repentance apparently wasn't good enough. Now, the eating of the sins was of course symbolic in nature, but it was conducted in a literal fashion. The family of the dearly departed presented the Sin Eater with food, usually bread and beer. The food was placed on the chest or face of the individual right as they had passed away, supposedly sucking up all the bad juju as the soul floated to regions beyond. So, now with the food being properly seasoned with a pinch of immorality and a dash of transgression, it was time to chow down. The basic idea of the whole ceremony was that you would effectively absolve the dead of any wrongdoings committed in life, allowing them a clean slate departure for the heavens as a certified good boy. Now you're probably not surprised to learn that this was far from a Michelin star dining experience. The bread was all stale and the beer was warm with a bunch of gross floaties in it. Perfect for the hipsters, but less than ideal for normal people. So after munching and crunching and glugging and chugging, you'd say a quick yet emotionally packed prayer. Rub-dub-dub, thanks for the grub. Yeah, God. Where's the sugar? Now with a proper sense of closure, you'd receive your paltry fee and be promptly vacated from the premises. So while your work of purifying one's soul was well appreciated, you were looked down upon, even outcasted. The belief was that you'd retain all of these absorbed sins, polluting your own soul in the process. That being the case, Sin Eaters were forced to live reclusive and isolated lives, being hated, ridiculed, and shunned by the locals. Until it was time to deep throat a sinner 12. It's not exactly clear how the tradition of sin eating was started. Some believe that it derives from the Jewish tradition of the scapegoat, a literal goat that was imbued with all of the local sins and troubles, sent out into the wilderness and actively prodded off the cliff, taking all of the town's trials and tribulations with it. Atonement complete. Thanks, Mr. Goat. As for sin eating, it seems that the tradition was finally laid to rest at the beginning of the 20th century with the death of Richard Munslaw, the last known sin eater in England. He reportedly was a humble and well-loved farmer who took on the job after the premature deaths of his children. Very sad. All in all, sin eating really was a self-sacrifice when you look at it, trading in any sense of social standing for a few pence. But hey, free bread and beer. If you thought your childhood was rough, imagine dipping, diving, ducking, and dodging your way through cannon fire while slugging a half a sack of gunpowder on a ship in the middle of the ocean. That's what powder monkeys had to do it almost on a daily basis. So while you may have been pissed at your mom for taking your Game Boy away for a few days, powder monkeys were grateful if they even saw tomorrow. Back during the age of sail, naval warfare was a pretty common occurrence. Ships just blasting big metal balls at each other in hopes of sinking the other guy faster or causing enough damage to warrant a surrender. In order to give yourself a fighting chance, you needed a well-trained, well-supplied crew who knew their way around cannons. Besides ammunition, the cannons needed a propellant to send those cannonballs barreling at the faces of the enemy. That propellant, of course, was gunpowder. In the heat of battle, every trained sailor needed to man their stations and execute their responsibilities in order to have a decent shot at survival. But one responsibility that didn't need much training outside of carry this shit from over there was that of supplying powder to the cannoneers. Since there wasn't much to the job description, the task was given to young boys, usually between the ages of 12 and 14. You see, back in this time, between the 16th and 19th centuries, people were just cranking out kids, especially the poor. Simultaneously, nature was just cranking out infectious and deadly diseases, and the industry was cranking out fatal working conditions, both of which were promptly streamlining children into the orphanage pipeline. And this, of course, caused orphanages to become overburdened, and they needed some relief. And where's the best place to put able-bodied youngsters just looking for any kind of future? The military, of course. The European and eventually American navies were scooping up hundreds of impoverished chaps each year and dumping them on ships to take on the role of powder monkey, more often than not against their will. But the young lads were quicker, more agile, and physically smaller than their adult counterparts, making them perfect candidates for the job. During a battle, each boy would quickly carry at least 2 leather cases housing powder cartridges from the ship's powder magazine deep down in the hull, all the way up to the cannons. A dangerous job for sure, but a critical one for the success of the skirmish. Oh yeah, bring me that very explosive powder, eh? And be quick about it. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. That's good. In exchange, the young fellows were clothed, fed, and given beds, even a little bit of education to fill their heads. The plan was to have the boys eventually become official full-time members of the Navy, assuming that they survived to adulthood. Yet despite the fact that they were a key part of the crew, they held no formal naval rank on the ships which they served. Now, while it was nice to have a place to call home, clothes on your back, and food in your belly, it of course came with the steep price of witnessing the horrors of war. Just to clarify, I said that powder monkeys were usually between the ages of 12 and 14. But in reality, some were much younger, with some documentation showing cases of children as young as 7 years old. These little guys were subjected to watching their fellow crewmen being blown to smithereens, impaled by split bits of ship, blinded by shrapnel, or having limbs ripped from rogue cannon fire. None of which they were immune to themselves, mind you. It wasn't until the end of the War of 1812 that formal regulations were put in place, preventing any recruitment of powder monkeys under the age of 12 from serving on ships in the United States. The British followed in suit with an age limit of 13 for the role, though these age restrictions were still often ignored. The practice did, however, fully die out in the mid-1800s once child labor laws were put in place and technology made the role obsolete. Sorry, kids. Looks like it's a big old box of PTSD for Christmas this year. Medieval medicine was wild. Physicians back then were really just throwing anything at the wall with stuff, which led to a bunch of strange medical practices that would, luckily, fall out of favor once modern medicine emerged. One such practice was that of uroscopy, the art and science of checking out your pee to determine your health. Now I know what you're thinking. Isn't this still used in the modern day? Yes, but no. Urinalysis, as it's practiced today, uses chemical, physical, and microscopic analysis of urine samples to generate quantitative data for diagnosis. Uroscopy, on the other hand, well, it had dudes snooping, sniffing, and sipping your pee. Well, Doc, Now, you might be surprised to know that the practice of uroscopy has been around for thousands and thousands of years. The earliest known evidence that historians have dates all the way back to the 4th millennium BC, where some ancient Sumerian physicians took note of urinary color. Perhaps the most profound early evidence that we have comes from the ancient Egyptians around 1550 BC. This is the Ebers Papyrus, a 65-foot-long medical scroll from ancient Egypt's New Kingdom era. This single document detailed over 800 diagnoses and remedies for all kinds of conditions ranging from skin problems, eye problems, burns, tumors, a limb, broken bones, backwards teeth, brown parasites, and of course, urinary conditions. The study and examination of urine continued for a while, but the formal occupation of uroscopist is believed to have been introduced between the 4th and 7th centuries in the Byzantine Empire, hitting its peak in the Middle Ages. According to medieval Welsh medical texts, it was believed that urine was the filtrate of the 4 humors: black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. Of course, we now know that your pee is the product of your kidneys filtering your blood and excess water, but hey, medical science was still a baby back then. Because of this theory, uroscopists believed that urine was the end-all be-all for determining a person's health status, and thus, it was the most important substance to study. The most telling quality of the urine was its color, so after collecting a fresh sample, I mean a real fresh sample, the color was immediately observed. But a problem with qualitative analysis is that it's completely subjective, whereas quantitative is objective. When it comes to subjectivity, one PP doctor may interpret the same color differently than another. For objectivity, numbers are numbers. There's no argument there. In order to mitigate subjectivity and establish some sort of consistency, the PIS recipients often constructed quick reference guides to use as a standard for diagnosis, sharing their knowledge across heavily detailed manuscripts. As an example, if your urine was clear, you might have some spleen issues. If it was dark red, your liver's too hot. Green, you've got jaundice. Black, well, wait, is black urine a thing? Oh god. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be good for what you're thinking or you're planning. While you have the visual aspect, uroscopists also venture down the avenues of smell and taste to solidify the reasonings that they diagnosed that couldn't be immediately deciphered from color alone. Urine that tasted sweet was evidence of diabetes, whereas sticky pee-pee usually meant infection. Now, while this may seem silly looking at it through a modern lens, there was some validity to the practice. Uroscopists were able to properly diagnose conditions like diabetes and jaundice through their practices. Diagnosis was great and all, but without proper and effective treatment, you're not going to be making much progress, except just being closer to the grave. It's like if someone tells you, hey, your car is broken, and then proceeds to offer no meaningful solution. At that point, they're just taking the piss. The ultra-wealthy really love spending their money on stupid shit. They love it, in fact. When you've got more money than you could spend in 50 lifetimes, why not? Dumping the most expensive champagne on luxury watches, a fifth mansion on the beach, rigging elections, whatever tickles their sacks. But ostentatious spending is nothing new. You see, back in the 1700s, wealthy estate owners in England, Ireland, and Scotland were bored out of their skulls. I mean, think about it. The extent of dopamine rushes back then were what? Attending yet another opulent ball, hunting some wildlife, racing a horse or two, then putting them down when they don't win. And when you felt like a real degenerate, you had excessive gambling. But these frivolous activities got stale real quick. There needed to be something fresh, something grand, something right in your own backyard. That's when the idea of the English landscape garden started to bloom, transforming sprawling grounds of estates into picturesque and serene scenes. Replacing the clear-cut and formal gardens of their French counterparts, English landscapes were to appear engineered by nature itself, with natural slopes, ponds, groupings of trees and flowers, a nice boulder or two, and organic decoration. These established wonderful getaways for owners and guests alike to retreat and get in touch with nature. But for some, all the stone and trees and grass just wasn't cutting it. Something was missing, something human. Like a person. Believe it or not, some wealthy fellas sought out to hire real-life people as decorations for their gardens. Take, for example, one Joseph Pocklington. Born into a wealthy banking family and receiving his inheritance at just 26 years old, his priority was to just spend the shit out of it. After all, what's the point of having money if you don't spend it? As my dad always tells me, you only live once, son. Enjoy it. Well, Mr. Parkinson over here made damn sure he was going to enjoy the life he was given. After purchasing his own private island on a lake, he commissioned the construction of his own armed fortress, a druid temple, and several natural grottos. In order to make the estate seem more lively, he advertised employment for a man to live in his garden, demanding that the man, quote, live for 7 years without washing or cutting his hair or nails. The man was to never speak or interact with any guests and would spend his lonely days in an artificial cave. The basic idea was for guests to observe a man in his most natural state, untouched by societal influence. If the man was able to carry out these conditions, he would be paid the equivalent of about $100,000 in today's money. Now that's spread over the whole 7 years, so it's not really that much. But the position was dubbed the Ornamental Garden Hermit. Now get this, Pocklington was not the only fellow to come up with this idea. Others employed their own hermits with much more lenient rules. Perhaps the most well-known example was the Hill family from Shropshire. Their botanical grower was dubbed Father Francis, and he fully interacted with guests, told stories, and dispensed his own wisdom, all while maintaining a mysterious yet comforting presence. I want to see the hermit, Mummy. I want to see the hermit. The trend of the ornamental garden hermit lasted just over a century, finally being uprooted in the 1830s in favor of living statues. And to answer your question, no, garden gnomes were not inspired by the garden hermit. Those came from Germanic folklore, hundreds of years prior, but they'll still guard the garden as best they can. So you really like serial killers, huh? Alright, well, here's something that you've probably never heard of. When you think of the term serial killer, you probably wiggle your brain towards figures like Jack the Ripper, Ted Bundy, or even Jonathan Wayne Gacy. But everyone knows about those guys. History has a myriad of murderers that have remained out of the spotlight. After all, humans have been going at each other in silly squabbles since the dawn of man. I say, your cock is bigger than mine. I got you. Oh, you're so big. But first, we have to ask ourselves, what exactly is a serial killer? Well, according to the FBI, the definition has shifted its criteria across the years, with differing requirements for the number of victims, motives, and all that jazz. But the current definition, as it stands, is someone who forces at least 3 people to cash in their life insurance policies in 3 separate times or locations, often with a cooling or premeditation period in between. So with that out of the way, our first creature that meets this criteria is one Ana de Pistoia, more well known as Baba Anjoika. She was a truly withering, wicked witch back in the days of Yugoslavia, but before she was just a walking wrinkle, she was a babe in her heyday, probably. But after an unfortunate encounter with an Austrian stud muffin who left her destitute, devastated, and diseased at the age of 20, young Anna became reclusive, finding solace in a study of medicine and chemistry. She became quickly consumed in the whirl of medical treatments, both conventional and homeopathic. But after years of preparing potions and lotions in solitude, Anna's father stepped in and offered some advice. Medicine good. Love baby is better. Go make baby. Man, make baby. And so, Anna was married off to a wealthy bachelor. A much, much older wealthy bachelor. But the old geezer was still able to please her, or at least achieve the biological functions required to put a baby in her belly 11 times. But since their genetic material seemed to be made out of wet tissue paper, 10 of the 11 children crossed over into the shadow realm before even reaching adulthood, with Anna's husband trailing behind shortly after. With those eventful 20 years of her life shrinking into the distance of her rearview mirror, Anna returned to her studies, setting up her own chemistry lab in her now inherited estate. She gained a reputation as a healer and herbalist in the local village, providing syrups, serums, and solutions to anyone in need. She could fix coughs and colds or mend bumps and bruises. This reputation gave her the name Baba Anjoika, as she was seen as the caring grandmother of the village. Her services did make her a pretty penny, enough to pay the bills and live a comfortable life. But getting on in her years in the 1920s, the 80-year-old reclusive woman's ambitions took a dark turn. She began to notice a pattern. Many of her returning customers were younger women that were victims of their marriages or their families. These women would confide in Anna about their experiences and their traumas. So she offered a new product, a small swill of magic water that would fix their problem. This potion contained traces of arsenic and other undetectable plant toxins that, when administered to the unknowing victims, would cause them to succumb to a slow death, usually passing within a week or two. While conversing with any interested customers, she would gather pertinent information such as height and weight so she could calculate a proper dosage. But of course, this service wasn't free. A single potion could run you between 2 to 10,000 Yugoslav dinars, or roughly $600 to $3,000 in today's money. But if you were desperate enough, your life savings could save your life. It is estimated that between 50 to 150 men died as a direct result of Baba Anyoika's magic water. Now, when there's a bunch of husbands dropping like flies around a village, things are going to get suspicious. A few of the wives were interrogated, but none would fess up to any crime. It wasn't until 1926 that things would turn sour. After selling a swig of the magic water to a husband and wife who were desperate to and succeeded in ridding themselves of an erratic, cruel, and mega wealthy family member, the police finally stepped in. Once a rich dude dies, then it's serious. The living members were arrested and interrogated until, finally, the wife caved and outed the unassuming Shaky Sr. as the mastermind behind all of the village's mysterious deaths. I was but the testifying defendants retaliated with a resounding, yeah. Many of the village's new widows claimed they had no knowledge of the poison within the potions, and that instead, the old woman used black magic to kill them from afar. The now 91-year-old Baba Anyoika was formally arrested in 1929 and sentenced to 15 years of hard labor, or whatever hard labor that dusty old bitch could even perform. She was released just 8 years later at age 99 due to her very obviously blinking health bar. She died shortly after her 100th birthday in 1938. If there's a way to game the system, you can bet your fat tits that the scummiest of the scum will find ways to take advantage of it. Next on our list is Amelia Dyer, one of the UK's most infamous serial killers and one despicable excuse for a human being. And you've probably never heard of her. Back in the day in 1800s Great Britain, unmarried mothers kind of got shafted by the government after getting shafted by their partners. You see, in 1834, the British government struggled to keep up with the ongoing costs of feeding and housing the lower class. So the government, acting like the toilet that it was, decided to make that shit someone else's problem. It passed the Poor Law Amendment Act, a piece of legislature that completely overhauled the poverty relief system. It ultimately halted any government assistance to poor people who were still deemed physically able to work. Only those who were otherwise incapable of work due to physical disability or old age qualified for financial relief. This act was proposed after identifying innumerable abuses of the old system, with taxpayer pounds going to individuals who treated it as a way of life rather than a temporary safety net. The entire thing was just a big old nudge, encouraging any able-bodied poor to get to earning their keep or, well, die. This hit especially hard for the demographic of poor women who bore illegitimate children. Baby daddies were now off the hook for child support, and these moms were now faced with an impossible choice. Either go to work to survive, or stay home with the children and starve. But this is where another industry began to take root. Baby farming. You mean like cute itty-bitty babies sprouting from the earth? No, that's not how that works. But these babies would end up in the ground, with loads of single mothers forced to work to barely scrape by and workhouses having a strict don't bring your child to work policy. Many of these mothers opted for adoption in hopes that their children would be better cared for with a loving family or otherwise hospitable environment. And some of those did in fact exist, but others weren't so generous. Please, I want some more. Baby farms overlap with work. These desperate mothers could have their child taken out with their hands, no questions asked, for a hefty one-time fee. In exchange, the little one would be fed, clothed, and provided shelter. Or at least, that was the hope. The harsh reality, though, was that some of these baby farms were a place of cruelty and torture. And this is where Amelia Dyer comes in. She was the ringleader of such an establishment. A widow, a mother, and a trained nurse, Amelia turned to baby farming as a way to keep the candles on at night and a few biscuits on the table. And to her credit, she did initially provide legitimate care for the trembling little Tice. She actually had a long history as a caregiver, being responsible for her mentally ill mother when she was a child. But this responsibility and exposure to mental illness at such a young age took an apathetic toll on her, one that would fester and eventually manifest itself down the road, right about the time that she had a healthy supply of tumbling toddlers here and around. And that's when the deaths started. Many of the children that she took in began Final Fantasy fading away from various forms of neglect or starvation. But this was all part of the plan. One less child is one less mouth to feed and one less financial burden to bear. After all, the payment was already received, so anything after that is just opportunity cost. Beginning her baby farm in 1869, it took 10 years before anyone became suspicious of her shady business plan. Local doctors took notice to the alarming number of deaths under her care and decided to intervene. Dyer was charged with neglect and sentenced to just 6 months of hard labor, with any remaining children taken from her care. But that wouldn't stop. Shortly after her release and they installed in a mental facility, Amelia waddled off to Reading to start from scratch, and it wouldn't be long before she refilled her inventory of children. Only this time, things would be more deliberate and precise. She placed advertisements in a newspaper under a false name and narrative, claiming to be a loving couple who wanted nothing more than to provide a life of love and comfort to a child they could never bear. And many took the bait. Now, this next part gets a little rough, so here's your warning. Almost immediately after receiving payment from unwitting mothers or parents, Amelia Dyer would systematically snuff out the light of these innocent lives. The quicker the end, the more profit for her. It was reported that she would starve, neglect, or strangle her victims, often with a unique seamstress's white tape that became her signature. She was later quoted saying, "I used to like to watch them with the tape around their neck, but it was soon all over with them." Not wanting to involve doctors to issue any death certificates like last time, especially since these were due to very obviously unnatural causes, Amelia took matters into her own hands. She would dispose of the bodies by boxing them up tight and hucking them in the River Thames, a system that would keep her secret hidden, but would ultimately lead to her undoing. In 1896, a package was discovered along the banks of the Thames by a local guardsman. Out of curiosity, he eagerly explored its contents, but was struck with horror. The package contained the body of an infant girl and a few bricks that failed in weighing the container down. The police were called and they swarmed in to investigate. A local detective was able to identify faint, legible writing which pointed the police towards Amelia's home. One justifiable home raid later, and mountains of evidence were uncovered linking Amelia to her crimes. These were adoption telegrams, home tickets for when she sold off the children's clothing, as well as numerous unanswered letters from worried mothers, all enveloped in the stench of decaying remains. Amelia Dyer was formally arrested on April 4th, 1896, and the jury did not surrender. They came back with a unanimous guilty verdict in just 4.5 minutes. Will the jury find the defendant guilty as fuck? The combination of the insurmountable evidence gathered from her home and the
Really?
she carried
The fuck is your fucking problem?
Fucking
piece of shit.
Of up to 400 children over the course of 30 years, making her one of history's most prolific serial killers. For her crimes, Amelia Dyer was hanged on June 10, 1896, at the age of 58. Hey, want to see the subliminal message? Alright, this story actually begins where it ends with the publication of this pamphlet in 1654. This is a criminal pamphlet, sort of the precursor to modern true crime documentaries. These pamphlets would outline the life and crimes of the most notorious criminals of the age. Their original purpose was to serve as a sort of moral instruction, to give the average person a glimpse into the mind of a deranged and troubled criminal. But it actually turned out to be a form of entertainment, as people became fascinated with learning about those who would defect from morality. Crazy how some things never change. This profound puddle of piss currently in the center of your screen is one Melchior Hedloff, the self-confessed Polish-Lithuanian serial killer hailing from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Now, some claim his crimes to be a bit of a stretch, but we'll tear into that later. It was here in the city of Wrocław that Hedloff would make his skid mark on history's britches. According to this pamphlet, which I think we one of the few surviving records of his life, Mini Melky reverse Gaussian blown into this world as a poor peasant with not a penny to his name. Being a boy of limited financial means, with a father who was always sick and a mama who was always working, Melchior fled from home and found himself amongst a dodgy division of delinquents for survival. He would join various mercenary groups roaming the countryside after the 30 Years' War, which utterly devastated the region and just threw everything into chaos. It was within these groups that he learned the art of ambushing, the competence of combat, and the forte of firearms. With all of these brand spanking new skills in his repertoire, he turned to a life of crime as mercenary work started to die down. He became what is known as a highwayman, robbers that would lie in wait along isolated roads for any unsuspecting travelers. You see, back then, especially in unstable times like, say, immediately after a giant war, areas between towns were relatively lawless, and you were on your own to protect yourself as well as your belongings or your loved ones. Once a potential victim was spotted, they would leap out from behind a tree or something to jump scare you, potentially prompting you to pop out of retaliatory pine cone. Give me all your money! You were actually considered lucky if a local bandito took the time to threaten you for your belongings, because most robbers, like Melchior, were not so merciful. Instead, he would position himself behind cover and just stab travelers from a distance with a bullet, carving a notch in his rifle for each victim claimed. He would then loot the bodies and hide them away from the road to avoid any suspicion. This worked for a while to fill his pockets with coin and to slake his thirst for violence, but Hedloff soon entered one of the most dangerous states of mind for a serial killer: boredom. The thrill of just blasting people away and stealing their stuff soon became stale, and since variety is the spice of life, he decided to season the shit out of his future crimes. All of this hit an apex with his most infamous crime. According to his pamphlets, Hedloff had crossed paths with a young pregnant woman traveling the roads. Allured by the jingle-jangle of her coin purse, he offered to provide protection for the woman on her travels lest, some rapscallions decide to mug her and leave her for dead. She agreed. The two proceeded down the path until reaching an inn to lodge for the night. Good night. Good night. Hedloff strangled the poor woman, but he wasn't finished. He managed to take the body from the inn to hide his crime. Next to a nearby pond, Hedloff allegedly cut into his victim using his sword and yanked out the miniature unborn child, gobbling it up like a gummy bear. Now, before you say, there's no way that's true, you might be right, but you may be wrong. Why? Because the details in Melchior's crime pamphlet came from Melchior himself, albeit through tortured confessions. After years of causing chaos on the highways, he gained a reputation, and locals were not having it. He was eventually arrested after evading capture for some time, and since he was found with incriminating evidence already linking him to several recent crimes, the townsfolk already knew he was guilty, and other eyewitnesses confirmed it. In 1654, Melchior Hedloff was sentenced to be drawn and quartered, but not before confessing to over 200 murders as he was being tortured. Those confessions were then fabricated into this elaborate and sensational pamphlet. Sure, some of it may have been the over-exaggerated ramblings of a doomed man karmically getting his tummy torn into, but that's just good storytelling. Oh boy, Peter Meersch. If you've never heard of this guy before, you soon will, as is the point of this video. Peter terrorized the German countryside in the 16th century. He was often described as demonic, having been accused of dabbling in black magic and dark sorcery. He began his young adult life as a shepherd, but feeling sheer sheepishness from his lackluster career, he heard of better opportunities abroad, but would later find himself on the land. Like Hedloff's story, Germany at the time, within the Holy Roman Empire, was a land of opportunity, not for the righteous and honorable, but for the lowly and treacherous. This was because Peter lived in the aftermath of the German Peasants' War, a political uprising of peasants that was quickly stamped out by the upper aristocrats, resulting in over 100,000 lower-class deaths. Resentment from the upper class had boiled over, but the impoverished were proven to be powerless against them. Being born into poverty himself, Peter knew that it was nearly impossible to shake off the shackles of the lower class. So he had to take matters into his own hands, even if it meant cutting a few throats along the way. Ditching his shepherd's staff for something a bit more pointy around 1566, Peter joined up with bandits in the fall, pillaging villages and tormenting towns. But he soon found himself rising in the ranks and becoming the main mugger in charge. Together, Peter and his band of highwaymen would ransack the countryside, robbing any travelers along the roads of the Holy Roman Empire. But he would soon get too carried away with his crimes. Peter, I think he's dead. You can stop stabbing him. Just let him go. But it wasn't until 11 years later in 1577 that Peter met with any sort of justice, but only momentarily. He was formally arrested, but managed to give the authorities the slip, fading into darkness once more. His reported crimes and evasiveness gave him quite the reputation. Remember that pamphlet from the last chapter? Well, Peter had his own, and it was much more fantastical. Although the tales contained many real aspects of his misdeeds, they were also vastly exaggerated, telling of Peter's deal with the devil, his diving into the depths of black magic, and even his supernatural ability to shapeshift into dark beasts. It was said that he harvested the hearts of unborn children to cast curses or make himself invisible. Although obviously outlandish, the true root of these claims could be rationalized. His shapeshifting and ability to become invisible is attributed to his incredible skills of disguise and evasiveness. Despite his numerous crimes, he could never seem to be caught, or at least remain caught. His actions gave him widespread notoriety, which would actually be his downfall. One night in September of 1581, after stopping in a local bathhouse, the weary Peter just wanted to soak his sack in peace. He left his belongings with the owner of the bathhouse for safekeeping, as was the norm. But Peter was unknowingly drawing attention, with some other patrons recognizing the man that was bathing his balls in bliss before them. Curious, a few men snuck over to Peter's traveling bag and opened it, as it was also said to contain his dark magic tools. But the men were soon horror-struck with what they found inside: several severed heads and multiple hearts. Although stunned, they quickly apprehended Peter, and he confessed to his crimes. Peter Niersch was formally arrested and tortured over the course of 3 days in the town of Neumarkt, being broken on a wheel. It is said that the heavy wooden wheel was slammed onto him 42 times. Breakfast, wheel. Lunch, wheel. Dinner, have a hearty beef Wheelington. All of this bashing from the wheel basically rendered the man down to a battered blob, but he was somehow still alive. Don't worry, they had a solution. Peter was cornered. Through his various confessions while getting dunked on by a wheel, Peter Niersch was reportedly responsible for 544 deaths, including 24 pregnant women and their unborn children. He was pulled apart by the people at age 41. Secret government conspiracies. Alright, fellas and fellas, let's kick this off with something silly. Way back in the late 90s, when my biggest problems were nothing more than navigating the Ocarina of Time water temple and keeping my needlefish from starving, the rest of the world had real problems, like nuclear problems. Big nuclear bomb problems. The biggest players in the nuclear game were Russia and the United States. A small handful of countries had their own too, but they weren't taken too seriously. In order to keep things relatively peaceful, both the US and Russia agreed to minimize their nuclear stockpile and stop irradiating random corners of the globe. Now everyone could sleep soundly knowing that it was far less likely for someone's sweaty little thingy to be hovering over a launch button at any given moment. If a less friendly country develops the technology themselves and use it as a last resort to end life as we know it, your best move would be to proactively prevent that development, or at least severely hinder it. Well, that's exactly what the U.S. tried to do in 1999 when it developed Operation Merlin, a covert CIA operation aimed at sabotaging any possible nuclear weapons development programs in foreign countries, specifically Iran. Why Iran? Simple. They don't like the U.S., and the U.S. doesn't like them. But what do you expect, given the fact that the U.S. overthrew the Iranian government in 1953 because of oil? Fast forward to the 90s, and trade sanctions and terrorism have caused both countries to put them on edge. But the Iranian government wasn't dumb. They knew full well that a nuclear war would quickly convert their country into a glass parking lot. So in order to level the playing field as well as any opposing military, they would need to develop their own weapons of mass destruction. So whispers of an Iranian nuclear program began to make their way over the States. No concrete evidence, of course, just a bunch. But just the fear that Iran would develop its very own shiny nukes and gain a seat at the big kids table was enough motivation to intervene. Hey, nice miss, Joe. touch. Which brings us back to Operation Merlin. Now, the plan here was to have U.S. nuclear warhead blueprints accidentally make their way into the hands of Iranian officials. These plans, however, were sabotaged, sprinkled with tidbits of completely wrong information designed to mislead Iranian researchers down a rabbit hole designing inherently flawed weapons. Imagine you were taking a complicated test. With just 5 minutes left, you realize, oh no, there's a back page. Your blood runs cold as your pupils quiver in fear. Your pores pull profound portions of perspiration from pecs to pelvis. Just then, a soft sound licks your wax-impacted eardrum. Here, your classmate yells. He hands you an answer sheet. You blush, flushing. With this presumably correct information, you manage to finish the test. Then you explode. Alright, that might not be the best analogy, but you get the idea. In order to actually carry out the plan, the CIA needed the delivery boy, which came in the form of a freshly defected Russian nuclear scientist. Plenty of those walking around thanks to the USSR just having recently bath-bombed away. This scientist would be given the plug blueprints to a TBA 480 high-voltage neutron initiator. Basically, a nuclear bomb's firing pin. The blueprints would be sold to the Iranian government under the guise that they were stolen. But here's the problem. A lot of the details of the operation were on a need-to-know basis. Well, you'd think that the fella actually handling the plans would be given most of that information. He wasn't. In reality, the scientist was only given instructions to sell the plans to Iran. He didn't know that the designs had been tampered with. So when he went to review the blueprints himself, he noticed some issues. Blueprints wrong. I fix. Yeah, in an innocent act of good faith, the scientists had ironed out the design flaws and proceeded to hand over the now correct blueprints to the Iranian government, unintentionally thwarting the U.S.'s whole operation. You what? That's right. The American attempt to derail the Iranian nuclear program had completely backfired and may have actually helped the nuclear research in the long run. But it has to be said that Iran is not known to possess any nuclear weapons in the current day, as far as we know. The only reason we know about Operation Merlin is thanks to former CIA officer Jeffrey Sterling, who leaked information about the mission to a New York Times journalist in 2003. He got a 3.5-year prison sentence for that little stunt. Operation Mockingbird should be no surprise to anyone, especially nowadays. A couple of years after the end of the critically acclaimed sequel to World War I, previously alive President Harry Truman established the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, for the sake of upholding American national security. And by national security, this meant just shooting ropes of American influence across the globe to protect American interests. Interests that would soon be threatened by the Soviet Union. Having just fought side by side as allies in World War II, both the US and the USSR quickly turned on each other thanks to ideological differences, thus kickstarting the Cold War. The USSR scrambled to establish a geopolitical foothold in now German unoccupied territories across Eastern Europe. German. Oh, okay. Now, you Soviet. Alright. Not only did this grant the USSR expanded access to natural resources, but it also provided a sort of fair sheet, if you will, of communist countries around the motherland's western front. The United States, having just witnessed the abhorrent conditions under Stalin's totalitarian control, was all absolutely no, and sought to prevent any of that smelly communist influence from leaking across the rest of Europe. Alright, which one looks better? No, come on, Poland. Okay. But the very last thing the U.S. needed was to have communistic influence take root and grow from within. So in order to stamp out that possibility, the U.S. government needed to remind Americans just how good they had it. Capitalism good, communism bad. Enter Operation Mockingbird, a covert CIA operation designed with the goal of steering public opinion away from any communist influence. But a direct, in-your-face approach wouldn't do the trick. This needed to be more subtle, and appear to be coming from multiple trusted sources. The more widespread the idea, the easier it is to believe. Now you have to admit, the general population is easily swayed. That's why political campaigns work. But back in the 1950s or so, access to information was nowhere near what it is today. So many messages were taken at face value by the vast majority of Americans. If you heard from your favorite news sources that millions had died under Stalin's communist regime and that communism was spreading to the U.S., you're gonna shit a brick. If your favorite movies portray communists as evil little minions who want to steal your freedoms, you're gonna be one pissed off caller. You don't like good comedy. One that ain't alive no more. I'll work on it later. there's probably no better way to control the masses than by fear and anger. Under Operation Mockingbird, the CIA had infiltrated the majority of the U.S.'s main media outlets, including news broadcast stations, journals, magazines, newspapers, movies, radio, planting anti-communist propaganda and focusing the narrative on good old American values. The CIA had hundreds of members of the press, including many higher-up publishers and editors from across the nation, secretly on the government payroll from the 1950s to the 1970s. These reporters and journalists would discreetly gather information about public opinion and disseminate CIA-authored pro-American, anti-Soviet stories, even if they were a bit over-exaggerated. It was essentially the country's first wide-scale fake news factory. If you read any kind of news article in the time, chances are it was written, or at least heavily edited, by the CIA. More fake news. The anti-communist propaganda had caused mass hysteria across the U.S., resulting in incidents like the Red Scare, which had Americans pitted against each other. You just never knew if your friendly, well-groomed, handsome neighbor was secretly a communist sympathizer. Oh, hey, Todd. Yeah, I'm just watering the flowers, making sure they're all getting watered equally. I bet they probably water themselves if I gave them the hose. By the 1970s, Americans started to actually think of it for themselves. With recent disasters like the Vietnam War and Nixon's Watergate scandal, government trust was in a bear market. The public was buying puts. As an execution of checks and balances, the U.S. Senate had unanimously approved the formation of the Church Committee in 1975. This committee, which consisted of 11 politicians and lawyers, was tasked with exposing the many suspected abuses of the CIA. With their research, they blew the whistle on many of the CIA's horrid atrocities, bringing them right into the public spotlight. These included the notorious Project MK Ultra, various assassination attempts on foreign leaders, attempts at overthrowing foreign governments, and of course, Operation Mockingbird. So, what do you have to say to accusations of CIA propaganda? I'd say that you could take a propaganda assholes. After the jig was up, the CIA claimed that all operations had ceased on the Mockingbird front, but of course, we know that that's not true. Nowadays, every one of us has access to more information than we could possibly process in a lifetime. Each article, video, post, blog, algorithm, just a potential gateway to subliminal messaging and swaying our decisions. Operation Northwoods is one of those things where you'd ask yourself, the U.S. government wouldn't really do that, would they? Yes. Yes, they would. Back in 1959, communism had hit too close to home for the United States. Just outside the Gulf of whatever this is now, trouble was brewing in Cuba. That would be the Cuban Revolution, headed by this scraggly little scoundrel. Having just overthrown a corrupt, fascist, and U.S.-approved government rife with economic inequality, Castro sought to even the odds for his fellow Cubans moving forward. His answer? Communism. Specifically the Marxist-Leninist flavor. Though no matter the type of communism, the U.S. wasn't too keen on having a communist nation a stone's throw away from its scoundrel. It also didn't help that Castro had seized control of all American businesses in Cuba, including sugar and coffee plantations and oil refineries. In response, five-star General President Eisenhower had slammed the capitalist government with strict restrictions on trade and vowed to cast Castro aside. But that was another president's job. In 1961, shy new President John F. Kennedy had attempted to help Castro out of Cuba with the Bay of Pigs invasion. A group of about 1,500 anti-Castro Cuban revolutionaries were taken in, trained, and had millions of American dollars worth of military equipment thrown at them. Period. Go kill Castro. And so they tried. The Bay of Pigs invasion, though, was an embarrassing failure. The Cuban military, over 200,000 strong, completely decimated the paltry invading force in just a few days. Now, having just warded off what he knew was essentially a U.S. invasion, Castro felt a bit big in his britches. The U.S. needed a better plan, but they were limited with what they could actually do. Since Cuba was buddy-buddy with the big communist motherland, a direct invasion by the U.S. would almost certainly mean a Soviet invasion in Europe. So President Kennedy needed to really use his head for this one. But it was actually his brother that authored a solution. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy developed Operation Mongoose, a covert CIA operation designed to take down Castro's Cuba from the inside. CIA-funded Cubans would be recruited in Miami and dumped in Cuba to form a revolutionary militia. The U.S. would influence political support for the would-be revolutionaries, which would lead to an eventual coup and usurp Castro, giving the U.S. the chance to shape the government however they wanted. But a key part of that plan was to convince other nations that Cuba was wild, irrational, and dangerous, to the point of supporting U.S. intervention. This is where Operation Northwoods comes in, a proposed CIA covert false flag operation aimed at executing domestic and foreign acts of terror against innocent civilians in order to justify aggressive U.S. military action against Cuba. Some of the proposed terrorist acts included destroying a U.S. ship and conducting fake funerals, attacking Cuban refugees seeking haven in Miami, planting plastic bombs in strategic locations in Miami, destroying Dominican Republic crops and planting false evidence, and staging attacks on U.S. aircraft. And the list goes on. But the most damning evidence comes straight from the source. Here's an excerpt from the declassified Operation Northwoods document, highlighting a plan to fake a plane hijacking. Hijacking attempts against civil air and surface craft should appear to continue as harassing measures condoned by the government of Cuba. It is possible to create an incident which will demonstrate convincingly that a Cuban aircraft has attacked and shot down a chartered civil airliner en route from the United States to Jamaica, Guatemala, Panama, or Venezuela. The passengers could be a group of college students on holiday. An aircraft at Eglin Air Force Base would be painted and numbered as an exact duplicate for a civil registered aircraft. The duplicate would be substituted for the actual civil aircraft and would be loaded with the selected passengers, all boarded under carefully prepared aliases. The actual registered aircraft will be converted to a drone. The document goes on to explain how both planes would follow the same flight path, with the duplicate passenger-carrying craft secretly landing and safely evacuating all passengers. This plane would then be reverted back to its original appearance. The original empty plane would then continue its flight path over Cuba. Once in Cuban airspace, fake pilot radio transmissions would play, declaring that the plane was under attack by Cuban aircraft. The transmission would then be cut off by the plane's remote detonation, simulating its destruction by Cuban forces. The culmination of these events would undoubtedly rally Americans against the Cuban government, justifying and essentially greenlighting an American invasion. But then a little thing called the Cuban Missile Crisis happened. Turns out that the Soviet Union had secretly installed nuclear missiles in Cuba, which is hilarious, because the United States secretly installed nuclear missiles in Turkey. This was the closest the world ever came to an actual nuclear apocalypse. In order to avoid mutual destruction, the Soviets agreed to dismantle their nukes under the condition that the U.S. dismantled their own nukes and ceased all military aggression against Cuba. With that agreement, Operation Mongoose was terminated and Operation Northwoods was shot, hopefully never inspiring any future events. Operation Paperclip. Even if you're not a history junkie, you've probably heard of this. This is where U.S. government ethics completely disintegrated like a big green fart in the wind. The Second World War wasn't one of just military strength, but of cunning, intelligence, and ingenuity as well. Emerging technologies gave each side advantages on the war front. The UK with its code-breaking Colossus computer, Germany with its devastating V-2 rocket technology, and of course the US with its catastrophic atomic bombs. Nazi Germany had some of the greatest scientific minds of the modern age. It's an indisputable fact. And after Germany's surrender, the US wanted to leverage that expertise for its own technological advancements. Of course, there was also a concern that the Soviets would attempt the same thing, so it became a matter of national security. Well, the Soviets did end up yoking over 2,500 scientists and various equipment for themselves under Operation Soviet, but no one ever really talks about that. In July of 1945, a mere 2 months after the main mustache himself downed a pill and a bullet, Operation Overpower, later renamed Operation Paperclip, had commenced. An operation designed to scoop up Nazi scientists in Germany, seize their research and technologies, and grant them asylum in the U.S. so they can help develop weapons against Japan, who was still very much determined to win the Pacific Theater. Something they'll retrospectively regret in about a month. Most of the scientists recruited were experts in the fields of rocket science, aviation, and chemical and biological warfare. Over 1,600 Nazi scientists were recruited into the American scientific community and given research jobs. That would be a hell of a resume. Okay, looks like it says here you held a position for a bit in Auschwitz, hope I'm saying that right, as a camp counselor. Why don't you tell me more about that? No, that's okay. Operation Paperclip had absorbed some of the most prominent figures of the German scientific community. For example, you had Halex the Shadow, an aeronautical medical researcher. He was recruited into NASA and went on to design critical astronaut protective equipment for various spaceflight missions. During World War II, however, he was complicit in several human experiments at the Dachau concentration camp. There was also Heinz Haber, an aeronautical physicist that also participated in human experimentation efforts to further his research. Haber eventually became the chief scientific consultant for the Walt Disney Company in the 1950s. And of course, there was former SS officer Werner von Braun, Germany's leading rocket technology engineer who helped design the V-2 rocket through brutal slave labor. He became a NASA director and one of the most prominent figures in the American space frontier. He also worked with the Walt Disney Company to popularize the subject of human space travel. With American scientists now welcoming their new, honeysuckle co-workers of questionable origin, the U.S. had some cleaning up to do. See, the American public had zero knowledge of Operation Paperclips' existence, so it was up to the government to rebrand these Nazis as good old wholesome geniuses who all coincidentally waved at a 45-degree angle. Histories were hidden and war crimes were scrubbed for the sake of technological progress. And boy oh boy was there progress. With the help of the Germans, the U.S. made unprecedented breakthroughs in aeronautical technology, largely contributing to the U.S.'s success in the space race against the Soviet Union with the Apollo missions. Over the following decades, however, many of Operation Paperclip's beneficiaries found themselves in the crosshairs of American journalists. Previously buried pasts were soon dug up, and the links to war crimes were being reconnected. Fearing persecution and eventual prosecution, many of the scientists got the pile out of the U.S. to seek refuge elsewhere. Although rumors of paperclips circulated as early as 1946, the official documents were formally declassified under President Clinton's Nazi War Crimes Disclosure Act of 1998. Pretty messed up, right? The silliest deaths in history. Part 2. In a world of constant scientific revolution and innovation, it's required that any new theories be put to the test with reliable and repeatable proofs. Otherwise, you're about as useful as a fodder of dirt. But sometimes that proof puts people in harm's way. Take, for instance, one Jesse William Lazier. This handsome block of cheddar was an American physician in the late 1800s, though he did live to see the new century, just not very long. We'll get to that in a bit. Growing from a well-to-do boy into a well-to-do man, Lazier had a passion for helping the ill and minimizing all the aches of humanity throughout history. So he took that passion and put it to good use, receiving his doctorate in medicine from Columbia University in 1892. Upgrading himself from graduate to practicing physician in 1895, Lazier focused his studies on two major diseases, the infectious malaria and the deadly yellow fever, both of which were stirring up all kinds of problems in the late 1800s, the worst of which being that people were dying. But exactly how these diseases were being spread so easily, particularly in the southern United States and the Caribbean, remained a mystery for years at least. Well, that's not exactly true. You see, about 14 years earlier, Cuban public health professional disease researching guy Carlos Finlay came up with a theory. He proposed that some diseases, particularly yellow fever, could be transmitted through the bite of a single infected mosquito. It's a rather simple theory. An itty-bitty mosquito bites an infected monkey, acquires the yellow fever, flies away, finds a healthy human, gives the suck and leaves behind yellow fever, and the cycle continues. Now, if you've ever spent more than 2 seconds in the American South, you know just how bad them little shits can get. So if there's a few infected people and a lot of mosquitoes, things are going to spread faster than a bad joke at a bad convention. Oh, come on, I'm hungry. Finlay laid out his research and presented his native mosquito theory to the scientific community, hoping for control of the mosquito population to minimize the spread. And they all laughed at him. All those stupid science bitches ridiculed and mocked Finlay's theory, brushing it off as complete nonsense. And then we fast forward more than a decade, and a very confident Lazier was willing to put that theory to the test. On himself. Try here's an infected skater, and here's an uninfected me. So, if that's me and I get infected, well, there you go. And so, in September of 1900, Lazier was deliberately bitten by an infected mosquito. He contracted yellow fever and died several days later. But his sacrifice would not be in vain, as it confirmed Finlay's theory, subsequently revolutionizing the control of yellow fever, including controlling the mosquito population. The age of exploration saw a lot of exploring from many a capable sea captain. But amongst the Columbuses and Marco Polos of history, some have fallen through the cracks, their deeds and accomplishments forgotten at time, or just not important enough for repair. John Kendrick was one such captain. Ever since growing up aboard Papa Kendrick's whaling vessel in his teenage years, John had a love of the sea, which explains the vast success he found in his later years. This guy was more American than he strapped apple pie asking for a tip. A member of the American Civil Liberty, Kendrick personally took part in the famous Boston Tea Party, hucking countless crates of precious British light fuel into the harbor. He also commanded a privateer ship during the American Revolution, attacking and capturing British warships with his crew of 104 men, even going as far as helping convince the French to join the fight. After helping America get its independence, Kendrick took to the seas once more, this time on a more exploratory venture. Teaming up with famous explorer ship-sailing Captain fellow Robert Gray, who you probably never heard of, the two bros made history, leading the first U.S. expedition to the Pacific Northwest, where they established a strong fur trade route, independently trading goods like beer and bananas to purchase sea otter pelts from local natives. Hey, gotta do what you gotta do, you know? Kendrick also made himself at home in Hawaii in the late 1700s. There, he built up a pretty lucrative sandalwood trade hub, harvesting the wood in Hawaii and shipping it off to China, who treasured the luscious lumber for its durability, medicinal and therapeutic properties, and of course, its smell. So Kendrick spent many a year just jamming as much of his wood as he could into China's supple trading ports, skipping back and forth across the Pacific Ocean between mainland China and the Hawaiian Islands. But Hawaii, historically speaking, often had a bunch of fighting between chiefs of the different islands. Each chief, understandably enough, wanted to expand their respective territories and influence. Well, when returning to the islands in 1794, Kendrick found Hawaii to be in complete turmoil, with two chiefs duking it out to be the big chief in charge. One of the tribes was being supplied by Captain William Brown, a proper Brit who was willing to give some land to the British crown. Kendrick replied he too supplied a chief of great renown, and put to the test, Kendrick did his best to smack the captain down. So in December of 1794, a battle commenced with Captain Brown supporting the chief of Oahu and Kendrick supporting the chief of Hawaii. Cute. The tropical tussle ended with Kendrick's side being victorious, inspiring him to celebrate the only way a true American knows how, by firing off loud guns. As planned, Kendrick's ship had ignited a volley of cannon fire. Although his side had lost, Captain Brown, determined to uphold proper British etiquette, agreed to discharge a volley of his own cannons in Kendrick's honor. Oh, this turtle soup is done for. Well, that's what you get for slurping your soup. Turns out in a complete honest mistake, Captain Brown forgot to unload shot from one of his cannons before firing it off. Some historical accounts claim that grape shot tore through Kendrick's cabin, creating complete chaos and quickly killing the company captain as he crushed on a collision of consumables. But sorry about that, it's completely my fault. Yep, that Jack Daniel. The two first-name having freak who founded the famous Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey Company. You know, that succulent spirit that did will or is getting you through those tough college days or life in general. That's the one. Well, little Jackie Boy was born in Tennessee in the mid-1800s as the youngest of 10, mainly because his birth was the one that sent his beloved mother skyward. Very sad. Now, unfortunately, not much is known about Jack's early life because them town records don't wake call fire. Most of the insight that we do have into Jack's life actually comes from the Jack Daniels Company historical records. Teeny Tiny Jack, the youthful entrepreneur that he was, appeared for work at the ripe old age of 8. The man to answer Jack's call was this guy, Dan Cobb, a preacher, a screecher, and one distilling creature. And of course, it would be here that Jack would find his calling. Something about Jack caught Dan's eye, and he saw real potential in that little tank. This boy's gonna make a fine whiskey one day, I tell you what. And so, according to company history, an 8-year-old Jack began learning the art and science of distillation from one Nathan Green, a master distiller and slave under Dan Cobb. Fast forward several years, and Dan hit a crossroad. Given an ultimatum by his wife, Dan had to choose between his relationship with his tasty spirits or the Holy Spirit. The Reverend chose his Lord and Savior, saving his soul and his liver in the process. In that point, Dan had sold his prized distillery to none other than his favorite pupil, Jack Daniel, whose first act as new owner was to hire on his friend and mentor Nathan Green as the company's master distiller. He also employed Nathan's two adult sons and, later down the line, his grandsons. Now, the Jack Daniels website really emphasizes that Jack never owned slaves. So if you disagree, don't look at me. I'm just a guy on the internet. A man of all business and no pleasure, Jack never married nor had any children of his own. He did, however, take his nephews under his wing to learn the business, eventually handing the distillery down to them in 1907 once his health bar had reached a somber yellow. But it would be a few years later in 1911 before Jack would kick the bucket, or in this case, something much heavier. According to legend, Jack Daniel, now in his 60s or so, had forgotten the combination to a personal safe, holding a bunch of valuables like safes are typically designed to do. In his frustration, Jack tried to solve the problem in true U.S. Southerner fashion by putting a boot up its ass. But since a safe has buns of literal steel, Jack instead broke his toe, causing a severe blood infection. Jack Daniel reportedly died of blood poisoning on October 9, 1911. But is this story true? I don't know. Here's a rather recent one for you. Back in 1993, when the world was witnessing the birth of the internet, Czechoslovakia was checking out and President Clinton was gearing up to suck or be sucked at his job, Gary Hoy was about to meet his untimely death. An extremely successful business partner and corporate and securities law specialist for the Holden Day Wilson law firm in Toronto, Canada, Gary was living it up, but he would quickly learn that it's a long fall from the top. Gary had a reputation as a very personable guy, always loving to talk to people, share wisdom, and loves cracking a few jokes here and there. But on July 9th, 1993, one of Gary's jokes would fall flat. While attending a reception in the office on a Friday, Gary decided to give a tour of the office to a group of accounting and law students, which of course was a typical routine for Gary's charismatic character. But what happens next would be cemented in the minds of everyone around him. While on the tour of the 24th floor office, Gary decided to whip out his signature move. Boasting about the structural integrity of Canadian architecture and the seemingly unbreakable glass office windows, Gary charged full speed towards one of said windows, a party trick he apparently had performed successfully many times in the past. Typical Gary. This time, he was also successful. Gary bounced right off of the glass without a hitch, to the applause and laughter of the students. You want to see me do it again? Gary was about to push his luck, and a little too hard on the window. Gary charged once more, hitting the glass at a sprint. Now, to his credit, the glass didn't break, but the entire window frame dislodged from its setting, causing Gary to plunge the full 24 stories to his death. The students and various colleagues stood paralyzed and horror-struck after witnessing Gary's fall. Not to mention the witnesses on the ground where boys thought he had landed. Following the incident, many of the firm's lawyers received professional counseling, but some chose to part ways with the company, eventually leading to its full closure in 1996. Talk about having a falling out. Each of us wants to accomplish our own big motivational concrete goals before crossing the eternal finish line. Unloving family, traveling the world, subscribing to this channel, which I'm doing right now. But as the Rolling Stones once said, you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, I forget the rest. Anyway, this is Frank Hayes, and he has his own goal, to win a race. A horse race. Problem is, though, he is no professional jockey. A young Irish fellow born in Ireland in 1901, Frank grew up as a stable boy and eventually an apprentice horse trainer under James Fraley, a wealthy gent who owned and bred professional racing horses. Paying close attention to Frank's rather small stature, Fraley gave Frank an opportunity to race as a jockey. And he lost. But apparently not too bad, because he was given a second chance in 1923. One small snag in this plan, however, was that Frank was a tad too heavy. Jockeys were required to weigh less than 130 pounds in order to qualify for racing. Ideally, the slimmer and sleeker your jockey is, the less of a burden he is for the horse, allowing for a higher potential speed. Less fast, go fast. And so Frank was given a doozy of a task. Lose 12 pounds in a few days. That's a big ask for someone already in a healthy weight range, but Frank was determined to strap in the saddle once more. what could only imagine were extremely unhealthy choices, the frail Frank ended up making the cut and was given the thumbs up to participate in the race. But he was nowhere near expected to win, with him and his horse only given 20-1 odds. On June 4th, 1923, Frank mounted his horse named Sweet Kiss and prepared to travel around the track. The racers were off, and Sweet Kiss quickly trailed behind the group. However, in the final stretch, Sweet Kiss apparently kicked him back from the overdrive and managed to close the gap, with Frank appearing locked in, closely hugging the horse's neck. In an extreme upset, Sweet Kiss actually won the race by a pretty respectable lead, but after dropping from a gallop to a canter to a walk, Frank was still closely gripping the steed. Frank Hayes was dead. During the race, Frank's heart gave out, presumably from the extreme and unhealthily fast weight drop sustained to get into the race in the first place. So yeah, Sweet Kiss carried a corpse across the finish line. Frank Hayes photo finished into the great beyond at the age of 22. Or 35, depending on whatever source you read. I know that's a big discrepancy, but welcome to history. Unfortunately, Sweet Kiss, now superstitiously dubbed Sweet Kiss of Death, never ran another race as jockeys refused to mount the mare, fearing a similar fate. So of course, it was the end of her show, and she got her final curtain call. Something bad about U.S. state aid. Hawaii is our most recent state added to the Big 50 in 1959. The U.S. government had their eyeballs all over the little group of islands as a strategic military outpost in the 1800s. I mentioned the Sugar Cane thing. We didn't forbid any small European or Asian countries get their private balls on it, so with that in mind, as well as being concerned as any tariffs, a couple of U.S. businessmen with a couple of U.S. Marines pointed a couple of their U.S. guns at Hawaiian King Kalakaua in 1887, forcing him to sign over power to the United States. But after the king Kame his last Hame, his sister, Queen Liliuokalani, tried to regain power, but the U.S. was all, huh. So one cuckoo Kachu later, and the Republic of Hawaii was established in 1894, led by one Sanford Dole, whose cousin would go on to form the Hawaiian Pineapple Company, which would later become the Dole Food Company. If you've never had it, Dole is freaking amazing. I recommend it. Ground zero for the 1918 influenza pandemic, the deadliest pandemic of the modern world, is widely believed to have been Camp Funston in Manhattan, Kansas. The camp itself was an army base training infantry in the closing months of World War I. But with failure to quarantine sick troops, the flu was definitely not just in Kansas anymore. Sickly soldiers were sent overseas where they oversneezed in Europe, spreading the flu worldwide. By the end of the pandemic around 1921, roughly 500 million people around the globe had been infected, with death toll estimates ranging from 50 to 100 million poor souls. July 16, 1945 saw the detonation of the world's first nuclear weapon at the Trinity Nuclear Testing Site in the Jornada del Muerto Desert in New Mexico. The successful detonation was the catalyst for the construction of the two atomic bombs that were dropped on Japan towards the end of World War II. It's just a shame that thousands of New Mexico locals were never warned about the testing because they got some heavy radiation dosages. Between the years of 1948 and 1975, the Aberdeen Proving Ground facility in Aberdeen, Maryland, hosted a wealth of unethical human experiments on U.S. Army soldiers. About 7,000 soldiers were experimented on, all without informed consent, meaning that they had no idea what they were getting into. The men were exposed to over 250 different chemical weapons, including mustard gas, deadly nerve agents, and psychoactive substances for the sake of researching effects, preventative measures, and medical treatments. Despite the lethality of some of these substances, dosages were low enough where no deaths were reported. Wow, these are getting dark really quick. So here's a silly one. The Aroostook War of 1838 was a bloodless armed standoff between American and British Canadian lumberjacks. While they slept all night and worked all day, there was a disagreement about where the U.S.-Canadian border actually was. So both sides, eager to chop into the Aroostook River Valley supple sappy trees, got into a bit of a kerfuffle. Troops were deployed, but no shots were fired and no lives were lost. Instead, everyone skipped and jumped home to cut down trees on their respective sides. The 1974 super outbreak was one of the most intense tornado outbreaks in recorded history, with 147 separate tornadoes formed in a 25-hour period across 13 states, with Indiana being hit the hardest. 47 fatalities, 1,000 injuries, and hundreds of millions of dollars in damages were reported. The place, just slightly west of Virginia, is West Virginia, home to the worst mining disaster in the history of the United States, so far. On December 6, 1907, the Fairmont Coal Company's number 6 and number 8 mine shafts in the town of Monongah went kablooey. Two separate methane explosions instantly killed hundreds of workers in the mines and trapped any of those fortunate enough to survive. But their luck quickly ran out. The combined blast collapsed most of the existing cave structure and the ventilation shafts, blocking off fresh air and building up toxic gases which suffocated the trapped miners. The lack of any safety standards or respiratory safety equipment made rescue attempts hopeless. Only 5 men managed to be saved, with 362 lives lost. The tragedy sparked public outcry for stricter safety standards, and in 1910, the U.S. government established the Bureau of Mines, with the goal of reducing mining accidents, though it had been a few decades before any safety standards would be enforced. Bet you don't yearn for the mines anymore, do you? In 1879, members of the Osage Native tribes struck oil on their reservation. The U.S. government did what it does and quickly swooped in to establish oil production and paid out royalties to the members of the Osage tribe, catapulting them to astronomical levels of wealth. That's when the mysterious death started. You see, Congress, not believing that the natives were capable of managing their wealth by themselves, appointed American businessmen and lawyers to look after their finances as legal guardians. Well, throughout the 1920s, some of these guardians began the systematic murder of 60 Osage natives in order to inherit their wealth. Formal investigations were launched, becoming one of the first major investigations conducted by the FBI. If you want to read more about this, I highly recommend the book Killers of the Flower Moon. There's also a film adaptation done recently, but apparently wasn't as good. Louisiana. In the early 1900s, there was a plethora of invasive water hyacinths just gunking up the local rivers. Not to mention a pervasive meat shortage. So in order to feed two birds with one stone, the American Hippo Bill was proposed to Congress. The bill would import African hippos to munch on the plants. When they first had hippos to be subsequently munched on in America. Other animals were on the list, including Manchurian pigs, African buffalo, Tibetan yaks, rhinos, and of course, dick-dicks. Sadly, the bill never passed, thwarting American plans to deep-throat delicious and nutritious dick-dick meat. A series of massive earthquakes completely rocked southeast Missouri in 1811. One 8.0 magnitude earthquake was so severe that it caused sections of the Mississippi River to flow backwards, and several parts of the surrounding landscape that go all red. Some people died, I believe. On April 12, 1861, the goddamn Confederates bombarded Fort Sumter in Charleston, South Carolina for 34 hours straight and 0 hours gay, marking the start of the United States Civil War, which would go on to claim the lives of nearly 700,000 people. The worst massacre in U.S. history involving a school dates all the way back to 1927 in the small town of Bath, Michigan. Local disgruntled douche Andrew Kehoe used dynamite to destroy the Bath Consolidated School, an expensive upgrade to the local school district. The construction and maintenance of the school caused local property taxes to shoot up to account for operating costs. Kehoe, who was already on edge from his failing farming and political careers, as well as a terminally ill wife, had hit a breaking point with the steeper tax burden. Over the course of several months, Kehoe had managed to purchase multiple crates of dynamite, something typically used in farming at the time for stump and boulder removal, and it hid them throughout the school. On the morning of May 18, 1927, the dynamite was detonated, killing 3 in the process and injuring dozens more. While the chaos ensued, Kehoe had murdered his wife, destroyed the car, and drove to the school with his truck packed with more dynamite. He parked his car in front of the school and detonated the truck, taking himself and a few bystanders out with him. Luckily, though, a second hoard of dynamite within the school failed to detonate, preventing further loss of life. This single tragedy claimed a quarter of the town's children. California, the United States' sweaty ass crack, boasts the largest economy in the country, which is perfect, because that's what they need to constantly fund relief efforts for the thousands of wildfires each year burning millions of acres. In 2020 alone, California saw over 9,600 wildfires with almost 4.4 million acres reduced to char. Do better. Get better. The extremely heavy and frequent rainfall in 1926 through 1927 culminated in the Great Mississippi River Flood of 1927. The Big O River traveled across the land, flooding far and wide through several states including Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee, and of course, Mississippi. Around 500 souls were washed away and several hundred thousand people were displaced from their homes, resulting in upwards of $10 billion in damages. The U.S. Dakota War of 1862 in Minnesota resulted in the largest public execution in United States history. The people of the Dakota Native American tribe were pretty darn pissed as incoming settlers sought to manifest their destiny across the Midwest. After constant displacement and being on the brink of starvation due to farming and hunting conditions, the Dakota had just about enough. A small group of Dakota men had attacked and killed 5 settlers, including a man, his wife, and their teenage daughter. This escalated into a small uprising which was stomped out by the U.S. Volunteer Army over the course of about a month and a half. Over 350 U.S. civilians were massacred, with 150 Dakota natives killed in the clash. After all was said and done, 400 Dakota men faced trial, with 303 sentenced to death, though President Lincoln did reduce this down to just 38 men sentenced for execution. These men received their short drop and sudden stop in front of a public crowd on December 26, 1862. Since 2007, over 20 detached and decayed human feet have been washed ashore along the coast of the Salish Sea in northeastern Washington. The feet have been found in various shoes, supposedly protected from additional predation from scavengers. Several of the feet have been identified as remains of missing people or those suspected of ending their life within the area. Pretty sad. Hey, free shoes. In perhaps the worst lapse of judgment in the history of mankind, the city of Cleveland, Ohio organized Balloon Fest in 1986. The goal of the event was to break a world record of most balloons released simultaneously, but I guess no one realized that balloons don't rise in perpetuity. Shortly after the release of over 1.5 million inflatables, a storm system promptly blew the elastic spheres back to Earth, blanketing the city and polluting Lake Erie. Airplanes were grounded, fishermen went missing, waterways became clogged, and many lawsuits were issued. All in all, the cleanup cost the city of Cleveland over $5 million. The people of Oregon really hate it when you pronounce it as Oregon. So I've experienced. But anyway, a few months after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, a single Japanese pilot flew a secret mission to bomb the forest of Oregon in an attempt to divert war supplies. Incendiary bombs were dropped in the forest of Brookings, but in terms of damage, they didn't do jack shit. After the war, the Japanese pilot, Nobuo Fujita, was invited back to Brookings as a guest of honor in order to make amends, which he hesitantly accepted. As a formal apology for his actions, Fujita presented the city his family heirloom katana, one passed down across 400 years, which is still on display in the Chetco Public Library to this day. Timothy Treadwell was a huge fan of wild grizzly bears. Keyword being was. He spent about 13 summers living amongst them in Alaska. Returning one final time towards the end of autumn, the bears then became a huge fan of Timothy. One giant grizzly had attacked Timothy and his girlfriend, mauling and eating with them. The bear was later shot and killed with an autopsy confirming human remains in its stomach. Fellas, don't befriend giant animals. I don't care how cute their ears are. They're wild animals. They will murder you. North Carolina almost became No Carolina in 1961 after a B-52 bomber carrying a payload of 2 nuclear bombs headed towards the Canadian Arctic experienced a catastrophic failure and broke up mid-air shortly after takeoff. The destroyed aircraft unintentionally dropped the bombs back down Earth, with one falling from the plane as if properly deployed, initiating a sequence of safety switches for detonation. However, one final safety switch failed to actuate, saving North Carolina and a few surrounding states from becoming nothing more than a big black smudge on the globe. The other bombs slammed into the earth, but very luckily remained intact and relatively undamaged. Both bombs were rated as 3.8 megaton bombs, about 250 times more powerful than those dropped in Japan at the end of World War II. So yeah, the US almost accidentally nuked itself into oblivion. During the events of World War II, tens of thousands of Japanese Americans were relocated to several internment camps across the country out of fear of domestic attacks. One such camp was the Hart Mountain Camp in Park County, Wyoming, which housed 14,000 Japanese Americans during its 3 years of operation between 1942 and 1945. The camp boasted many activities, a poorly supplied school for children, a hospital, and many sports and social clubs. But they were still forced to be there and got along. Way back before the U.S. was even established, the English colony of Jamestown, Virginia was formed in 1607. Just a few years later, settlers experienced what is known as the starving time. The combined effects of the brutal winter of 1609, food shortages, devastating disease, and constant Native American attacks really screwed over colonists who resorted to pure desperation for survival. The colonists ate dogs, rats, worn shoes, and each other in order to survive. 300 settlers saw the beginning of winter, and 60 saw the beginning of spring. The state of Rhode Island saw around 1,000 slaving voyages between the 18th and 19th century, bringing in an estimated 100,000 slaves to the Americas. The year 1919 saw the occurrence of the Elaine Massacre in Hoopsville, Arkansas. About 100 African-American sharecroppers demanded fairer pricing for their cotton crops as they were frequently underpaid for their labors. During a meeting, which was protected by armed guards, two white men rolled up to find out what all the hullabaloo was about. After a brief struggle, some shots were fired, but it's unknown who shot first. One of the men died, the other injured. Well, word got out about the event being a supposed uprising being planned by the black community. In response, several locals and hundreds of U.S. troops were deployed to put an end to the so-called rebellion, resulting in the cold-blooded murder of over 200 African Americans in the area. In 1903, residents of Van Meter, Iowa reported sightings of a strange bat-like humanoid figure for several months. Dubbed the Van Meter Visitor, the bat-human dinosaur hybrid monster thing possessed big old floppy wings, sharp claws, and an eerily glowing horn on its mouth. Many credible witnesses attest to the sighting, but locals, in true American fashion, shot at the creature in an attempt to kill it. It supposedly escaped to a nearby abandoned mine and was never seen again. In the early 1800s, Colonel William H. Jackson once gifted his favorite oak tree its own deed, legally entitling it to its own ownership and all land within an 8-foot radius of itself. The original tree, located in Athens, Georgia, fell in 1942, but not before an acorn sprouted in Busaco, which legally inherited the land. At this time, it was because there's a chance that this tree owns more land than you do. The Bonneville Salt Flats in northwestern Utah look like something out of a dream sequence. Back in the 1920s, with the evolving technology of automobiles, adrenaline junkies would often challenge each other to travel across the flats as fast as possible. Of course, this inevitably led to numerous crashes, breakdowns, and deaths, a tradition that persists to this day. The Silk Strike of 1913 in Paterson, New Jersey was the organized strike of over 25,000 silk workers with the goal of establishing an 8-hour workday and better working conditions. Over the course of the strike's 5-month duration, 300 silk mills had shut down with no workforce, and over 1,800 strikers were arrested for inciting violence. Ultimately, the strike was defeated as influence failed to spread beyond Paterson and no demands were ever met. Speaking of terrible working conditions, the Radium Girls of Ottawa, Illinois were tasked with hand-painting watches with self-luminous paint made from radioactive powdered radium. The women would often point their brushes with their lips to produce finer tips, but their lips inadvertently sipped the radioactive drips, and if one dared to skip the lip tip grip, the managers would flip, so tips remained dipped and their lips remained zipped. Company owners encouraged the safety of the material, but actively approved it themselves. The ingestion of the radium, unsurprisingly, caused multiple women to contract radiation poisoning. Between the years of 1917 and 1927, over 50 women had died from acute radiation syndrome. This sparked public radium reforms and labor rights. Radium continued to be used in the production of watch dials up to the 1970s. Multiple residents outside of Exeter, New Hampshire all reported seeing the same strange light pattern in the sky across several evenings in 1965. The large object reportedly moved silently across the night sky, emitting fiery red light in a specific pattern. The event terrified locals in the area for years, but skeptics have debunked this event as simply a mid-air refueling drill performed by the United States Air Force. Specifically, KC-97 tankers flashed red lights in the same exact pattern that was described by eyewitnesses. The city of Wilmington, Delaware experienced a catastrophic outbreak of cholera and typhoid fever in the late 1800s thanks to rapid industrialization shitifying up the local water sources. With hundreds sick and dozens dying, the city had to drastically overhaul the local sewer system, including installing a water purification plant in the early 1900s. but at least you can breathe a fresh sigh of relief nowadays. This is a devil's hole pupfish, a critically endangered and supremely cute species of fish found only in the Devil's Hole in the Death Valley National Park in Nevada, or Nevada for the locals. The fish were first discovered back in the 1940s and were almost immediately attempted to be protected. In 1967, they were officially listed as endangered thanks to local drilling by development companies, which reduced water levels within the cave system. Despite aggressive conservation efforts, there were only 38 of the little guys in existence as of spring 2025, making them one of the most critically endangered species on Earth. The Great Jacksonville Fire of 1901 completely reshaped the city of Jacksonville, Florida. After a road kitchen fire broke out, the flames quickly spread to a nearby mattress factory. After more than 8 hours, the inferno finally came under control after completely engulfing the majority of the city, destroying almost 2,400 buildings in the process, rendering 10,000 people homeless and 7 people dead. Now that's what I call a fire sale. Farmers in the late 1960s and early 1970s were pretty pissed to find their precious moo cows slaughtered and mutilated beyond natural means. Investigations clocked in over 8,000 separate mutilations over the years. Some of the boldest bovines were found with sedatives in their systems, while others were secretly marked with fluorescent paint. Unidentified aircraft in the area were spotted, suggesting government interventions or possible secret weapons testing, but no conclusive evidence was ever found. 19th century Philadelphia, Pennsylvania saw the rise of several teeth thieves who would go around robbing graves of entire bodies. The corpses would be sold to nearby medical schools for anatomical study, while the teeth were extracted and sold to companies who made dentures. Another smile. Kentucky is home to the McCoy family, one half of the infamous Hatfield-McCoy family feud. Initial squabbles began in the 1870s over the Civil War, with the Hatfields being Confederate sympathizers and the McCoys being pro-Union. Across 30 years, multiple lawsuits, thefts, and even murders escalated the feud, with over a dozen family members killed. The feud finally came to an end in the late 1890s. Or did it? About 100 years after the start of it all, descendants of the families came together to duke it out on the game show Family Feud in 1979, with the McCoys coming out on top. Nowadays, the family homes are tourist attractions, holding annual festivals with activities like tug-of-war and site tours to commemorate the decade-long dispute. Just north of South Dakota is North Dakota, and boy did it suffer a harsh winter in 1936. Record low temperatures plummeted all the way down to negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's negative 51 CP foreigners. The frigid forecast froze farm fauna fleeing for favorable feverishness. Entire towns burned through their coal supplies, leaving families to die in their homes from exposure. In 1847, nearly 200 Dutch immigrants made their way over from the Netherlands to Wisconsin in search of a better life. But a similar cold climate. After months of crossing the Atlantic and scooting in through to the Great Lakes, the freaky deaky Dutch were just about to set foot in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, when a poorly maintained boiler overheated, causing a fire to erupt on board the very wooden ship. Unfortunately, the ship only had 2 lifeboats, capable of holding about 20 people each. Of the few hundred people aboard, only 45 managed to escape from the lifeboats. The Phoenix, ironically, went down in a blaze, never to rise from the ashes, because they were washed away. Mysterious deaths surrounding the Gray family had caused concern for the townsfolk of Jewett City, Connecticut. The supposedly healthy family members were stricken down left and right from an undetectable killer. The boys of the family became paler by the day and were seen coughing up blood until ultimately passing away within the coming days. The reasonable cause of death, the townsfolk thought, was vampires. In order to stop the undead from rising and killing others, the recently deceased were exhumed from their graves and burned. The real culprit? Tuberculosis. Conveniently enough, though, the burning of the corpses probably did prevent the contagious disease from spreading any further. Go figure. In 1855, the U.S. government approved the import of several camels to serve as pack animals for the arid landscape of the Southwest, formally establishing the United States Camel Corps. But then the Civil War broke out a few years later in 1861, and the camels were either sold off or completely abandoned in the desert, supposedly being spotted over the next several decades. Roam free, fellas. Boston, Massachusetts is home to the deadliest nightclub fire in U.S. history. The Coconut Grove fire burned itself into people's memories in 1942, with a wealth of poor safety choices leading to the brutal blaze. Exit doors were chained up to prevent unauthorized access, air conditioners were filled with flammable refrigerants, and everyone was packed in like sardines. Not to mention the fact that all of the lavish interior decor could catch fire faster than a witch in Salem. In all, 492 people ended up dying in the inferno. The club owner, Barney Valansky, who was very much aware of his club's safety code violations, was convicted on just 19 counts of manslaughter and was sentenced to just 15 years in prison, though he was pardoned after just 4. He ended up dying a few weeks after release from cancer. Now, when you're chilling in class, the last thing you want to experience is a big old gas explosion. But unfortunately, the students in the New London School in New London, Texas, were about to do just that. Alright, class, who could tell me what happens when you huck a big chunk of magnesium in some water? Yep, wrong. That's an easy one. It just, after recently canceling their natural gas supply contract to save a few buckaroos, the school board decided to instead tap into a local gasoline waste line to supplement the demand. The shitty and shoddy plumbing work caused natural gas leaks throughout the school's basement crawl spaces. Now keep in mind that natural gas is colorless and odorless, so no one was really aware of any leaks, except for the students who complained of headaches, though they were ignored by the staff. You get out of here, go on, kid. The creeping gas cloud was inadvertently ignited on March 18, 1937, causing an instantaneous explosion that killed 295 out of roughly 500 students and staff present in the building. The disaster led to a reform requiring odorous additives to be added to natural gas supplies for better detection of leaks. If you're looking for a breath of fresh air, New York City is probably not the best place to do so, especially in 1966. The great New York City smog blanketed the Big Apple in a giant dark cloud of carbon monoxide and sulfur dioxide. The dense haze persisted for 3 days across the 1966 Thanksgiving weekend. The public health study estimated that about 10% of the city's population suffered some adverse health effects from sucking in the sweaty smog. In the end, 168 New Yorkers ended up biting the dust, prompting President Lyndon B. Johnson and several members of Congress to produce the 1967 Air Quality Act and amendments to the 1970 Clean Air Act, which heavily reduced air pollution down to more manageable levels of toxicity. In the wake of the U.S. Civil War, the South was really hurting for some cheap labor as all of their slaves were just freed thanks to the 13th Amendment. The best alternative? Prisoners. Convicts were extremely cheap compared to full-time employees, so in the early 1890s, Coal Creek mine owners decided to lay off their workforce and instead conscripted convicted criminals to work the mines for pennies on the dollar. But instead of milling around, the recently sacked and salty miners decided to pick a fight, sparking the Coal Creek War of 1891. The manic miners attacked a load of state prisons and mining properties, ensuring their efforts would not be in vain. The National Guard was called in, arresting over 500 workers. The scuffle did result in Tennessee ending their convict policing program in 1896. So, that's a win. Sweet Home, Alabama is home to Yellow Mama, an electric chair built in 1927 by master carpenter and inmate Ed Mason. 152 criminals have gotten the sweet, stinging embrace of Yellow Mama's arms, with her final zap being performed in 2002. Since then, death row inmates were given the legal right to choose their demise, either lethal injection or the chair. And to no surprise, they opt for the less painful option. As such, Yellow Mama remains locked away in the attic of the Holman Correctional Facility in Atmore, Alabama, patiently waiting for her next victim. Imagine your life as a beaver, munching away on a tree or building a dam, when all of a sudden you get yanked away from your beaver family, put in a tiny box, flown up to the sky, and hopped out of an airplane to be parachuted down miles away from home. That's exactly what the Idaho Department of Fish and Game did in 1948 after locals complained of excessive property damage. 76 beavers were relocated from northwest Idaho to central Idaho via airdrop using leftover World War II parachutes. One beaver died. Very sad. A big-ass swarm of locusts tore across the Midwest in 1874, devastating any and all vegetation, food, clothes, and farming equipment for days on end, with Nebraska taking most of the damage. Water sources were contaminated and livestock were consumed. High estimates place the swarm size at upwards of 12.5 trillion locusts. I mean, they're literally a blanket of locusts a foot high off the ground. The swarm, spanning across 2 million square miles, reportedly blacked out the sun for multiple hours during their flight. By the time the locust plague had passed, the Midwest had sustained over $200 million in crop damages. Bennington Triangle, located across southwestern Vermont, saw several people disappear under mysterious circumstances between 1945 and 1950. The most well-known case being the disappearance of 18-year-old student Paula Jean Weldon, who up and vanished in 1946 and was never seen again. The young girl had reportedly left her college campus in the afternoon and proceeded to walk 6 miles to a nearby trail before going missing. Lack of substantial police investigation, evidence, or witnesses left the case cold. The poorly run investigation had prompted the Vermont legislature to create the Vermont State Police just 7 months after Paula Jean's disappearance. Hundreds of Lakota Sioux natives were gunned down during the Wounded Knee Massacre of 1890 after natives began expressing frustration and anger over continued forced relocation and broken promises from the U.S. government. So, a new religious movement called the Ghost Dance, a literal dance performed in hopes of ridding the land of white settlers, was seen as a potential act of rebellion. That's scary, unlike that. As a precaution, natives were rounded up and disarmed by the U.S. Army. A misunderstanding surrounding an accidental misfire of a rifle started the massacre, which saw the murder of about 300 native men, women, and children. Continuing that pattern, Montana had itself one of the worst Native American massacres in U.S. history. The Marias Massacre involved the cold-blooded murder of over 200 Piegan Blackfeet Native Americans, all gunned down by the United States Army near the Marias River in Montana. The whole conflict escalated from years of back-and-forth petty skirmishes, white settlers encroaching on native lands and Blackfeet natives raiding these new settlements. But all came to a climax on the morning of January 23, 1870, where a large force of U.S. cavalrymen gunned down over 200 Blackfoot natives. Since most of the men were out hunting at the time, the majority of the victims were elders, women, and children. Unluckiest deaths in history. Ever read about the unusually tragic death of some historical figure, or even just the random old lady across the street and think, well, that sucks? Well, you're in for a few more of those. Starting off this list is Francois Vatel, one heck of a perfectionist. He was the maître d'hôtel, or maitre d', for French nobility. In case you didn't know, a maitre d' is the master of the house, basically a general in terms of waitstaff at a restaurant or overall event. They make sure that everything is in line from decorations to food and that all guests are always happy. Now, if you've ever worked in any form of customer service, you know how stressful this can be, especially when you can't tell your guests to frig off because they're literal royalty. Unlike customers today who just think they are. Francois was in a career of pure stress, but he was the best at what he did, having been formally recognized by many top chefs across France for his ability to ensure guest satisfaction. I mean, how often do you hear stories about royal servants? Almost never. Except for Francois. History often mistakes Francois for being a chef himself, but that was never the case. He just handled everything in the front of house. Anyway, this story begins and ends all the way back in 1671 in Fancy Pants, France. It was at this time that France was experiencing a golden age under Supreme French King Overlord Leaderfellow Louis XIV, France's and history's longest known reigning monarch to date. This big bushel of baguettes ruled for almost 72 and a half years. Under his rule, French power expanded across the world. Arts and culture were flourishing, and the wealthy were living in utmost extravagance. Sure, there were plenty of wars going on in the background, but that's where the poor people were worrying about. With such mindless self-indulgence pouring out of every orifice, parties, galas, celebrations, shindigs, and balls were just the norm. But these royal retreats, it demanded a professional to ensure that everyone kept a crusty yellow smile on their dusty white faces. That's where Francois came in. Having a strong resume of serving under notable French figures you've probably never heard of, like this guy and that guy, Francois was given the task of organizing a banquet in King Louis's honor for over 3,000 people. That's 3,000 of the most rich and powerful people of the age. You don't want to disappoint them, do you? You can't. It's not an option. Do you know what they would do to someone who messed up the king's banquet? Well, that option wouldn't be invented for another 100 years, but it's a quick end no matter how you cut it. The feast was to last across 3 days, and Francois was given just 2 weeks to prepare. So with no time to waste, he nervously took to the task. Over the next 15 days, Francois managed to get all of his French ducks in a row. Drapes were draped, silverware sparkled, chandeliers shimmered, and guests were gobsmacked. All 6,000 of them. Yeah, over double the anticipated party size showed up. Luckily, there was still plenty of food to spare. But another kick in the dick for Francois was the fact that it was raining, canceling the planned fireworks for the evening, which bummed out several of the guests. Well, that's just uncontrollable circumstances, you might say, as you pull out your brown tooth. But not to Francois. Remember, he was a perfectionist, and things were not perfect. Besides these two minor infractions, the first day went off without a hitch, but the second day would prove to be Francois' last. In the morning, Vital received devastating news. Only half of his fish order for the breakfast buffet had arrived. He knew that without the precious poisson, people would be palpably peckish. This was the last straw. Francois spiraled into a panic, knowing that he had failed in his duties, and he would forever feel the crushing weight of his shame for the rest of his life. But the rest of his life wouldn't actually be that long, as shortly after receiving the news and breaking down into an inconsolable mess, Francois rushed into his bedchambers to right his wrong the only way he knew how. Standing by his bedside, he brandished his iconic ceremonial stabbing sword and rammed it through his own tummy. He laid in a puddle of his own blood, undiscovered for some time until, Francois, the rest of the fish is here. Yeah, that's right. The remainder of the order arrived almost immediately after Francois decided to carry out a permanent solution to a temporary problem. His body was then taken from the palace and buried in secret, while the rest of the guests partied on. Nearly every aspect of Isadora Duncan's life could be summarized by one word: tragic. Childhood? Tragic. Adult life? Tragic. Family? Tragic. Career? Successful and groundbreaking. But then tragic. All of this capped off by her sudden, unlucky, and tragic death. Born and raised in the sparkling cesspit that is San Francisco, California in the 1800s, things were already not off to a great start. She was the youngest of four, with a loving mother and supportive and wealthy banker father, until his bank collapsed under mysterious and fraudulent circumstances, subsequently leading to a marital collapse under mysterious and infidelity circumstances. He then died in a boat crash several years after that. It is said that his last words were somewhere in the ballpark of, so after Papa's bank went corrupt and her parents defaulted on their marriage, the struggles really stacked up. She lived with her mother and siblings, moving to Oakland, California to begin life anew. She attended school from ages 6 to 10, but dropped out, finding the schooling system restrictive, boring, and lame. Instead, Isadora and her siblings earned their daily bread by teaching the local yokels the art of dance. Thankfully, years of doing the hokey pokey allowed Isadora to turn herself around. After all, that's what it was all about. She joined a formal theater company at the age of 19 to expand her art. Problem was, the extent of dance at the time was very rigid and emotionless. Instead, Isadora yearned for something a little bit more free-flowing and expressive. She wanted less of this, a little bit more of this. But the dance community in America wasn't ready to pick up what she was throwing down, so she had to search for better opportunities abroad. And that was definitely a good choice because she soon found herself dancing in the presence of wealth and royalty across London. It's a beautiful dancing window. Her revolutionary style took the world of dance by storm. With her newfound success, she wished to provide better opportunities for the youth, opportunities that she wished that she had as a spry sector. In order to do so, she opened up an informal dance school in Berlin, Germany in 1904, which, along with teaching kids their ABCs and Eins, Zwei, also put interpretive dance on the menu, not as a profession, but as a hobby and method of expression. After about a decade, Isadora left to open up a second school in Paris after a certain Austria started getting hungry for conflict. Unfortunately, the new school didn't last very long as tensions escalated and the Great War broke out in Europe, so she fled back home to the US right when the getting was good. As for her personal life, her travels introduced her to many suitable bachelors across the art world. She found love multiple times, Cupid shuffled into the sheets, popping out 3 kids. But of course, fate would have other plans for the chapter. For instance, one of her children died in infancy. The other 2 cruised along in a car with their caretaker and crashed into the river Seine. They drowned. Understandably, Isadora spiraled into a deep depression in her later years and fell out of the spotlight, her debts piling up as high as her empty liquor bottles. But this life of misfortune was about to be topped off with a disastrous bow. On September 14th, 1927 in Nice, France, Isadora was riding shotgun in a fancy car while wearing an abnormally long fancy scarf. Normally, the combination of heavy machinery and loose articles of clothing burns a lively watermark, and poor Isadora was about to learn why. As the vehicle sped off and she bid her farewells, her fashionable fabric forged her fate. The long scarf that was whipping in the wind became entangled in the rear tire of the car, wrapping around the rear axle and pulling tight. In an instant, the scarf became a noose, and Isadora's neck was snapped before she could even react. At just 50 years old, the spotlight faded on the inspirational dancer. Now trust me, for the life of me, I really want to pronounce this guy's name as Tycho Brahe, but apparently the proper Danish pronunciation is Tycho Brahe. Like, listen to this. First, the saying that doesn't even sound confident in their own pronunciation. Anyway, teeny tiny Tycho was the talk of the town back in the 16th century. He was renowned as one of the world's greatest astronomers and one of the last great astronomers before the invention of the telescope. So these guys were just raw dogging the heavens, prepared to figure it out. Hey, can you stop there? Oh, where? I lost it. But that, of course, didn't discourage the celestial Silly from trying to figure out how the known universe worked, or at least what the human eye could say. Born and heir to many of the Kingdom of Denmark's noble families, Tycho was loaded, and thus well-educated. He made several breakthroughs in the field of astronomy, and even dabbled in astrology and alchemy. But we know those are more pseudoscience poppycock. Well, unless you're a middle-aged woman who thinks that jerking a crystal with rainwater will make all of her wishes come true, or whatever.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Despite his innovations of spotting new stars and measuring the skies with rather impressive accuracy, he still made the oopsie of proposing his own geocentric model, which put the Earth in the center of the universe rather than the Sun. The planets revolved around the Sun, but the Sun revolved around the Earth. He almost had it. Don't worry though, Copernicus took home the blue ribbon with his heliocentric model. The thing about newer branches of science is that there's a lot to discover as you put the fundamental pieces together, which grants you a lot of leverage over outsiders looking in who just don't understand it quite yet. That being the case, many higher notables and even the king himself applauded Tycho in his efforts, just stuffing his pockets with money to fund any and all research that he desired to advance the field of astronomy. What's that? You charted over 700 stars? Beautiful. There's things called supernovas? Fantastic. Comets are just burning bits of rock? Amazing. Can you leave? Danish King Frederick II was so tickled by Tycho's work that he granted him an estate on an island to build his own personal, customized observatory so that he could look up at the sky in complete solidarity. And so he did. For about 21 years, Tycho plotted the planets, tracked the transits, and crunched the calculations. Everything seemed great. At least until King Frederick bit the diseased dust and his 11-year-old war-obsessed, noble-hating son took over and threatened to seize Tycho's land and assets. Not wanting to deal with this too-big problem, the astronomer said screw it and shifted his orbit over to Prague, where he was invited to build another observatory. This time, however, he took on an apprentice, one Johannes Kepler, who would go on to influence many famed physicists like Galileo and Sir Isaac Newton. Together, the two continued where Tycho left off before getting booted from his Tower of Solitude. But everything came to a halt in 1601 when attending a banquet. According to Kepler, Tycho was in agonizing discomfort. You alright? Nope, gotta piss. Real bad. Dude, just get up and go. Nope, bad manners. Gotta hold it. Alright, don't complain to me when, you piss yourself. Ooh, lordy. Yo, Tycho. Tycho eventually headed home to drain his dragon, but at that point, he had barely even dribbled. Over the next several days, the pain got excruciatingly worse. There was no relief in sight. Just 11 days after holding in his pee to avoid bad etiquette at dinner, Tycho Brahe died of a completely avoidable bladder infection. Remember, fellas and fellas, listen to what your body's telling you. Otherwise, you might just piss it off. For poor Cornelius and Vivaldi, little is really known about her life, as the only remarkable thing about the Wrinkly Diabolina was her mysterious, sudden, and fiery fate. That's because Cornelia is one of the unlucky few cases of a phenomenon known as spontaneous human combustion. a cause of death in which the victim suddenly bursts into flames, seemingly unprovoked or without an obvious cause, and is reduced to nothing but a pile of ash. But when you really dig deep into the dirt of these cases, you start to recognize some patterns. For one, the victims are almost always alcoholics to some degree and recently hooked down a medically inadvisable amount of booze. And that's the spirit, and that's the wine. Next, the victims tend to be elderly females. Not that it necessarily makes much of a difference, but combustible Cornelia here was 66 years young when she attempted to cosplay as a phoenix. Additionally, there was always an external source of ignition, which, in my opinion, completely invalidates the whole spontaneous aspect. So what did the heck happen to Cornelia? Well, on one fateful night in 1731, the Italian noblewoman had just finished off a non-stereotypical meal. Countess Cornelia was reported by her maid as acting rather, quote, dull and heavy, slopping around to and fro after downing a hefty heap of brandy. The maid helped the inebriated elders of her room, and the two spent several hours chit-chatting and shooting the shit. The countess was also a creature of habit, habitually applying some of her own personal ointment across her withering frame, an icky-sticky camphorated brandy mix which helped with her pain relief. After some bobbitying and a bit of poopying, the maid left the countess's room after she boarded the train to Sleepytime Junction. And so, all was well. Until the next morning. Cornelia was noted to be sleeping in a bit later than usual, but that was to be expected after how heavily she drank the night before. The maid eventually entered the countess's chambers, but had something horrifyingly perplexing. According to the eyewitness, this is what she found. 4 feet distance from the bed was a heap of ashes, 2 legs untouched from the foot to the knee with their stockings on. Between them was the lady's head, whose brains, half of the back part of the skull, and the whole chin were burnt to ashes, amongst which were found 3 fingers blackened. All the rest was ashes. A small oil lamp on the floor was covered with ashes, no oil in it. The countess was dead. The curious part is that no other pieces of furniture in the room seemed to be affected by the suspected blaze. Instead, everything was draped in a greasy, smelly soot. Now, it may have appeared as a mysterious stench to the people of the time, but us modern folk live in an age of true crime podcasts and such, so it's pretty easy to piece together what probably happened. Nevertheless, it's a pretty tragic way to go, but probably a good reminder to never handle open flames after converting your body into a human Molotov cocktail. The Mughal Empire was one of the richest and longest ruling empires in the history of India, but it was almost lost in its infancy. Inheriting the newly founded empire in 1530 from his dad at the age of 22, Emperor Humayun bit off way more than he could chew. He was an inexperienced ruler and lacked a lot of the self-confidence and leadership qualities that you'd expect from an emperor. But he was the eldest son, so it all went to him. Catalog primogeniture. That, my good fellows and fellas, is the word of the day. Now, with it being a new empire and all, there was a problem with consolidating power. Lots of the local governors and leaders resisted Mughal control. To help disperse some of that responsibility, Humayun granted some land to his 3 younger half-brothers, all of whom were little shitheads, constantly undermining their older brother to the point of collapsing the empire as a whole. Not far off, another ruler had taken notice of the young emperor's power struggle. This guy was Sher Shah Surya Bahar, and he saw quite the opportunity in front of him. Not wanting to waste any time, he quickly gathered his army and made a push for Agra, the capital of the Mughal Empire, and one sheep's onomatopoeia away from being a Disney IP. Humayun retaliated, and the two clashed in the battlefield. After a few skirmishes, the two agreed to a diplomatic end to the fighting. Sher Shah was given control over some territory in exchange for a peaceful retreat. He agreed, but since the deal did not explicitly state no takesy-backsies, the conniving little devil immediately reneged on the agreement and slaughtered the Mughal army, with Humayun barely escaping across the Ganges. The retreating emperor pleaded with his 3 brothers for support, but they were too busy negotiating with Sher Shah over what land they would receive after their brother's demise. I told you they were shitheads. Unfortunately, Humayun did lose his empire in 1540 and was exiled to Persia for 15 years. But while in Persia, he was able to use some charisma to persuade the Safavid emperor to provide some military support so he could go back and kick the Shah's shit in, which is what happened. The Mughal Empire was restored in 1555 and all was right again. That is, until about a year later in 1556, where Humayun met a rather silly demise. When leaving his library with a handful of books, the emperor had to walk down a bunch of stone steps. Since OSHA training wasn't yet mandatory or invented, Humayun was unaware of the dangerous predicament he had put himself in. After hearing the call for daily prayer, his own muscle memory took over and he knelt down to acknowledge that call as he did on a regular basis. But this time, he tripped, slipped, and tumbled down the entire stone stairwell, bashing his mouth open on a stone corner. The poor guy died 3 days later of his injuries. But at least the Mughal Empire reigned for another 300 years, so that's positive. Horrifying Victorian fashion trends. Victorian age. Great Britain's King William IV dies a death in 1837, and his 18-year-old niece Victoria takes the throne. This era marked a huge turning point in the history of the British Empire. Slavery had just been abolished, stricter labor laws were seeing less children getting smeared in gears, industry was booming, and literacy and education were on the rise. Sure, there was still overwhelming poverty and disease, but, one step at a time. Another aspect that became a main focal point during the Victorian age was that of modesty. Ironically enough, the idea of modesty, at least for the upper class, was flexing as much wealth as possible. The easiest way to do that was by how you dressed. It was a quick way to tell anyone crossing your path what your status was. For instance, when you're out in public and you see a dude decked out in Supreme brand everything, you know without a doubt that that guy is a douche. You know when you watch movies or shows that depicts the rich and the royals, and you always see them wearing those big, bulky dresses? Well, they were a very real fashion trend in the mid-19th century. Women would have layer after layer of dress slammed onto them to achieve that iconic bell-shaped look. I mean, these things were sometimes up to 8 layers thick, so while dudes were rocking simple coats and slacks, some women were drowning in their dresses, which, depending on the material type, could weigh upwards of 30 pounds. Thankfully, in 1856, a Parisian inventor came through with a product designed to lighten the load. The crinoline cage. A large brace fitted under a single crust layer that gave all the desired poop with far less pain. Reducing the overall weight burden by up to 75%, the structure was fashioned from lightweight steel rings strapped together to form the desired shape. With less layers to worry about, dresses could be exaggerated further with wider, fuller, and frankly ridiculous proportions, with dresses commonly reaching up to 6 feet in diameter. I mean, them things are gross. It wasn't long until the crinoline craze completely flooded the market, and thanks to that whole industrial revolution thing going on, articles of clothing that took weeks of handcrafting could now be mass-produced for pence on the pound, meaning that even higher-end fashion could be enjoyed across all societal classes, albeit with cheaper materials. But while the dresses offered women a more acceptable mobility to style ratio, it came with a few inherent dangers. The first and most obvious was the sheer size. Although they were looking fine as hell, women found the dresses to be flat out inconvenient. Getting on and off public transportation, taking up space in small shops and rooms, constant trips and falls, it became a public nuisance. In an act of horrible judgment, someone took the trend into the workplace. The highly industrialized, full of moving parts workplace. Now, if you're familiar with any videos watermarked with a Lively logo, you know that loose fabric and heavy machinery do not mix. According to an 1864 Irish newspaper, a young worker woman passed by an unguarded, steam-powered 4-inch mechanical shaft. The dress was snagged, and she was instantly entangled and mangled in the shaft for 3 whole minutes before the machine could be stopped. Oops. Her spine was snapped in multiple spots, and she died shortly after. Now, since mangled corpses can negatively affect productivity, factories began banning the dresses on the floor. The other danger, of course, was fire. You know, that very element that drove every aspect of human life at the time. Heat, fireplaces, light, oil lamps and candles, machinery, steam boilers. Fire was everywhere, and these crinoline-clad ladies were essentially walking kindling. Now, thousands, I shit you not, thousands of deaths were recorded as a result of crinoline dresses catching fire and engulfing their wearers. So while there were documented deaths on the individual level, like 14-year-old kitchen maid Margaret Davy, whose dress ignited while reaching for spoons on a fireplace mantle, or 16-year-old Emma Musson, who burst into flame after a spark from a nearby kitchen fire landed on her dress, there was perhaps